Hey, look who it is.
Good morning, Chitty House.
Oh, son of a... Oh, I already... Come on. Let's go. Morning, everybody.
You all, everybody.
Yeah, you know what? Eaton 85, I would tend to agree with you.
Yeah. I concur.
Alas, above our pay grade.
We're here to talk about the exceptional summer that Manchester United is having so far.
Yep, can't wait to talk about that.
Lenny Yoro.
You already know that I'm so locked into that.
Mm-hmm. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, we're here for this. Olympics week. There we go. Ramsey first with the belt.
Yep, Ramsey gets the belt. Forgot about that. Hey, congrats, Ramsey. What's up, Spencer?
Hi, Spencer.
Mrs. Mac, Tyler, Steven, Loki Trickster. What up, dog?
Okay, best part, worst part of my vacation. The spot we stayed at the second half of the week, this last week, was bomb. Incredible.
Great topic for the start of the show.
Yes. Oh.
Great question there.
Jeremy Hernando van der Berg.
Yeah, I don't want to say that I set the tone for Robbie Ray on Friday night, but I'm not going to not say that.
Is he there? AAA?
Yeah. Yeah, go to a Rare Cats game and get to watch Robbie Ray against Chris Bryant. It was great.
Nice.
It's awesome. Yeah, Robbie Ray was really good. He'll sure help that Giants pitching staff. Okay, here we go. I got to remember how to do this.
I know it's been a while, Kyle.
You haven't been in studio since like pre-4th of July, right?
I came in Monday.
That's right.
When I was sick.
Monday. Yep. And then you were out that entire week.
Yeah, but the Monday was weird because I did the first 2 hours, and then
That's
you did from 12 to 4.
So we haven't done a show in studio together since July 2nd.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's before the broken finger event.
The catastrophe that was... Honestly, aside from that, Field Day was great.
Oh, yeah, Field Day was amazing. It's just the
3-week-old event.
The broken fingers. It just kept happening. All the surgeries are bad.
No, welcome back not only to the studio, but to the United States. You've been down in Cabo.
Mm-hmm.
Eaton in the chatty house. And if you want to participate in the chatty house, hit us up. youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. It's Monday, July 21st. James, you are back stateside. You've been in Cabo, and Eaton85 in the chatty house asked, best and worst part of your vacation. I think that's a great way to start the show.
I'll start with the worst part. The worst part was, for those of you who don't know, like the week before I had got sick, right? So I lost my voice. I ended up getting, we didn't discuss it on the show, but I ended up getting strep throat, which I don't know how that happened. I 4th of July, I assume. Just around too many people. And then at California Classic, all of a sudden I got halfway through the game and couldn't swallow anymore. I'm like, oh, that's not good. Yeah. So, I mean, I couldn't actually
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Anyway, so the worst part was that I was on penicillin forever. You have to run a 10-day course. And when you're in Mexico and you already are worried about things that you're eating, that wasn't great. So my stomach was a little odd the whole time, but amazing.
That was the worst part.
Yeah. Amazing trip. First of all, shout out to Mrs. Ham. We had an amazing 25th anniversary.
Yeah,
So,
congratulations. Quarter century.
quarter century together. Yeah. Actually, more like 28 years together, but quarter century married.
Man.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. We had a great time. Our friends like brought decorations and decorated the house we were at for our anniversary. It was very cool.
That's awesome.
And then the other thing was we have some friends. Shout out to the Loudies. They have access to this like crazy house in Cabo, and absolutely like 6,000 square feet with an infinity pool. But the infinity pool is above the garage, so it's like a
Why wouldn't
second
it be?
story infinity pool. So we just sat out and had a great time hanging out. We brought in some cooks and stuff to actually cook meals for us in the house.
Wow.
So it was a very, very cool couple of days in Cabo.
Yeah, not a bad way to vacation.
Yeah, and I went twice, right? So people know I went to Cabo,
Yeah.
but the first is with the boys and with their friends and with our friends with their kids and their friends. So like
It
a
was like
traveling
a family
party.
trip.
Yeah, like a traveling party of like 12,
Mhm.
right? This was
Yeah.
totally different. This was like very cool.
Yeah.
And we did like a taco tour of Cabo. Yeah, where a guy took us around and like
Dog,
took us to different spots.
Look, we have been in the same room for a little over an hour now. And you're just now getting to taco tour?
Oh, a taco tour. Yeah, they took this old town like there's two Cabo and then I can't remember what the other city is like, but it's part of Cabo, but it's Cabo something else. It's
Okay.
like the
San
old
Lucas?
town. Yeah, maybe. No,
I don't know. I have no
don't
idea.
think so.
Geography is not my
It-
strong suit
It's
anywhere
an
in the world.
older part, and so they took us around like sort of like they brought us to like the tortilla factory where they make tortillas.
Incredible.
Yeah, so it was good. We had a good time.
So you just bop around to different places. It's like it's like a bar crawl,
Yes.
but tacos.
Yeah, it was like a 3-hour tour, and of course we, many places had drinks, so it's possible
Sure,
we were
of
doing that as
course.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a must. Dude, I've never wanted to do a thing more than I want to do that.
Taco tour.
Like when you've been describing Cabo, it's like, yeah, okay, like it sounds incredible, but it's like, okay, beachside resort, infinity pool in this house, like it sounds amazing, but it's like, yeah, okay, that's like exotic tropical vacation, like super nice,
Mhm.
love to see it. But then you hit me with taco tour,
Taco tour.
and now this is all. I don't want to go anywhere else in the world.
Oh.
I want to go to Cabo and I want to do a taco tour.
We have
And
friends
just munch tacos.
when we go to different cities that we have some friends that like to do food tours.
Mhm.
So like doing a ghost tour or a ghost/food tour in New Orleans is really cool.
Yeah.
We've done food tour in San Francisco where they tell you like there's like 900 and something restaurants. There's enough restaurants on San Francisco, like that little tiny, not very large area, to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner at a different spot every day for 3 years. There's that many food outlets.
That's wild.
Food place in San Francisco.
Some good food in San Francisco for
Yeah.
sure.
Oh no, some great food. Great food.
I really want so it depends on who you ask, but Dominique Crenn is a French chef who is considered right now by many to be the best chef in the world.
Okay.
And she has a restaurant in San Francisco.
Mm.
And I badly want to go to it, but it is so much money.
Oh yeah, yeah. We have 2 doors down. Our neighbor, their daughter started working at the French Laundry,
Oh my God.
and she had to go down and get fitted for her 2 suits.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe eventually we'll do the French Laundry, but
One of I don't know. Do you watch the show The Bear?
Yeah.
So when The Bear started, I was watching it, and I've watched, pick a cooking show. I've probably watched it. Like it's my bag. I love it.
Yeah.
And I always went, man, you know what? Maybe I'll just become a chef. I'll just start cooking stuff. Maybe I have a writing background. Maybe I'll do that. I'll become like a food review.
Oh, a food blogger?
Heck
yeah,
like
man.
Maybe I'll just do that. And then I watched The Bear, and you see the level of intensity that goes into being an actual like high caliber chef. I'm out. I don't need.
You don't want to ruin somebody's life.
No,
Like,
dude. Like the amount of food they just dump out because they didn't played it specifically the right way.
It wasn't perfect.
Yeah. Or like lose the basil, try it again. Like, ugh, I'm out. I don't want to do any of that.
Okay.
It looks like way too much work. I want to come in here and BS about sports.
No, that sounds good to me too.
Way easier.
Yeah, it is way easier.
Yeah. While you were doing that, I was at a River Cats game on Friday. I got to throw out the first pitch.
I watched the video. I was very proud of you.
Thank you. Didn't throw a strike. To be clear, I don't want to oversell this, but I didn't bounce it. And I knew if I was going to miss, I knew I was going to miss high, a little outside. Big salute to Brett Auerbach, the infielder who went out to catch the first pitch for me, because apparently it's like hard to find players to do that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because you don't know whether the person's going to try and throw it as hard as they can and skip it or bounce it or airmail it, or it's just kind of a, so I was really thankful that he came out, and when he walked up and introduced himself, I was like, hey, I'm not going to bounce it, I promise.
Yep.
And so we had gone to a park, my dad and I, right by my house, because there's a mound there.
You guys had a catch?
Yeah, just had to catch with Pops for the first time since 2009. And I'm throwing off the mound at this park, and I was like, feeling great. Then you get to a AAA stadium.
Oh, yeah.
And you go to walk up the mound, and it takes a week. It is so much higher than whatever little pile of dirt I was throwing off of by my house.
Oh, that's not good.
And I went from really confident because I believe his name was Bradley. He's part of the River Cats like promo team. I go, hey, is there anywhere I can warm up, like throw like a little? And he goes, I have a glove and ball in my bag. I got you. It's like, let's go. So we're standing right there. Just I probably got half a dozen throws in before security was like, hey, there's too many people around. You can't be doing that. Get out of here. All good. Got the throws in I needed. I was good to go. I was feeling great. Then I walked up the mound. And the longer it took me to get to the rubber was more and more intimidating. And I get up there, and the PA guy is doing this really nice thing. I'm assuming Charlie wrote it. This really nice thing about the insiders and get all the inside information, and I've been in Sacramento and the Bay Area and this and that, blah, blah, blah. It took so long. I was expecting like Kyle Madsen from ESPN 1320, The Insiders, 10 a.m. to noon, Monday through Friday. And it was this like prolonged intro where I'm standing out there just by myself waiting. And I'm kind of like looking around. I know where my family is. So I'm, waving. I'm standing there. And I look over at the camera guy at one point, and camera guy's like, hang on. Hold on. It's still going. Hang on. So finally gets to the point. First of all, had to meet them at 6:15.
Okay.
You go out to meet the people. The person that I was supposed to meet with did not know I was coming.
Oh.
Had no idea. She's like, who are you? Like, great. Good start.
That's, yeah.
So then it's 20 minutes of, I walk down, I'm standing down there by the field. Met the guy who sang the national anthem, did a great job. He did a great job singing the national anthem. I didn't do a great job meeting him. Met him, we talked about tattoos. And then it was just this, just standing and waiting and waiting and waiting. But ultimately, got up to the mountain. In the back of my head, shout out to Zach Bayruti, the Ports broadcaster, who told me just don't bounce it. People hit me up during the day. Hey, the goal is to not bounce it. Just don't bounce it. So I missed a little high. That's fine. I was a little bit bummed out. It's ball one in my career. I'm behind in the count, 1 ball and no strikes, which is all good. But ultimately, it was fine. And the funniest part is I went and I talked to Gavin from the Wake Up Call. And he had thrown out a first pitch before, and he said it went miserably.
Oh, no.
But he also said that nobody noticed or cared.
Oh, that's good.
And so that was in the back of my mind, like, okay, nobody's actually watching. Like, nobody actually cares. And so I throw this pitch. I go out. I, shake Brett Auerbach's hand. I get a photo, and I go back in. Not one person the entire night said, like, hey, bad pitch or good pitch. Literally nobody notices.
Oh.
If I had just had that thought in the back, I would have felt so much better about it. I complained about it I worried about it for 5 days on the radio leading up to this thing. And it genuinely turns out that I was the only person that gave a rip.
This is all good, though, because I'm taking this in. I always talk about this. Like, the first time you get to the playoffs as a team, as an NBA team, especially teams that play in small markets that don't usually do a bunch of national TV, there's this nervous energy that you have that you're standing up, milling around on the court, and then you go up against the Warriors, and they're like literally like laying back and like chilling on the bench, hanging out during timeouts. Timeouts are all like a minute and a half longer, and it just messes the whole flow of the game. And you have all this nervous energy, and they don't. So you're telling me all the things that I'm thinking about. Like, okay, all right. Kyle says it's gonna be like 20 minutes, so just chill.
Yeah, dude.
And I'll be like, okay, I'll chill. Like,
definitely.
Yeah.
If you're going to, I took my glove because of the weight of throwing is different way than without a glove. So that's why I took a glove with me. It wound up being fine. I had to carry it around with me for the rest of the night, but not a big deal. Yeah, man, it was great. Salute to the River Cats. Had a great time out at the game. They won.
Nice.
Got to see Robbie Ray make a rehab start. He was outstanding. Chris Bryant was there making a rehab start for the Isotopes. So I got to see a little Robbie Ray v. Chris Bryant. The River Cats won. It was great. Had good food, good beer. Yeah, phenomenal time out at Sutter Health Park. Salute to everybody who came out. I appreciate all of you. Okay. We got Olympics. We have an MVP conversation that I want to have with you.
Okay.
And then there was a Twitter conversation happening on King's Twitter last night that I found fascinating, and I would love to rehash that conversation on the radio. So we're going to do all of that. We'll have some NFL preseason predictions from USA Today. Those came out as well. Tons coming up on a Monday. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. Yeah, it's Sacramento Sports Leader. Oh.
We did it, Kyle. We made it through the first block. What's going on, Chatty House? Yeah, it's interesting. I've I'm gonna have to start throwing. I'm gonna have to get on a throwing program. Maybe start it at 20 feet and then expand.
Smart. I would definitely do it again, for sure.
Yeah. You saw Jose Canseco throw out the first pitch in Oakland on Saturday.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I think his first time throwing out a first pitch.
Wow. That's kind of wild.
You and Jose Canseco.
Because they did the bobblehead day. That's right. Zach Beirudi, the River Cats broadcaster, joined our show on Friday. And he mentioned that Steve Sachs, hyper-competitive guy, came out to throw a first pitch at the River Cats game and did not throw from the mound. Threw from in front of the mound. Which makes me, as of today, right now, better at baseball than Steve Sachs.
Well,
I'm comfortable saying that.
Steve Sachs is the one that is the original Yips.
Yes.
Yeah, he got the Yips at second base. Yeah, and then Chuck Noblock.
It's just so crazy.
Like, they both got the Yips and couldn't make the throw from second to first. Yeah, weird.
That's what I was so worried about happening, was like going to throw it and just not knowing how my limbs work.
My concern would be is that there would be someone behind who's not paying any attention, and that you throw a haymaker and it you throw a hanger or something and it just like beans somebody back behind the person who's not paying attention.
So I had the catcher there. Dinger was behind the catcher.
Yep.
Dinger called it a strike. It wasn't, but that's fine. He's got a big zone.
Okay.
And then their social media person, who was standing like not in the right-handed batter's box, but kind of far enough away because she was doing a video.
That's good though, because that gives you some sort of frame of reference.
Yeah, and I was locked in on the glove. I literally couldn't touch. She might have been in the batter's box. She might have been 10 feet behind. I just knew she was in that general area.
You should have given her brush back.
It's just off my plate.
Get off my plate.
But yeah, there was nobody in danger, and I'm not throwing, like, even if I threw it probably 60%. Even if I threw it as hard as I could, I don't throw hard enough to hurt anyone.
No.
To seriously hurt anyone. So
you can knock someone down, ruin their day, give them a bloody nose.
What's up, Drew Down?
What's going on, everybody? Oh, you don't have your headphones on.
Huh?
I said you don't have your headphones on.
Not yet. Never have my headphones on.
That's right, Drew Down. Pretend that catcher's mitt is John Bull's face.
Just run off the mound and start wailing on the glove.
I did get a text from John Bull while I was gone.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham there, Kyle Madsen here, hanging out with you until noon on this Monday. Got some news from the Olympics this morning. I think this is super interesting. I think it's really, really cool, actually. I love that this is a thing. LeBron James has been selected to be the flag bearer for Team USA at the 2024 Olympics in Paris. So during the opening ceremonies, it'll be LeBron James. Of all the accomplished U.S. Olympic athletes, LeBron will be the one holding the flag for the United States. He is the first men's basketball player ever to have this honor. And I think it's really, really cool that the first men's basketball player to ever get to do this is LeBron. I think if you were going to pick somebody in the history of Olympic/NBA basketball who deserves to do something like that. Mm-hmm. And LeBron even said there's video and Steph Curry announces that to the team that LeBron is going to get to do this. And LeBron even says, like, this isn't even something you dream about. Oh, because you don't even think about it. And now he gets to do this. And given everything he's done for, just for his community, his various communities that he's played in and been around and things he's done for, the sport and growing the game of basketball. I think it's really, really cool that he's the one that gets to do this.
I think it's spectacular. Look, there are certain athletes that just transcend, right? Like he is the torchbearer for NBA basketball for the last 2 decades. And we can talk about impact. We can talk about like where he ranks like all time and all that stuff. But realistically, he's been the guy. 11? He's been to the finals like 11 times. Like everything that he's done is really, really impressive. And so for me, I don't think you could find a better guy to represent. He isn't someone who has had off the court trouble. He isn't somebody who, like, everything that he's done throughout his career, he's lived up to almost every single aspect of that role. Yep. And so I think that there are also other deserving athletes for sure, like Katie Ledecky, and like there's some other athletes that deserve
incredible.
Yeah,
for sure.
Simone Biles. Like there are a lot of people that could deserve that honor. But like LeBron is right there, like with any of them, like what he's been able to accomplish. And to be part of the Team USA program again at age 39, 40. Yeah. Like this is amazing that he's made it this far and that he's going to get one more chance to win a gold medal. And I'm all here for it. I think it's cool.
Yeah, like you said, it was not to disparage the other athletes saying LeBron deserved this. He was the only one.
Oh yeah.
Because like you said, there are Katie Ledecky and Simone Biles are definitely the two that come to mind. But I love that LeBron's getting to do this in what will surely be his last Olympics. Although, at this point,
who knows?
Would you be floored if 43-year-old LeBron James is out there for Team USA in 4 years?
I would hope that he wouldn't do that because at a certain point you need to hand it off, right? You need to like understand that the game needs to grow past you and it needs to keep going. And
I'm under the belief that this is his last one. Same for Steph, probably same for Anthony Davis.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that probably same for Joel Embiid. Yeah. I'm not sure. Like, can imagine him in 4 more years. Might not look great.
This is one of our favorite games on this show. Basketball Reference nicknames. I'm on LeBron James Basketball Reference page right now. I'm going to run through these with you. King James. Okay, check. We all know that one. LBJ.
Yep.
Okay. It's technically Lyndon B. Johnson, but you get why people shorten it.
Lyndon Baines Johnson. Yep.
Chosen One.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Bron. Okay. The Little Emperor.
Haven't heard that one.
Have never heard that in my life.
Nope. The Little Emperor.
Maybe it's one of those things. So, like Deebo Samuel, one of the things on Deebo Samuel's Football Reference page is Sweet Feet.
Oh.
And I went, what?
What?
I have never heard that in my life. I Googled it. It was a nickname that his mom gave him when he was a baby.
Oh, okay.
A baby, a toddler. So maybe the Little Emperor is one of those.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and research it because we're doing this on the fly. The Akron Hammer.
Yeah.
I think I've heard that before.
Yep.
L Train.
No, I haven't heard. I mean, that's Lionel Simmons, but
Well,
that's okay.
And maybe if LeBron had played in Chicago,
Uh-huh.
because they have the L there in Chicago. Okay, maybe then that plays. I've never heard that in my life. This one, Benjamin Buckets.
Oh, that's just because he seems to be getting younger, I guess, or he started
Like
as
Benjamin
old man.
Button.
Yeah.
That doesn't play though.
No, I don't know.
Because
I'm with
Benjamin
you.
Button ages backwards.
Yes.
He's born an old man and then ages through life reversally.
Yep.
In a reverse fashion.
In a reverse
backward. So that doesn't play. He's not aging backwards. He didn't come into the league and people went, wow, he's 18 years old, but boy, he has a 40-year-old game. And
no, but he may have looked 40 when he was 18. I mean, he looked like a mature man coming into the league.
Okay.
That's funny.
Okay, that's fair, I guess. But it's not like he's looking younger now. No, he's looking older.
No, that's
he's
true.
aging at a normal.
Well, he isn't as a player. I mean,
there'd have to be. Benjamin Button is not the correct comparison.
No,
is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you.
There has to be like some ageless person.
Yep.
I don't know.
Is King James on there?
Yeah, it's the first one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The
very first one. LeBron James turns 40 in December and is still so Team USA almost lost to South Sudan, which I think is just more a testament to South Sudan played great.
Yes,
they were fantastic.
Yeah.
B, the growth of basketball, just worldwide, and what NBA Africa is doing to help grow the sport and develop talent. It's incredible. Love it for them. The thing for me at the end of that game, as we talk about LeBron James, the fact that Team USA needed a bucket, and it wasn't a secret. It wasn't a bunch of cuts and screens and, oh man, look at all this talent. They got to guard everybody. It was clear out. LeBron James has it above the left break. He's going to put his shoulder down. He's going to dribble with the left hand, and he's going to finish with his right. And there's nothing anybody on South Sudan can do to stop it.
Nope.
Or frankly, I'm not sure there's anyone on any team capable of stopping that specific play.
Nope.
And it is just incredible that I mean, I know we don't, it's not like LeBron is lacking for praise. But I'm watching that and I'm going, okay, man, you got to go to Ant here. This is Anthony Edwards' spot. I think I like Ant in this. Oh, maybe Steph, but Steph had bricked a bunch of threes down the stretch. You got to use him as a decoy in that situation. And nope. Hey, LeBron, ISO above the break. Go. Just get a bucket. Easy work. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is you brought it up right there. Anthony Edwards, there was all this talk that this is Anthony Edwards' team and all this stuff. It's not. It's LeBron James's team still.
This is
still LeBron James's team. Like, I hope that there's a handoff after this Olympic run where you will have somebody else be the face of Team USA.
Yeah.
But for right now, it's still him. So I really don't want to hear it's this player. It's either LeBron or it's Steph. They're going to be the deciding factor here. A big shout out to Luol Deng, who I guess has been, he's the president of the South Sudan Basketball Association, whatever. And he's done a really, really good job of piecing together a team, but also of helping to develop a lot of these players. Also, the NBA has an academy that has really, really helped a lot of these kids find their game and all that stuff. And then we have the kid who's going to be a top prospect playing for them. I think it's Kaman Malash, 7'2", 250 pounder that's going to Duke this year, considered a top 10 pick.
Man,
who played considerable minutes in that game. And so, yeah, there's a lot going on there. And it's a good thing to see a country develop and grow in this area and give their country something to cheer on. And I mean, they almost took out Team USA 101 to 100. It took LeBron James finishing to beat you.
And a no call on what I thought was a very obvious foul on South Sudan's last possession. Really, really great game, super entertaining. And I want USA to win gold. That's just I think that's where most people are. I'm rooting really hard for this team. But on the other hand, I would love it if they get pushed like that. That is so much more entertaining than, oh look, they won by 35. Now I want to see them get pushed, and I think they will. But at the end of the day, you said it. They have Steph, they have LeBron, they have Jason Tatum. Their talent is just so overwhelming that in those spots, it's like really, really tough, I think, for opposing teams to find a stop.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the Olympics. I think like the rest of the world is catching up to Team USA, but it's probably still a couple of years away from actually happening.
Yeah. All right. We'll continue talking Team USA throughout the summer. The Olympics start this week, right? I think the Olympics start this week. So we'll be locked into Team USA, men's and women's, of course. But I saw an NBA MVP odds tweet yesterday. It's a graphic with the top odds and Doncic and Gilgeous-Alexander and Giannis and Jokic. But I wanted to tie that to the Kings. And the potential for the Kings to have an MVP. How likely is it? Who would it be? James and I will lay out that case next on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader.
Clear. What's happening, everybody? Good morning.
Do I have time? Oh my God. Why is this break so short?
Whoa.
What the hell?
What in the Sam hell's going on here? Hi, guys. What's happening? Thanks, Steven. Thanks, Kyron.
Oh, just short breaks. I wish I'd known that. We would have just done 2. That's fine. I need to do better about that.
Tom L. has been super quiet on the trade front. Super quiet. Watching footage of... Oh, that's a nice pass. Of this kid from South Sudan. He's 87% legs. Like Damian Jones. You've met, I mean, you know Damian Jones, right?
I know
Kings,
who
Warriors.
He is. I've never met him.
Dude, his waist is up here. Like he is like so much legs. It's just the craziest thing you've ever seen. There is no timeline on the Kings filling out their final roster spots. Like you're gonna try to do everything in your power to build out your roster, but I also think that a lot of people are waiting for that. What is it, August 6th, when the market in the situation will or will not be figured out.
Here we go.
All right.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm not letting something someone said on the internet derail the show. Not doing it.
Oh.
Somebody has a take on the conversation that we're about to have. It's a Denver fan, FYI. They have a take on the conversation that we're about to have, and I hope they're listening.
Oh.
That's all.
Good.
If they're not, which they're probably not, because that's the Twitter thing to do. It's just to respond to the thing.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then not. Do you know how many things? And I know I guarantee that you deal with this, but you write a thing that has a headline, and then people respond to the headline with just what's in the article.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's what I just wrote about.
Yeah. I literally just wrote, or someone, like I used at NBC, I would turn in my story. I would have a title on it, and then someone else would change the title.
Of course.
And then I get a phone call like from like the Kings. Like, hey, what's up with that? Like, what do you mean?
Like,
Did you read the story? Like, well, did you see the title? And I'm like, oh, I didn't see the title. like that's SEO, and
right.
like
yeah.
I've got editors that do that. I don't know what you mean. And then you go back and you're like, oh, okay, that title's a little sketch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like you said, SEO is king, baby. Anyways, I'll get to what he said here in a second, but I saw a graphic over the weekend of NBA MVP odds.
Mm.
And it's the usual suspects. It's Nikola Jokic and Luka Doncic and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Giannis is up there. It's just those really top end players. Tatum is in the mix. Embiid, yeah. Right now at BetMGM, it's Jokic and Doncic. They're the co-favorites at plus 375.
Okay.
For reference, De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis are tied at plus 20,000. And DeMar DeRozan is plus 25,000.
Oh,
those are the Kings' top three.
Okay.
Let me preface this by saying I don't think the Kings are going to have the MVP of the NBA on their team. But if I told you, James, hey, I'm Kyle from the future. I live in July of 2025. A Sacramento King won the 2024-2025 NBA's Most Valuable Player Award. Who would you think it was?
Well, I think first and foremost, the pathway would have to be that the Kings have a season similar to what Boston had last year. And I don't mean like winning a title. I mean regular season where you finish the Western Conference like 8-10 games above everyone else. You win 63, 64 games, something wild, something crazy that puts you so far into the conversation that it's beyond, like, you can't refute it. So I think this is going to be an interesting year because we've kind of been building up to this where a guy like Shai has not been, he's an MVP candidate, but because his team hadn't taken the necessary steps, you hadn't given it to him, real consideration. And now he came in second or third, whatever it was. He came in this, I think he was second, and he's right there. Right. So I think that's where we're going to have him thrown in the mix. Now, Luka makes it to the finals. Now, Luka is going to be in the mix for sure. Like, Luka's always been a big time candidate, but more of a statistical juggernaut than a true candidate for the MVP.
Can I pause you right there on the Doncic part of this? I think the general voting area of the media, I hate saying the media because that's technically us, but then the national media that is involved with the voting and such, I think so badly wants Doncic to win an MVP.
Oh yeah.
It just they were the 9 seed or whatever, and it's like
Doncic got a shot.
MVP, like, man, what? 9 seed?
No, he doesn't have a shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I do think that there's a couple of players that are pacing, and then at least one player that I think is falling off. And like, it doesn't matter what Joel Embiid does statistically. I don't think there's any way he ever gets to 65 games again.
Doesn't feel like it.
And maybe I'm crazy there. Maybe he does, and maybe he's in the running. But I don't know what his team is going to look like. We'll have to see what Paul George and Tyrese Maxey, and then the accumulation of talent they have around it. But I do think that, like, the days of Kevin Durant being mentioned as a potential MVP, they're gone. And so we're at this balancing point where, again, Steph Curry, I don't see him being an MVP again. So we're seeing a couple of players rise, and I could see, again, Anthony Edwards getting in that conversation. I definitely like Luka, and like I think it's going to be the usual suspects outside of some of the guys that are fading.
Yeah.
But what would it take for the Kings to get into that conversation? It would take an astronomical, like, team success to get you into it. And then, like, we can have a discussion, like, Kyle, who would be your guy with the Kings?
I think it would be, I think I'd go Fox. Because I think if they are going to take that kind of leap where they're winning, like you said, because let's go to this world for a second.
Yeah.
If the Kings are winning and have an MVP candidate, it's because like you just said, it's not 51-52 wins where we here in Sacramento are like, holy crap, yes. that's not going to move the needle a ton
No.
nationally to get whoever the candidate would be above all these preseason favorites, right?
Yep.
There is such a massive hill to climb. So now we're talking 61, 62, 63 wins. So a 60-plus win Kings team. I think that is where De'Aaron Fox took a substantial leap, where he's not only healthy for the entire season, but that lull we saw through that portion of last year where we were kind of all looking around like, what's wrong with De'Aaron Fox? Never comes. And he's averaging 28 plus a night, and he's averaging 6.5, 7 assists a night. And he hits these statistical benchmarks, and he is the clutch player of the year, and he is scoring 40 here and 40 there. And there's a national TV game, and he had 38 and 10. I think that's a leap from De'Aaron Fox is where I think the Kings make that leap into a 60-plus win team. So if you're telling me the Kings got there, I think it's because of De'Aaron Fox.
Okay, I'm going to take a different angle because like the last 2 years, Sabonis has finished 7th and 8th in MVP win shares. I think that if you're going to get, like, first of all, I think there's always room for Sabonis to score more, right? Like, and in all honesty, I think adding DeRozan to this team is going to allow Sabonis to certain nights score less, but there will also be a lot more focus on DeRozan, a lot more focus on Fox, and Sabonis will actually have way more opportunity to go one-on-one and score if he chooses to do so. But for me, it's him who has the statistical ability to climb into the race and be there with a guy like Jokic. Because, like, if you look at win shares, if you look at like super advanced statistics, Sabonis is like second, third in the league in advanced statistics, like major advanced statistics categories. And so could I see Sabonis averaging 22, leading the league in rebounds at like 13.5, maybe even 14. And then on top of that, averaging close to 10 assists? Yeah, I totally could. And so I think for him, he's the one that can take this statistical leap in the other categories. Because if I'm looking at Fox and let's say he does get to 20, now let's say he gets to 30.
I think it need to be 30. Somebody in the chat said it need to be 30 and 10. I don't think it need to be 30 and 10, but I think it would have to be minimum 30 points a game.
Yeah, but I don't think he can get to 10, and that's the problem. Because
I don't think he needs to. I don't think he needs to though. I think if he averages 30, on a 30 and let's call it 6 on a 62 win team, but go on. Continue.
No, you might be right. You might be right. But the problem is that he's going to go up against Luka's averaging 34, 10, and 9.
Yeah, fair enough.
And so that's where you're going to run into this buzzsaw that's out there. So if all things are considered, equal, I think that Fox can get into a conversation like Shea did, and he can, drive his team into a conversation. But he does need to find that exact consistency that Shea has brought.
Exactly.
And that's where I think SGA is, like, we talked about it, like, he scored 31 points like 30 something times this season, which is just like wild. Like, it's such a crazy stat that, like, where he averages for the season and like the plus and minus off of that number is so close. Like, just it's remarkable. So the consistency is something that I think if Fox were to take that leap into an MVP caliber conversation, it would have to be like every single night he's got 25, but on most nights he's around 30, and he's averaging over 30 or at 30 for the season. So I'm here for it though. Like, I think he can get there. I don't know he can win an MVP. I would bet against him winning an MVP anytime in his career. But
Shea?
No, De'Aaron.
Oh yeah.
And that's not being disrespectful. I'm just being honest.
Winning an MVP is hard, dude.
Well, yeah, I mean,
you have to be
very difficult.
Yeah, and it's not just how good a player is. Look how good Luka's been, and he still doesn't have one. It would take such a perfect lightning strike of Kings victories plus just outlandish statistical production, and maybe that's where the case for Sabonis is.
Yeah,
maybe it's not 22, 13.5, and 10, but I could see if he went to. I don't think he would because this isn't his game. But if he started with DeMar DeRozan on the team now. He starts putting up 4 threes a game.
Mm-hmm.
And starts averaging 25, 13, and 9 on a 60-plus win team. Like that leap, I think is probably easier for him to make, given how consistent he is with his rebounding and with his assist numbers.
Uh-huh.
That if you tack on an extra 3 and a couple extra field goal attempts a night, all of a sudden his 19 pretty quickly goes to 25.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, where the leap for Domas would be. I can't draw a path to DeRozan.
No. I mean, not at 35 years old.
No.
I mean, like he
not
is
a realistic one anyway.
He's a great scorer, and like I think that there's a lot of things that you love about him, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's really tough for a guy to become something he hasn't been throughout his career this late in his career. And so, yeah, like win shares on the season, Domantas Sabonis finished 4th behind Jokic, Shea, and Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
Offensive win shares, he was 5th. Defensive win shares, Domantas Sabonis was number 11 in the league.
I think
all of these advanced statistics put him up there in the conversation, which is why he usually finishes in the top 10 of MVP balloting.
Right.
But that's amazing.
The other issue with this, and this is where, again, this is not necessarily about Sacramento. You would also need the guy we just talked about, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, to either have a really down year or have Oklahoma City be like a 5 seed. And you need to have Anthony Edwards not taking another leap and Minnesota being like a 4 seed.
Yeah, and I would even say
we haven't even mentioned Nikola Jokic, by the way.
Yeah.
Who might just steamroll his way to another one.
Yeah. And I'd also say, like, it wouldn't even be this season. It would be you don't just have to do it once, you have to do it twice. You know, that's where, sort of Shea is at right now. He's a 2-time All-Star, but he finished 5th in MVP the season before and 2nd this last year. He's pacing to get there, but he's also getting Defensive Player of the Year. He's getting Clutch Player of the Year votes. He's getting First Team All MVP, All NBA votes. All these things. Like you would have to have somebody take a leap, like a dramatic leap.
That's the other area I think that could help De'Aaron in making that case, is just flipping that switch into a full-blown, like, nationally known, renowned 2-way player.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Where he's at 30 and 6 a night. He's shooting 38% from 3, and he's 2nd team all defense.
Yeah.
And it's just known when your team plays the Kings, it's like, man, De'Aaron Fox is going to put clamps on whoever the guard is.
Yeah. I think it's going to be interesting, too, to see how the dynamic changes when you add an elite scorer like DeMar DeRozan. Does it take away from De'Aaron's point totals?
Yeah.
Or will it add to the point totals?
Yeah.
I definitely think it's going to be like people are like Keegan Murray for most valuable player, for most improved player. Someone in the chat had put that out there. That's going to be so incredibly difficult because he's now running up against basically 3 players on his team that are going to average around 70 points a game. So yeah, that's where advanced team building really does come into play. It's why I will keep saying I think Keon Ellis as of today might be the best option as your starting shooting guard because he gives you the defense, but he also doesn't demand a bunch of shots, right? It allows Malik Monk to be your first option off the bench, which means he's going to get 12 to 15 shots per game where he's not going to get that with the starting group. So if you're piecing together all of these things, you need everyone to fit in the puzzle. It can't just be like, hey, like we're going to throw this guy into the starting lineup and see how it works. Like everyone has to have a role. And that's what's going to be very difficult for Keegan. I expect Keegan to ascend as you slowly see DeMar DeRozan descend as far as what he is as a player, but that probably won't happen in this year. It might happen the year after that. And then, whether DeMar is there for year 3 or not, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah. But yeah, there's some interesting stuff that's going on with this team, and it's not just cut and dry. Hey, go get this player and let's see how it goes type stuff.
Yeah, I'm not banking on Keegan Murray becoming more aggressive with this group of players.
Yeah.
which you can't be a little bit better. Again, you have to get outside of Sacramento. We might watch Keegan on a night-to-night basis and go, wow, what a leap.
Mm-hmm.
But statistically, to be most improved, there's going to be somebody who averaged 14 a game last year who averages 22 a night. Somebody's going to take that Kobe White type of leap.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to take that Tyrese Maxey type of leap where Tyrese Maxey was really good and then he goes to great.
Yeah.
Honestly, you know what's going to be gross? You know who I think is going to win most improved?
Uh-oh.
Ja.
Oh.
Ja's going to come back.
He'll get comeback player of the year.
Is that an award in the NBA?
Oh, maybe not. I think it is. Oh, maybe it's not. I just assume they have a comeback player of the year.
Who? I have no idea.
You're probably right.
I don't think they do.
Yeah. Huh.
But I could just tell. I can see it now. Like, wow, he stayed out of trouble. He averaged 28 a night. Wow, what a player, Ja. We got to give him something.
They do have an award.
Oh,
I think.
Okay, good.
It was awarded from No, it was only awarded from 1981 and 1986. They don't have it anymore.
Bring it back.
Because I
bring it back.
That's funny.
Yeah. I don't see. I am interested to see what the DeRozan inclusion does for sure. Particularly with Malik Monk and how Mike Brown fits all those guys on the floor at one time.
Oh yeah.
And the biggest question for me is not necessarily whether those guys can all play together, because I think they can. There's enough playmaking chops there, and I think there's enough basketball IQ there for them to coexist, particularly offensively. The defensive stuff you can figure out, but particularly on offense, I think they can all fit together. The number one problem that has to be solved when you start talking about closing lineup: De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis. That's the closing five, right?
Mm-hmm.
Assuming everybody's healthy, that's the way we're leaning.
Well, I mean, I think it's going to be game in and game out. Like, I think that there's a possibility that one of the starters is out, and maybe Keon Ellis is as a starter. Like, you might need to go defensive here and there.
Okay,
but yeah, I'm kind of with you.
The biggest question they have to answer, and this can be figured out throughout the season, but if they're going to be in the playoffs, I think this needs to be hashed out by the postseason, is what's that pecking order look like?
Yeah, I'm kind of here for a no pecking order.
I think you got to have one.
Final 5 minutes.
I think you got to have one.
Well, I still think it's going to be Fox, but then I think it's going to be Fox, DeRozan, and Monk. And I also think that the fact that you don't know what angle it's coming from, and so if a team wants to switch, one of those guys is going to have a mismatch, and that's who you go to. Like, that's what it's going to be. You're gonna ride the hot hand. You're going to go to the mismatch, and you're going to attack that. I don't know. I'm here for it.
Trying to run offense in the final 2 minutes of a close game, though.
Yeah.
Like, dude, get your guy going downhill and go get a bucket.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I thought. That's kind of what I think the Kings' problem was in crunch time last year. It was so much like DHO and drive and kick and all this stuff. Like, dude, just give it to De'Aaron Fox. Let him dribble past his guy and let him go score. Whether it's in the mid range, whether he's getting to the cup, he does it.
Yeah,
that's their most unstoppable play is De'Aaron Fox is too fast for whatever the defense is doing.
I agree, but I think at some point it became predictable, and I think that's where.
So,
well, yeah, but if it becomes predictable, but if they stop it, if he goes from shooting 54% in the clutch to, 44% in the.
What was it before last year?
I mean,
he was the clutch player of the year because everybody in the building knew De'Aaron Fox.
Oh yeah,
was going to walk into a 3 in Chicago, and it didn't matter.
Yeah,
everybody knew De'Aaron Fox was going to be the guy. To me, he's still the guy. That was the crux of what I was saying.
I think he should still be the guy, and and again, the fact that him and DeMar DeRozan finished 1 and 2 in fourth quarter scoring, again, that's like dueling banjos. Like, if you don't,
I think Monk was up there too, by the way.
Yeah, go on. If you don't know where they're coming from, what player is going to attack, it's one thing to try to slow something down in the first 45 minutes of a game, but that final couple of minutes when it becomes elite one-on-one play. That's where I think the Kings had really, really struggled. And they had this problem that some games they had had tried to stay in games for so long that De'Aaron had played too many minutes already.
Mhm.
And you got to give him a break really quick and hope that you can hold on and then bring him right back in.
Mhm.
Well, now when you do that, it's like, it's okay.
Sure.
There can be a place where you start the fourth quarter without DeMar DeRozan, without De'Aaron Fox on the court. And then you wait until, as long as you can get to the 5-minute mark, you can get to the 6-minute mark, maybe the 8-minute mark. It just depends on the game before you need to drop in your 2 dudes to finish it.
Mhm.
And that in those minutes, I think Malik Monk can really be an impactful player that helps put you over the top in games that, maybe that you wouldn't have been in last year.
Yeah.
Again, like the key to the NBA is having as many players on your roster that the opposing team has a game plan for.
Mhm.
If you only have 2 or 3 of them on in your starting
Yeah.
lineup or on the court at one time, that makes you like pretty easy to defend. If
Mhm.
all of your guys are standing in the corner waiting
Mhm.
for the 3 ball, okay, like
Mhm.
that's not that dangerous. When you have to start worrying about, who's going to attack as Luka or Kyrie.
Mhm.
And then, hey, we still have to make sure that we're not getting beat by PJ Washington, or we're not getting
Mhm.
beat by Derrick Jones Jr. in the corner, or whatever.
Mhm.
That's a big deal. But I think for me, this is one of those situations where the more guys that can go for 30 or 40 every single game
Sure.
that you have, the more difficult you are to defend and
Mhm.
game plan and everything else. And then having DeMar DeRozan have a completely different skill set than anyone else that you've had on this roster,
Mhm.
to me, is really intriguing as well.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. I think it's something they have to hash out, though,
Mhm.
because there can't be, at the end of games, Monk is dribbling and it's like, oh wait, DeMar's supposed to be the guy, or now you've got, maybe it's DeRozan taking the last shot, and you have, and maybe I'm way overthinking this, but it's Fox and Monk like, hey, what is this? Like, I'm supposed to be. I think that's something that has to be figured out, because that can really cause a problem where if you're in the final couple of minutes and you have people hesitating on what they're supposed to be doing because, oh, I'm the guy or I'm not the guy.
Yeah.
Like, not to me, there has to be, and like you said, it's not that I think in the final 2 or 3 minutes of a game, De'Aaron Fox has to take every single shot.
Yeah.
But I think there has to be an understanding that in those spots, hey, when they're going to just ISO and he's going to go get a bucket, he's going to be the guy to do it.
Mhm.
But
Hey,
like
I think
they have 82 games plus an offseason to figure it out. So.
Yeah, there are going to be games where you get into and you're waiting to see if De'Aaron's just a decoy.
Sure.
But you're going to have games where DeMar's just a decoy,
Mm-hmm.
and where Malik's just a decoy.
Mhm.
Like all of these guys can take over in a game
Mhm.
late. And I think what it does do is it takes all the pressure off of Sabonis.
Mhm.
Maybe for Sabonis, the pressure is to make sure that you're finding the right guy in the right moment.
Mhm.
And then from there, it's like, okay, like who's gonna bring something different tonight? And like, again, you can ride the hot hand. Somebody has shown it all game long that they got it. Then you just keep feeding them and feeding them.
Yeah. If Monk has 50, you're not gonna go away from him in the last minute.
No, totally, totally.
That's a little bit where I kind of wonder if a shot blocking big would be really valuable. Where you could just go those 4 guys with a big who's defending the rim in the final minutes. Because look, God love Domas, if you're in a spot where, hey, we need to get a stop and then we need to go get a bucket.
Mhm.
It's like, if you're not going to lean on him to be the guy to go get a bucket, then
I think
again, they don't have that player on the roster, so it's got to be Domas.
the way he plays himself into that is to be the guy who is going to rip down the rebound.
Yeah.
To finish the defensive possession.
Yeah.
And so I think that's where like
or create another possession on offense.
Yeah, the brilliance of him is the fact that he literally leads the league in rebounding 2 years in a row, and is so incredibly good on the defensive rebounding side. That's where I think he's going to have tremendous, his passing and his value is going to be rebounding and just finishing possessions in the clutch, and on occasion getting a rebound and putting the ball back in.
We'll put back action.
Well, that and like, look, if there's one thing that DeRozan brings to the table, it's the free throw shooting. Like, he's a knockdown. Him and Monk both are knockdown 3-point free throw shooters. And so having those guys in the clutch, hey, maybe there are moments where De'Aaron doesn't have it because he's not hitting his free throws that night, and you go to those guys instead of him, and it changes the dynamic as well.
Or Maybe Domas can start shooting it from 16 feet.
There it
Just spreading the floor a little. I don't know. Crazy. No, I've given up. That's my pledge for this year. I've given up asking Domas to do more on offense. That's the thing that that's the thing I'm not worried about anymore.
Yeah.
Just, it's not a bad thing. It's just, okay, it's really clear this is the space he's going to live in. He occupies the hell out of that space. But in crunch time, I'm not going to go, hey, why aren't they getting it to Domas? Your second best guy. You got to go to... No, not doing it anymore. That's talking myself in a circle that is never going to end.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Thanks. All right. We need to take a break. When we come back, I saw a debate happening on the internet yesterday, and I circled that debate, and I said, we're going to talk about that on the radio tomorrow. So we're going to do that next. Kings fans, I want you to weigh in. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320, and of course in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320. We have a fun Kings debate coming up next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Okay. Oh, you weren't? Oh, okay. Hang on. We have sorry. Go. Nope. Go. Good Lord, dude. Yep. That's where I'm at. Yeah, dude. Here we go.
It is his birthday.
Yeah, I saw that on Facebook.
Yeah. I would have looked. But...
Hey, what's up, Michigan? 30 seconds.
How realistic is a Jared Allen trade? Not realistic at all. I don't think. I don't know. You never know, but I don't think so. Let's not talk politics in the chatty house.
Here we go. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We are rocking with you until noon. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Big salute to Jiffy Lube. At noon, we will hand it off to D'Lo and Casey, and they will hang out with you until 4 o'clock. Little Birdie told me, and by Little Birdie, I mean Facebook, told me that it's Kenny Caraway's birthday today. I hope we get him for the handoff.
I have confirmation that it is his birthday.
I'm going to make fun of him for being old.
Oh.
I'm really excited for it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Last year was a big birthday for him.
Yes, I know. That's why I want to make fun of him.
Yeah, this year's not so much.
The big 6'8" for Kenny Caraway. 68 years old.
68 years old. That's amazing.
We'll get to that in the handoff. That's coming up in about 45 minutes right here on Sacramento Sports Leader. All right. So there I was yesterday, scrolling Twitter, as I am wont to do on a Sunday.
Yes.
Procrastinating on my job. It's fine. And I saw our guy, Kevin Fippen,
All right.
tweeting about DeMarcus Cousins v. Domantas Sabonis. And I believe it was in response to somebody else who had prompted the question. Well, basically, would you take prime DeMarcus Cousins or Domantas Sabonis?
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is super interesting because it feels like two different philosophies of player evaluation coming together.
Yeah.
Because I don't think there's any question when you look at Sabonis's body of work over, and really the last 5 or so years,
Mm-hmm.
that he's just been a more productive player than DeMarcus.
Yeah, I mean, I would say DeMarcus Cousins, like the ceiling is higher. Was
Right.
always higher.
Right. And I think that's where, if you're going to argue for DeMarcus Cousins in this
Yeah.
discussion, that's what you're banking on. You're arguing about a version of DeMarcus Cousins that everybody hoped we'd eventually see. He was awesome in Sacramento. I don't want it to come across like he wasn't good.
Yeah.
He was awesome. But there was always this like ceiling that he never quite reached as a player.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I think this comes in, because if you're going, y'all take Prime Boogie because I think I can get him to that ceiling that he never quite got to, and maybe at that ceiling, yeah, he's better than Domas. But what we've seen on the court, I think it's a tougher argument to make.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things here. Number one, it just depends on how you're like, are you trying to build a sustainable winner? What is it you're trying to do? Like, we always talk about how difficult it's proven out to be to put players around Luka Doncic and have them succeed, right? So I think that there's an aspect of Domantas Sabonis that you put him on the court and it's super simple to put players around him and have those players find success. That's not to take away from those players finding success and say, hey, he only succeeded because he had Domantas Sabonis. But he's a player that when you do drop him in the middle of the floor, he makes everyone around him better, at least in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And I think with DeMarcus, he was a player that had potential to continuously get better for himself and to get better and better and better, and hopefully drag some of his teammates along with him as he got better. Like Prime Boogie, 26, 27 points a game, 11, 12 rebounds per game.
His age 23 through 27 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
So a 5-year stretch. He was at 25 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 assists a night with 1.5 steals, 1.4 blocks, shooting 46.6% from the field, 34.8% from 3, and 74.8% from the line. Just an outstanding player.
Yes. Outstanding. And, like someone in the chat says, DeMarcus Cousins never had good players around him. That's not correct at all. He did have players around him. Like, did he have a primo lineup that, that could beat anyone in the world? No. But, like, Rudy Gay was a very good NBA basketball player. The Isaiah Thomas years were, like, you had potential there. He had Tyreek Evans. Like, there were players that came through Sacramento that should have helped him become better. Even, like, three-point shooters like Marcus Thornton and stuff like that. There were players that could have helped. I would always make the argument that, like, if I were building a franchise and it was just like you're looking at two players on a board, which one would you choose? The statistics, I would always probably choose DeMarcus Cousins. But the reality of team building and of trying to build a culture was nearly impossible with him, where I think Sabonis, as a teammate, as a fit, as a player who makes everyone better, is just an easier player to build around than Cousins.
God, Cousins went 27, 11, and 5.
Oh, yeah.
In the 2016-17 season. Good Lord.
And that's part of two different teams, right? Yeah. So when he got traded to, he was averaging 27-8 when he got traded. But again, on a team that was barely, when he got traded, they were barely in the playoff picture. And their final 25 or 30 games was like nearly impossible for them to make the playoffs.
The injury stuff with him is brutal.
Yeah.
That's because we never really got to see, he missed the entire 19-20 season, 2019-2020 season because of an ACL.
Mm-hmm.
He got hurt in his first season with New Orleans too, right?
Actually, he popped his Achilles
Right.
in his first full season with
Right. That's right. He only
the
played 48
Pelicans.
games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when he came back,
He was only 27 years old when that happened, man.
yeah, when he blew his ACL right in the summer leading up
Yes.
to the next season.
Yeah.
And really, really tough. Like all of it. Yeah. You always felt for him.
I have zero recollection of DeMarcus Cousins playing for Houston, the Clippers, or Milwaukee.
I do not remember Houston all that much. I do remember Milwaukee and Denver at the end of his career. Milwaukee, the night he got waived, I think he scored 25 and he had 25 and 15 or 20 and 15.
Wow.
And then they did not pick him up for another 10-day contract or whatever. And then he finished with Michael Malone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even like when
31 years old, man, his career is just done.
I know.
God, that's so brutal.
At this point, he's not even 34. Like the Kings just signed DeMar DeRozan to a 3-year deal, and he'll be 35 this season.
Mm-hmm.
Cousins will be 34 this year. And he's been out of the league for a couple of years, and he's been very honest about like understanding that he knows
mm-hmm.
he's not going to be back in the league, and that's why he went and played. He's been playing in Korea, I believe,
mm-hmm.
and I think he won the MVP of their league. But yeah, really, really tough. Yeah, his final game, I'm sorry, for Milwaukee, 15 and 10 in 20 minutes.
Jeez.
5 of 8 from the field. And they waived him. It's 19 games into the 2021-22 season. And that's when he picked up with Denver and played out the rest of the streak in Denver. Yeah, like his talent was always incredible. Oh, he's in Taiwan. My bad. Thanks, John Poles. Yeah, his talent has always been just off the hook.
25, 13, and 5 with New Orleans.
Yeah.
Damn.
But again, short stints. Struggle to stay healthy.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, and we'll get to Manny here in a second, but if you were to just put them in draft profile form, I think I'm probably leaning Boogie.
Yeah.
But I think my mind is clouded by a lot of the.
Well, I mean, it was really difficult to build a culture around him.
Right.
Like it's part of his legacy as a player. It totally is. Like, yeah. I mean, I remember I had the privilege of covering him in the finals with the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
But if you remember that in that playoffs, he tore his quad off the
chasing a loose ball.
Yeah. Against Houston.
That's brutal.
And then he came back, and I remember being at the finals, and it was overwhelming for him. He had not been in that situation where there was that much media.
Yeah.
And all of these people throwing things at it. You could see him, like, because I spent 6.5 years covering him. I asked a question, and the second he heard my voice, I saw him snap and like look and like
a familiar face.
Like, okay, I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Like I know James is here. I know who that is. I can level myself out.
Yeah.
It was really interesting to watch, and just like again, like I had some really good times with him, some really bad times with him, but some really good times as well.
Manny, you're on the Insiders. What's up, man?
So the original post, right? And this one got irritated. I never get irritated. No, I always get irritated. But the original post came from, the question was, in just skill set, who would you take? And I even hate the question just because anything you say always makes it look like you're slandering the other person, but that's not the point. But it's like, the dude literally argued that, I was like, look, man, rebounding to me was pretty even in their primes, like skill set wise. Assist, I'll give it to Domas. Shooting wise, though, I got to give it to Boogie. Like, I got to give it to Boogie. He could hit from anywhere on the floor. He was more athletic. And the dude's argument was like, no, Domas was a more efficient shooter. And it's like, and then they start bringing up the added. It's like, you can't, and that's what all these arguments came from. Everyone that would side with Sabonis seemed to started including fit for a team or his attitude, or he didn't make it to the playoffs. Like, that has nothing to do with skill set. A skill set is what you have athletically, at least, unless James tell me if I'm wrong or what you think or you too, Kyle, what you think the definition of a skill set is.
Mhm.
Do you include, is IQ included in skill set? Would you say that's a skill set?
Interesting.
Okay, yeah. So for me, I'm
Thanks,
going to
Manny.
say
Appreciate you.
what my opinion is on that is that you can't ignore all the other stuff. Like if someone can't help a culture,
Well, I think that the point of the original question was like just basketball. Strip everything else. It's just two guys on a court.
yeah,
I think DeMarcus Cousins probably had a better skill set.
yeah.
Just deeper offensive bag, like Manny said, rebounding about the same. Domas probably a better passer, but Boogie was a fine distributor.
Well, I would even say Boogie was the first generation of the big man who would run the court and dribble the ball between his legs and make spin moves. I asked Chris Gent one time, who was an assistant under Michael Malone, but who had played with Hakeem, to compare the two, and he laughed. He said Hakeem could dribble twice at the most. He's like, DeMarcus is literally doing 360 spin moves, dribbling between his legs on the break. He's like, we've never seen anything like this kid.
That's so nuts.
And I was like, yeah, I totally agree.
I know.
He's like, just a perspective. Yeah.
I've got one more Boogie thing when we get back, and then we'll get to a good idea or bad idea as well. I was just going to blow through the break, but I'm not going to have time to
it's
take
okay.
some breaks the way we
That's
need
fine.
to. So we got to go. We'll be back in a second. We'll continue this on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
Yeah. So for his career, DeMarcus Cousins shot 46% from the field, and Sabonis is at almost 56%. Like we're talking about 10% better. So yeah, there is that he's a much more efficient player. And Sabonis could, like, and if you just told him, hey man, I need you to score 20 something a game every single night, I think there's a possibility that he could. He doesn't have the bag that DeMarcus Cousins had. Like Boogie's ability to like contort his body at that size was just like stunning. Like again, like I would never take anything away from Boogie as a player, but that's not all that goes into a player. I mean, I'll just say this: Domantas Sabonis walked in the door, and the Kings snapped a 16-year playoff drought, and 6.5 years of those playoff droughts were on DeMarcus Cousins' watch. Like it's not all on him, but some of it's
on viral meningitis.
Yes. Viral meningitis. Yeah. I get that you don't want to have like his personality be part of the conversation, but your ability to win and be part of a culture is much like if we're looking at like all of your 2K ratings, if you're a 40 or a 30 and your ability to get along with others and to create a culture, it drags all your other stats down.
If you can drop 19-year-old Domantas Sabonis and 19-year-old DeMarcus Cousins into the draft, and GMs know exactly what is going to play out from a personality standpoint, I think teams would tend to lean Domas. There are teams that are always going to lean skill set and points.
Yeah,
that's gonna. But I don't know. I'm trying not to be biased because I love Boogie, but
yeah. No, I mean I was there to cover every single game he ever played in. Like I wasn't on the road all the time, but I mean I was like I covered every single one of his home games. But I was also like, you go back and see the Andy Ferrillo incident, you can see my head like in the screen of the camera that's rolling, capturing the thing. So, and Stephen Brown, DeMarcus did fall to the Kings. It was him and John Wall as the number 1 and number 2 talent in that draft.
Shout out Coach Cal, huh?
Yeah, John Beach. I'm not sure. Sorry.
We can get to it. You can just relay whatever you were reading, and then we'll just pick it up.
Yeah, like
Now, back to the
Let the voice
Insiders
guy
with
go.
James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Thanks, voice guy.
there it is. Yeah, there's a lot of like conversation here, like whether Cousins' legacy would be different if Michael Malone isn't fired and stuff like that. I don't think that's the case. I got to be honest. Like, there's a possibility that Cousins would have that they would have been able to get to the playoffs, but that's again speculation. Like, they were so far away from the playoffs at that point. When he got sick, they were rolling. I think they were 9-5. He missed his 10 games, and I think they went 1-9 over the stretch. And next thing you know, they're 10-14. They even held him out for a couple of extra games because that was truly intentional. Not to have DeMarcus Cousins catch viral meningitis, which he was never happy that got out there, that it was viral meningitis. I'm not sure whose decision that was, like bust HIPAA, to violate HIPAA rules there and actually give us what it was that he had. But there were years before that. Like, that was in 2013. He was drafted in 2010. Like, Cousins had been part of like plenty of other things before that. And I'd always go back, and again, this isn't to bash, but my final season covering him, when he was traded, people need to remember that there was like 3 situations with media members. There was a situation in New York City where he had got into a bar fight, which it wasn't his fault, but he was part of it.
Right.
There was also the situation where he yelled at a Warriors fan in the tunnel and got suspended for a game. And there's also the fact that, like, when he was traded in February, he had already collected 15 technicals. Like, and I kept saying, "Oh, it's the best that he was so much better that year. He started to grow, like." And he did more in that year than 99% of NBA players do in their entire careers in that one stretch of 55 games or whatever. That, 15 technicals. Again, the
Insane.
incidents with media members. And I wasn't one of those. I didn't have an incident with DeMarcus where we got into it. I did have the God's plan night where I was asking him questions and he was talking about God's plan. That was the one night where I was like, "Oh, this isn't good."
Yeah,
like,
tough.
he's in a dark place, and I don't know. That's the one time where I was like, he's standing in front of me, like rocking back and forth, and I'm like, okay, this is not.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
tough.
we need to not have media here. That what's happening right here is not normal. Like,
yeah.
behavior. And I had known him, for a long time before that and after that. That's the one night where I was like, oh, okay, this could get like really weird really fast and like maybe a little awkward. Outside of that, I don't know. I always liked him, but it has to be part of any conversation. Like, one guy walks in the door and literally snaps a 16-year playoff drought. Another guy had 6.5 years and could never get his team to the first round, and really not even that close to the first round.
Sure.
Like, there were a lot of 33-win teams there. The only time I ever covered, the most wins I covered in my first 10 years on the job, Dave Yeager won 39. Right before that, it was 33 under George Karl.
I have a fun question. Who was DeMarcus Cousins' best teammate in your estimation?
Probably Rudy Gay.
Rudy Gay,
who was like a 20-point per game guy that, and Isaiah Thomas. You have both those guys. And, again, Tyreek Evans, like perfectly fine NBA player. So, yeah. You just were never able to put it all together. But even in the final year, they gave it one last try to build a team around him. And that didn't work out at all. And then Rudy popped his Achilles and they traded Omri Caspi. They waived Matt Barnes. Like, that whole entire team just imploded.
Here's my last thing on this. And then we may or may not get to a good idea, bad idea. I'm having a hard time believing that you could pick up 20, I don't know, 25-year-old DeMarcus Cousins, who went, no, I'm sorry, 26-year-old DeMarcus Cousins, who was 27-11 and 4.6.
Mhm.
Drop him onto this version of the Kings and they'd get worse. I can't get there. Maybe that's the case. Maybe it would just be such a disaster and the vibes would be terrible and they'd be a 40-win team and we'd be wondering what's wrong. But I have just a really hard time thinking, yeah, in that exact role, he's going to do all the same stuff, except he's going to stretch out and shoot a three.
Yeah.
Or he's going to be able to put the ball on the deck and spin and get to the rack and score with more often than Domas is willing to do.
I would say that the idea of DeMarcus will always be more functional than the reality of DeMarcus.
Sure.
And the idea of Domantas Sabonis is what it is. Like, he is exactly what his numbers say. He's one of the most well-rounded, like, dominant players in the league. And people outside of Sacramento, the Kevin O'Connors of the world, they can argue with that. But there's a reason why he's been in the top 10 in MVP balloting the last 2 years. There's a reason why he's an all-NBA player 2 years in a row, while he's a 3-time All-Star.
Yeah, but where does he rank in the Ringer rankings? And that's what I'm concerned about.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, at the end of the day, you have to acknowledge what it is that Domantas Sabonis, and it can be, you can keep saying, well, the potential isn't there. It's like, yeah, but the functionality is.
Sure.
And if we go back to like the Kings' idea of players, it's always about not what you can predict. It's about the actual production, and the actual production of Domantas Sabonis is flat out, without any question, a straight up winner. He is. He's just a winner. He's a dude who brings his hard hat to and his lunch pail every single day. Every single day, he's there fighting and being a good teammate and doing everything in his power to make his team a winner. And that's what separates him, in my opinion.
All right, let's real quick fit in good idea, bad idea here. Number one, LeBron James is the flag bearer for Team USA during the Olympics. Good idea or bad idea? Absolutely
spectacular idea.
I love it. Number two, the Cavs have given Evan Mobley a 5-year rookie max extension.
I love Evan Mobley, but man, that number is so big for a guy who has not proven that he can be that guy. And so I guess it's a good idea, but you are projecting a lot.
He fits perfectly in that box of player that you look at the 5-year max and you go, that's a lot. But if they had traded him, it would have been probably for less than his value.
Yeah.
And you're going, what are the Cavs doing? Like, that's just an impossible spot.
Hey, Kyle, for a guy who went 15 points as a rookie, 16-2 in his second year, and 15-7 in year 3, his rebound numbers have barely climbed. His assist numbers have slowly climbed. His block numbers have declined. All of these things. His steal numbers are identical. Yeah, he's shooting the 3-point shot at 37.3%, but at 1.2 attempts per game.
Yeah, he's
like, you're waiting for the moment where he's the guy, and you might wait your entire career to see.
I'm afraid he might not have that dog in him.
Yeah,
I know that's an overused out, but that's the best thing. Go watch their playoff series against Orlando.
Yeah,
there were so many moments he looked like he wanted to be anywhere but that court, and that's tough. But I mean, the skill set's incredible.
Oh yeah, you put him next to DeMarcus Cousins, and next to Domantas Sabonis. Sabonis, you put him next to Domantas Sabonis. Oh man,
yeah, right.
Especially if he can keep up that 37%. Man, see, that's we keep talking about that high end.
That's why you keep that guy around.
Yeah,
because hey, there's a world where that really, really works. So I think it's probably a good idea by the Cavs, but I also don't think the Cavs are winning a title anytime in the next couple of seasons.
Yep.
Last one. We're going to get into some NFL in the next segment, so let's start that transition here. Jordan Love, the Packers quarterback, is due for a contract extension. He is not going to participate in camp until he gets that new deal. Good idea or bad idea for Jordan Love, given his specific situation, to not be participating in camp?
For Jordan Love, it's a good idea because you can take a bad step in camp and pop your Achilles or take a bad blow out a knee, and yeah. But for the Packers, what a horrible idea, man. You
pay your guy.
Like, there's a lot of data here of like how much you pay him.
Mhm.
Just give him the contract. Now, if he's asking for Patrick Mahomes money, I'm, hey, bro, let's tone it back a bit.
Mhm.
Like, you got to win more than one playoff game. But
Yeah, that's
yeah,
that's where this whole thing with Jordan Love gets difficult for the Packers.
Mhm.
Because they had him sit out. Okay, he was awesome, particularly in the second half of last year. Was really good. Goes and blows out Dallas in a playoff game. Goes to San Francisco, doesn't play very well, but had the ball with a chance to win at the end of the game. And now you have one season of him, and you have to decide, okay, are we giving this guy a top of market deal? Are we paying him $60 million a year off the strength of one season? Because that's what he's going to want. Because he's the next quarterback to get paid. Or you're going to let him hold out for camp and then not be ready for the regular season.
Yeah.
That is a tough spot for the Packers front office. And I'm fascinated to see how that goes. And I'll tell you why next, because we have some predictions from USA Today. Season is a disaster for the 49ers, in part because of these Packers. We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. I'll be right back.
What's going on? Our takes on Evan Mobley, not great. Yeah. I really do love. I think that's why I always say this. Like, the NBA is so situational, right? It is. It's so incredibly situational. If you put Mobley next to a guy like Sabonis, like, he would just look like way different. And like, where I would sort of back this up is look at Jaren Jackson Jr. next to Steven Adams versus Jaren Jackson Jr. without Steven Adams. Look at the difference between the two. Just crazy. So I would like to see a better situation for him. I don't think putting him next to another thin, shot blocking, get pushed under the basket type guy. And again, I love Jared Allen. I think Jared Allen's a stud. I don't know him and Domas could fit together because they don't space the floor. But that would be I don't even want to say it wouldn't be like Miles Turner, because Miles Turner at least can space the floor. You're leaving for the 49er segment, Tay? Come on, bro. I don't, Chris Ochoa, I don't know that Domas can play the 4. I got to be honest. Defending people on the perimeter is always going to be the problem. Like, that's tough. Yeah.
Oh, look at us go.
What are we going on? Yeah, Drew down. Chet would look nice next to Domas. Yeah, I think there's like, basketball is so incredibly situational. I don't know. Oh, I didn't hear this with Boogie, but I'm gonna guess I know who that is. Who had that conversation? It was not me. Like, DeMarcus and I had plenty of conversations. Like, he would call me over to his locker, like, yo, what's up, big boy? Hey, did I deserve that tech? I'm like, you didn't deserve it on that play. but you did deserve it on the previous 5 plays where you yelled at the dude incessantly.
Oh, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, rocking with you on a Monday. James over there, Kyle right here. Jiffy Lube is the sponsor.
The road to 300,000.
Boy, that train in my brain just derailed real quick.
The road to 300,000 miles. Where are we at, Kyle?
We are. I think we've eclipsed 270 now. I haven't done a check lately, but I will. I will soon. I will do a mileage check. I've got a service coming up. It's crazy how fast my car now needs services. When I lived in Arizona and lived 2 miles from my job, and roughly 15 miles from anywhere I needed to go, I lived in Arizona for 2.5 years. I think I needed to get my car serviced like once. And now it's every few weeks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Nate Davis at USA Today does his yearly predictions. 2024 NFL record predictions. He picks playoff seeds. He picks playoff matchups. Who wins those matchups? And it's always fascinating just kind of seeing what people think about how the NFL is going to shake out, because I think the NFL, more than any other league, just has really, really good parity. It's really easy to just circle the 49ers and Chiefs and go, oh yeah, they're both the best teams and they're going to go back to the Super Bowl again. But it very rarely works like that. Nate Davis at USA Today has the 49ers as the number 1 seed in the NFC and going 13-4. Your Las Vegas Raiders, he has going 6-11, finishing 3rd in the AFC West ahead of the Broncos at 4-13. With San Francisco, I think it is so interesting that all of the preseason prognostication about the 49ers, not the statistical analysis of their roster that says their roster is the best in football or whatever it is, just the general preseason vibe with the 49ers is that they're going to go something like 13-4 again and be the number 1 seed in the NFC. And maybe I'm pessimistic. Maybe I'm missing something. But it's really hard to lose a Super Bowl and then just go 13-4 and be the number 1 seed again the next year. I just don't buy that. I can't get there.
I kind of feel like you're looking at a team that is so good that they can't, like 11-6 is like the worst. I would say like a projection would be like between 12-5 and 13-4. But it's a long season. We saw the lulls of this team last year where they dropped 3 in a row, right? And didn't look good doing it.
Nope.
And then they come back around. I still think that for this team to not be a top tier NFC, like highly competitive, like championship contending team, it would take a lot of injuries. I mean, it could be a couple of crucial injuries. Like we always talk about, like Trent Williams. What do you do if Trent Williams not there, especially since they didn't address
Brock Purdy too.
Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey. Like there are players that could totally impact what you're doing. But at the end of the day, the depth of this team is really good. The way that their system for replacing players is solid. And so I'm not sure that I still believe that this team is, like, it would take a bunch of crucial injuries. And even still, I think that they're a team that is going to win 10 games.
Yeah, that's kind of more where I land, is that 10-win range. Because 10-7's a decent year. That's gonna very likely get you in the playoffs. But man, I think the Rams are going to be better this year. I think Arizona's going to be better this year. I think Seattle's going to be tough. And then they have the Chiefs on their schedule. They have the Bills on their schedule. Like this is not some cakewalk 18-week slate for a team coming off another deep playoff run.
Yeah.
Coming off the emotional toll that another season-ending disappointment takes. And then to make matters worse, Nate Davis, again, we're doing his predictions from USA Today, has the 49ers going to the NFC title game and hosting the Green Bay Packers and losing to Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers at home in the NFC title game. He has the Jets beating the Packers in the Super Bowl, which feels like
shtick.
Yeah.
It does.
That has big time. I want maximum clicks on this. I want people to aggregate. USA Today predicts Jets Packers Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I don't think the Jets are going to the Super Bowl. I don't know if the Jets are making the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they have to actually do something to like. How old is Aaron Rodgers? And he hasn't played in a year. And
40.
Yeah, and he hasn't played at all.
No.
And he's coming off a major injury.
Yeah. Jesse and I talked about this the other day. I don't know how, where it's Tom Brady's fault, first of all, that we just see a 40-year-old quarterback coming off a major injury and we go, oh yeah, no, Super Bowl contender. And I get that part of it with the Jets is how good their defense is. Their defense was awesome last year. Robert Saleh had that unit cooking. Pause.
Yep.
And they had the worst quarterback play in the league. And so the bar for quarterback play with the Jets is way down here because of how good their defense is. And because of how good Breece Hall is. And because of how good Garrett Wilson is. Okay, that's awesome. Good for the Jets. 12-5 winning the AFC East and going to the Super Bowl? We're just ready to pencil them in without seeing Aaron Rodgers do anything?
Yeah.
I can't, dude, this is not 28-year-old Aaron Rodgers. Where you go, yeah, you still feel really good about it. He might not be effective at all.
Yeah.
Or their defense might regress a little. And you have the Dolphins, who are, I think, going to be really good again. You have the Bills, who I think are going to be good again. You
have Baltimore. You have Kansas City.
Just Cincinnati. Who has the last play schedule, by the way.
Oh.
Cincinnati gets to play a last play schedule.
Even Jacksonville started to crank it up, and and Houston got better. Like, it's tough, man.
I'm out on the AFC South.
Yeah, you don't like any of them?
Just in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, the Jets, I'm not buying it. And maybe by the end of the season I'm wrong. But the Chiefs are a team I'm comfortable saying, yeah, they could go to the Super Bowl. The Bengals, for sure. If you told me Jim Harbaugh turned around the Chargers, like, okay, I at least I see the vision. I don't see it with New York.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. And the other thing I would point out is that, the year before, Aaron Rodgers led the Green Bay Packers to an 8-9 record. Like, I don't know who they are as a team and like who he is as a player still, and why you would just assume that after missing a year with a blown Achilles that he's just going to walk in the door and be some sort of messiah for a franchise that hasn't been able to get out of their way for decades.
It's crazy.
Yeah, so I mean,
It's
look, it's possible. Like, if he wouldn't got hurt last year, I would have put them in the playoffs. But we're a year removed. He's a year older, and he's got a catastrophic leg injury.
Yes.
So maybe it works out.
Spot.
Yeah, it is a tough spot. It is.
So in the AFC West, let's just run through each division here. You have the Chiefs winning the division at 13-4, Chargers 9-8, Raiders 6-11, Broncos 4-13. The Raiders go 6-11.
That's tough.
I think they're going to be.
Maybe they are too. Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm underestimating the strength of their division or whatever, or maybe I'm overestimating Gardner Minshew, which is definitely a possibility because I love me some Minshew, but I just think they're going to be way better. Jimmy Garoppolo was a disaster last year, and Aiden O'Connell was not ready to be a starting quarterback.
No.
And I think you get Antonio Pierce, who got that team moving the right direction at the end of last year. I think their defensive line is going to be really good. You add Christian Wilkins to the middle with Max Crosby and Malcolm Kuntz. I think that's a really, really good defensive line. It's going to cause a lot of problems for opposing quarterbacks. I think they're more in the like 8 or 9 win range than the 5 or 6 win range.
No, I'm totally with you. I mean, they went 8-9 last year, and didn't they blow a bunch of late leads and stuff early? Like, I think that team can go 8-9. They can go 9-8. Like, that's where I would kind of put them. Like, right around a 500 team, give or take. So, yeah, that's tough.
Michael Mayer, thank you. The tight end, and their first round pick from this year's name is eluding me. The kid from Georgia who was awesome.
Oh,
Probably should have gone in the top 5.
Yeah.
Help me. What's their tight end's name?
I'm missing it too.
Someone will get me here in the chatty house. But
Yep.
I think that tight end duo is going to be really, really good.
Mm.
And I love that the Raiders went out and took a really talented tight end that was talked about all year as a top 5 guy. And then just during the draft process, it just kind of fell, and he fell all the way to Vegas.
Brock Bowers.
Brock Bowers. Thank you. Jesus. Awesome player.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a ton of weapons there. I think Gardner Minshew is going to get the ball to Devontae Adams more effectively than Jimmy Garoppolo or Aiden O'Connell did. There's an opportunity for the Raiders to be a problem.
Yeah, they went more functional and less sexy, which is usually a problem for them. They usually like to do things that look like really shiny and cool.
Functional and not sexy is how I live my life.
Yeah, there it is. Well, I mean, I think it is a good, if you're building a team, it's probably the best way to do it. Like, you have a choice between a flashy wide receiver and a tight end who's probably going to be more impactful for your team. Go with the tight end. Yep. Like, how many times did they just draft off of 40 time?
A lot. Well, yeah. And this year they had drafted Mayer the year before. He's a good player out of Notre Dame. He's a really, really solid player. So they didn't necessarily need a tight end. But like I said, Brock Bowers was awesome at Georgia the last 2 years.
Yeah.
By the way, he was really, really good. So what do you do when you're trying to build a good football team? You get good football players. And it feels like that's what they're doing. Christian Wilkins, a little bit of an overpay for a defensive tackle, maybe, but really good football player.
You're one of the best defensive tackles in the league.
Get him in the building.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
The best. Yeah.
So I like what the Raiders did. Like I said, maybe I'm Gardner Minshew pilled, but I think they're more in the 8 to 9 win range than 5 or 6. AFC North. They've got the Bengals at 11-6, the Browns at 10-7, the Ravens at 10-7, the Steelers at 9-8. It feels like cheating with the Steelers.
Yeah.
Because Mike Tomlin doesn't finish below 500, so you can pencil him in minimum 9-8.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what you have to do.
Yeah, the Ravens going 10-7 would surprise me a little.
Yeah, they're better than that.
Yeah, Derrick Henry in that backfield is going to be nasty.
Yeah, they're a 12-win team.
I'm not going through the AFC South; they don't matter. The AFC East we already went through. The NFC West: Niners at 13-4, Rams 10-7, Cardinals 7-10, Seahawks 5-12. Oof.
Well, yeah, but you got to remember they had like the great purge of all of their specialty players outside of Herbert. Like that.
No, the Seahawks.
Oh! I thought you said
Seahawks.
The Chargers.
I might have misspoke, but yeah, Cardinals 7-10, Seahawks 5-12. Yeah, the Chargers they have it at 9-8 in the AFC West.
Oh yeah, they'll be solid.
I think.
But still, that's tough.
I'm betting on Jim Harbaugh, dude.
Are you?
Yeah. I think they're going to be better than 9-8.
It's tough though because again, they lost a lot of talent on that.
Yeah,
roster.
I don't think it's going to matter. They bolstered their offensive line. Jim Harbaugh just figures out how to generate winning football programs, man.
Yeah, no, he does.
Like
for sure.
I think they're going to be. I think they're going to be better than that. NFC North: Packers at 13-4, Lions at 11-6, Bears 9-8, Vikings 5-12. The funny thing with the Vikings is all this talk about their receiver room, and it's like Sam Darnold's going to be their starting quarterback, dude. I'm out on the Vikings. I'm sorry, I don't buy the Sam Darnold got a year with the Fort. Like, no, he's just not very good. It's okay. It's all right. Go 5-12, get a nice draft pick, help out JJ McCarthy next year. The Vikings will be cooking. I think they're fine.
Okay. Yeah, I would even say like there's a better chance that they switch quarterbacks in week 4 than that they stay with what they're doing.
Great point.
Yeah.
NFC South, we're skipping because they're like the AFC South and then the NFC East. He has the Eagles winning it at 10-7. This is Nate Davis from USA Today Sports. The Cowboys going 8-9, Commanders 7-10, Giants 4-13. An 8-9 season with the Cowboys might give Jerry Jones a conniption.
Yeah, I don't know how many more of those seasons he can handle, or how many more seasons he can handle in general.
All right, we'll continue this discussion throughout the offseason. The 49ers report for training camp tomorrow. Veterans will report to training camp and then they start training camp a couple of days later. But ladies and gentlemen, it's the man of the hour, the birthday boy, Kenny Caraway in the building. Let's go. Happy birthday, man.
Appreciate it, man.
68
Thank
big
you.
ones. That's
you know,
huge.
I'm getting up there. Feels like it, man.
Yeah.
Feels like it. But, you know, aging like fine wine around here. You know what I'm saying? We aging like fine wine around here. Everything good, man. Everything good. I appreciate you guys.
You have a good weekend?
I did have a good weekend. It had nothing to do with my birthday. You know what's happened? When I was a youngin', you know, it was 3 birthdays in July. It was my Auntie Cindy, then me,
Mm-hmm.
then my little cousin Brianna came,
Mm-hmm.
and that was it. And then all these little cousins and godchildren and all this other stuff in the last 10 years then came along. We got, in my family, we've got 3, 4, 5. I think we got about 7 to 8 birthdays in July.
Dang.
So now I'm just lost in the shuffle.
Yeah, no, well, and
I'm
you've
just
aged
lost in
out.
the
And you've aged out.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
I've
all the
aged-
kids got it now, man.
You know what sucks is 30 is because once you get past 21,
Mm.
you get every 10 years. You get 21st birthday party time, and then it's 30, 40, 50, and beyond,
Mhm,
right?
mhm, mhm.
Patton Oswalt has a great bit about this. But my 30th birthday was during the middle of a pandemic,
Oh man,
August of
damn.
2020.
Well, you got to re-celebrate that, dog.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
My
Yeah.
30th, we did James's birthday extravaganza. Flew to New York, took a rental car to Cooperstown, came back, caught a Yankees game at Old Yankee Stadium.
Incredible.
He was living. He was doing his thing.
Spent
Yeah.
a couple of days in Manhattan. Yeah.
I
Yeah, God,
used
Lou
to
Gehrig
do.
probably played in that one.
Oh, come on,
Damn.
man. Come on. That's okay.
Yeesh.
He said James, not Charlie. Okay. That shout out to my boy Charlie. But when I was younger, like anyway, like the 20s, all the 20s, maybe a couple of 30s here and there.
Mhm.
I used to have a All-Star weekend for my birthday.
Oh.
It was popping Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It was popping. Now it just kind of happens. I got kids now, and they want to spend my birthday with them. So it's what.
Yeah, it's the move. Are you a birthday guy then? I've never been a birthday guy.
Like what you mean?
Like I used to so when I lived in Arizona, I didn't know people cared about this kind of stuff.
Mm.
Like when I was younger, we did our birthday parties and stuff. My parents were always great about, throwing some kind of little birthday shindig.
Mm.
But when I got older and out of the house, I was like, I don't care that much. Like I'll just invite a couple of friends out for dinner. So I hid my birthday on Facebook because it's all the notifications and stuff. I
Oh,
was
yeah.
it's just,
It feels
I don't know.
disingenuous.
It is.
Yeah.
It's overwhelming too. A lot of the times. I mean, I have fun with it. Like it's my birthday or whatever. But, yeah, it's a fun day. If somebody doesn't tell me happy birthday, I'm not like disrespectful. I'm disowning you. It's like it's whatever. Like
Sure.
it's cool. Like I got love. I enjoy my day. Everybody shows me love. My family and everybody, they always ask me, what do you want for your birthday or whatever? And I was like, look, man, I got a goal. Trying to get to a stack every birthday. All right. So do what you
Smart.
got to do to get there. No, I don't know.
Love that.
I'd
No,
be
you
like, I
should.
don't know
That's
what I
smart.
want, man. I don't want
Yeah.
anything.
World
I just
peace.
I just want, if I have something going on, cake and ice cream, show up.
Sure.
Let's have a good time.
Yeah.
Let's celebrate that way. But I don't ever want nothing, man. I ain't gonna ask nobody for no presents or nothing like
Yeah.
that on my birthday.
Yeah,
I
think
have
I'm with you.
the weird thing. My wife and I have the same birthday.
Right.
And then our son, our oldest, he came a week earlier.
Mhm.
Mm.
So we're May
Yeah,
8th.
3
and then
birthdays
May
in the-
15th. Boom.
yeah.
All of them like in one. And then our
It's nice.
youngest is late August.
See, he gets to enjoy everything by himself.
Yeah.
Good
yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah.
The-
My family, like I said, my family got crazy Julys and Novembers. Novembers is like
Mm.
7 or 8.
August
people.
is ours. I think August is our big
Yeah.
month.
You know what happens is like we just end up recycling money, right? You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Because
Yeah.
I'll be like, oh, what you getting me for my? Oh, here's $25. Oh, let me take this $25 and pay for Christian's
Yeah.
birthday. or
Somebody
whatever. It
else's
just-
birthday.
Yeah, it just moves around. So.
my group of friends here in Sacramento, my wife and I's a close group of friends. There's 6 of us, and our birthdays are all between August 14th and like September 22nd.
Oh, it's lit.
It's crazy. So we just it's every year early September is just birthday shindig. But
Yeah.
No, what I was going to say was I used to keep my birthday hidden on Facebook because I didn't care and I didn't think anybody else cared that much. So I'm in Arizona, living in Arizona, and we happened to be out at the Cheesecake Factory on my birthday. It was on a weekend. We just happened to be out. That's what we did. We go eat, then we go out. And I order a drink, and the waitress takes my ID, and she goes, "Oh, happy birthday." Yo, I look out. The group of my friends is daggers at me. And they were mad because they wanted to celebrate for me.
Yeah.
And I realized that was selfish of me to be like, I don't want anything on my, but like, no, my friends wanted to do that for me.
Right.
And they felt bad that they couldn't. So now I put my birthday back up there.
Well, thank you, Kyle.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. So I expect a full-blown fiesta August 15th. I'll see you guys here.
Yeah, that's right.
Those Leos are always doing something fishy. It's all about cancer season. You already know the vibes. Cancer season, stand up.
Sure, man.
I don't know anybody else's I don't know the traits and the characteristics. Like, I'm not that big into the astrology stuff, but have you ever read like the characteristics of for your case, the Leo?
Oh yeah.
Does it fit?
Oh, big time.
It's crazy, right?
I'm a Leo's Leo.
The cancer thing is like crazy. Like I don't really trip off that. And then I read it one time. I was like, oh man.
Oh yeah, I didn't know there was a whole chart.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm a Taurus, but the wife is also and we're like polar opposites.
Isn't there like 2 types of every sign though?
Maybe.
Yeah, right. There's like it depends on what time you were born. You can go look this up. It like depends on what time you were born and what year, and it's like your rising and your moon and your set. It is nuts. It was like
that's complicated.
Pages that I was reading, but a lot of it fits. Some of it doesn't. Like you can make everything be. You can do. Oh yeah, I did that once, but for the most part,
mine was spot on. I ain't gonna lie to you. I said I was blown away.
Yeah.
I said this is crazy.
It's
a little spooky actually.
Like I'm in radio. Of course, I'm a Leo.
That's right.
What are the Leos doing radio? What's going on? What's that?
Just being center of attention.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a star. You're a star.
You see that first pitch?
I did. Oh, shout out to my boy's first pitch, man. That's what's up, man. Come on, big dog.
That's amazing.
I was really proud of it. I was really
went to the rubber too. You know what I'm
had
saying?
to.
Yeah,
Had
man. I loved it.
I missed high and outside. Just fine.
It's
a good chase pitch.
Though. You didn't remember that's what we talked about. I was like,
yes,
he'll be able to go. If it's high, he'll go get it.
Yes.
But if it's low, it looks bad.
That was all I cared about.
That was awesome.
And you guys had a great concert in the park. Every
did.
piece of content I saw from that was incredible.
It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Next time you throw out a first pitch, let's not have a concert so I can be there.
Definitely.
That's the plan.
If I ever get asked again, I will come to you guys and ask when it is.
Yeah, we were getting mad at everybody. Kyle was the culprit the whole time.
I was just giving dates and I picked one. What do you guys have coming up on? Real quick, USA Today published their preseason NFL predictions. Niners lose to the Packers in the NFC title game.
No, this Packers thing's got to stop, bro. Like they're cool, they not like that. The Packers aren't better than the Lions. The Lions are the only team that I look at. I'm like, yo, they are nice, and I like the Rams too.
Okay,
but this Packers stuff, like. We'll talk about another day. That game was so smoke and mirrors. They're not that good. Not yet. Maybe in a year or two. They're not that good.
Okay. Jordan Love holding out. Not even in camp yet.
I saw
what do
that.
What do you guys got coming?
WNBA All-Star game, Team USA, more basketball, and more Kenny.
There it is.
Always more Kenny. D-Lo and KC coming up next. James and I will be back tomorrow, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Until then, tomorrow at 10, drink water and be nice to people. Bye. See you guys. Appreciate you.
Bye, everybody.
My guys, what's going on? Fellas.
All right, we're going.
What it do, baby? It's just a word of warning. I can't hear worth shit. So if it sounds like I'm screaming, that's why. Because I can't hear.
Been done that. The aftermath.
Aftermath.
What you gonna name this?
Mm-hmm.
As I let you walk out of here with no repercussions at all.
But I allegedly hung Vanilla Ice out a window. Okay. All right.
I also let you talk to me anyway.
Right. Okay. Beginning to think all of you are full of shit. Every one of you.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo. What it do? One time for the birthday boy. Hey. You know what? It's your birthday, man. Come on, man. We do things the way we want.
Hey, now we turned up.
We do
Now
things
we
the way
turned
we
up,
want
baby.
to.
Let's go.
Happy birthday, Kitty Caraway.
Wait a minute.
Hey. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Plus they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9:16 now.
Look to the sky like the beam now. Tell them
like
like
the
the beam.
beam.
But back light, you gonna be able to light the beam tonight
No.
at Golden One Center?
Well, okay. We're going to go verse 2. I mean, it is your birthday. We going to go verse 2 for that boy, Kenny Caraway.
Young Zell. Let's go, man. Come on.
It's the birthday theme now. Come on.
Sack crowd, picture everyone knows. Let me tell you how this thing really goes. Yeah, we travel deep. Whether we home or on the road, we lit. You don't want that smoke with a team of the year. We shaking things over here. Don't doubt, we believe over here. We don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear. I only deal with real kings over here.
So tell me what you see now.
Coming down the lane
Of the rebound.
9:16
now.
Look to the sky like the beam now.
Hey.
Tell them like the beam. Hey,
Yes, sir.
We welcome you
Appreciate
in
that,
here. Absolutely to the Monday, July 22nd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borland.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Like I said, the main event, the showstopper, cancer season, your tribal chief.
Am I supposed to say something
Yeah,
here? Kenny, all right, do it again. Do it again.
Take 2. A matter of fact, just to go from the one that you did.
I'm Damian Borland.
Yeah.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
The main event, the showstopper, cancer season, your tribal chief.
Acknowledge me.
Oh, that was fire.
I'm in God mode.
That was fire. We got to go. That was fire.
Nah, I think the first
That
one
was
was
fire.
better. I just didn't know if I was supposed to say Kenny Caraway or just we were gonna drop that for today and hit the button. It was just bad execution.
It's all
you
good.
do the alley-oop up and I threw it into the second row. Damn. And all the people that think KC's a Leo, he is not.
Hell no.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
all right.
Hell no.
All right, bro. I don't like the way that you said that. But all right. It's cool.
I got love for the Leos, man. Shout out to my man D-Lo. Shout out to JT. Shout out to Tish. Leo season's right around the corner, but it's not today.
It is right around the corner.
Cancer season. Maybe the nicest people on earth are cancers. Very nice.
Well, you are very nice. You're very easygoing. You nothing agitates you.
They say we're emotional. We are.
You do not come across as emotional.
No.
Well, I mean, when it comes to your sports teams, you get, but like most of the time, you just, yeah, it's cool.
One thing I've talked about this.
When you get emotional here, though, stuff gets done.
Well, people perceive me getting emotional. I'm just,
Kenny cussed out the sales staff all of a sudden. 6 endorsements come D'Lo and Casey's way. We're advertising everything from mattresses to car audio to paint jobs, everything. It's just all it takes is Kenny to cuss at somebody one time.
my guy says, you know what? We got to do better. That's on me. Shout out to my boy. But I heard this one time, and it helped me understand some of the roadblocks that I have sometimes. He said, and I've mentioned this on the show before, but they're like cancers really are like caught up on things being fair. They'll be like, well, no, you shouldn't do that because that's not fair.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't do that to you. Don't do that to me.
Yeah.
All this other stuff. Or if I did that to you, you would do. That's not fair.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, we can't go by this because that's not fair for you to think about going about things that way. While other signs are like, I don't care if it's fair or not. This is what's going to happen. So we can't get past it. They're like, I don't care what's fair. This is what's going down. Deal with it or don't.
And that's an astrology trait.
Mm-hmm.
They say Leos are stubborn.
Is it true? Have you? So wait. I was talking to Kyle about this.
Sarah's a Leo.
Hodges?
Yeah.
When I I'm not really big into the astrology thing, like I said earlier, but the first time I read the traits of a Cancer, I was like, oh man, this is insane. It's spot on. Do you feel that way about Leo traits?
Yeah. I mean, I can't say like I've spent let's see, traits of Cancer: moody, creativity. I feel like these are just words. Cancers are generous givers. They're nurturing. They're vindictive.
Well, I don't know about all that.
They're
Jesus.
sentimental.
Yes.
Protective.
Yes.
Caring.
Yes, very much so. Very emotional.
Suspicious.
What?
Nostalgic.
Oh yeah, I love history.
Well, that's a shoot. That's a shoot. So let's see traits of a Leo.
Casey's suspicious because he's cheating in that damn pocket watchers.
Suspicious. Stop it. Stop it, astrology.
Traits of a Leo: loyal,
Yeah.
confident, arrogant.
Well, I wouldn't say you're arrogant.
Laziness.
No.
Demanding. That's Hey, you laughed way too hard. Hey, the hell was that?
I know, it was crazy, huh?
Yo, you laughed. Yo, I caught that. Yo, don't do that. No, you got over there that stupid look on your face. No, I see what both of you are doing. Okay. No, that's cool. I got you. No, it's fine. It's fine. I caught
so
that.
So far, it's about 50-50.
Passionate, ambitious.
Yeah.
Natural leader, generous, creative, stubborn. Oh yeah.
Protective. I don't know.
Charismatic.
I don't know about stubborn.
Oh, stubborn.
Would you think you're stubborn? Would you say you're stubborn?
Yeah. But stubborn, I think I'm stubborn. I think my stubbornness and my demandingness go hand in hand. Like the counts of the traits of a Cancer. That's not fair. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, that's too bad. This is how it needs to be done, right? Like that's where I think more the stubbornness comes from. Both. What are these called? It's astrology, but what both of these signs are loyal. Zodiac signs. Thank you. Both are loyal. Both are creative. I think that's it. I think those are the
Is
only
that where
two words that match.
I'm sure if somebody looks hard enough, they got one of those, the two circles,
Mhm.
and see what they meet in the middle or common with. I don't know. Cancers, yeah, they're just very nice people.
Cancers.
Well,
I
see, and this is what hold on, this is what I be talking about though. See, this is what I talk about. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House, Jazzy 510
no.
says, well, all this is a waste of time unless you're talking about water sign, which you're talking about an Aquarius. See, this is what I'm talking about. See, now, would I go on Jazzy 510's show and say that? No. So why say that on my show? It's not fair.
Well, there you go again. Cancers are renowned for their empathetic nature and strong intuition, making them deeply compassionate and understanding individuals.
Now I'm going to cry.
Cancers have an innate ability to connect with others on an emotional level, providing comfort and support in times of need. That's a shoot. KC called me. Hey, you good? Yeah, I'm good. Okay. And that's a shoot.
What's happening? I won the teammate award.
You did win the teammate award at the ill-fated field day. Yes, that's. You are also the only teammate that didn't break something, so that was good. Poor Justin walking around looking like Devin Carter.
This is basically a glorified last man standing match.
Oh man. Get well soon, Justin. Get well soon, dog.
Justin, I don't know what the official diagnosis on Justin, but his wrap was like up to his elbow.
Poor guy, he hurt his finger.
And he had it. His arm was up here, and still, the way Justin is, great mood. Hey guys. Oh man,
Aldrin J, you're actually right. Cancers and Aquarius are actually hella compatible.
There you go.
Yeah. So we don't know how we get there, but we work.
That's good. Oh, Sham Sharania just tweeted, it's Kenny Caraway's birthday.
Well, Sham's, it needs to be an off season for you, sir. You need an off season to just kind of
that display yesterday around whatever time it was, like 10 something 11, was one of the most fascinating displays of social media and human behavior in history. Like, it truly was incredible to watch unfold. And we'll talk more about that. Obviously, I was annoyed by what happened yesterday, particularly the way Shams acted. But it was such a.
Yeah, I'll push back a little bit when we talk about that.
All right, it's fine. We'll talk about it. Plus, WNBA All-Star game was a blast.
It was.
Both U.S. teams lost. Well, one almost lost.
Yeah.
One did lose.
I have what I think at least is a fun exercise surrounding Team USA and the All-Star game.
And one of Kenny Caraway's favorite players gets a very lucrative contract extension. We'll talk about that.
Well, get your money, but I don't know if he's my favorite player. I don't even know who he's talking about.
That was sarcasm. He's not your favorite player at all. In fact, he is on your I hate list.
Wait a minute.
We're celebrating Kenny Caraway's birthday all day long. It's Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Ronda Rousey. Turned up with my
Spark training. What does that mean? Probably so we don't. Is there a game going on right now?
I don't know what game. Nobody's playing.
Yeah.
Oh, they are playing?
Yeah, there it is. Yep. On Fox 40?
Yeah.
Did I see that right?
Yeah. Fox got Fox had all the games.
Is Shams Cunningham there? And is he in they're not in Abu Dhabi anymore. Where are they?
They're in London, I think.
That's right. They are in London. That's right.
Is that Franz Wagner?
Bet you wish the Kings had drafted him.
Oh, dropped the ball. time I see LeBron like go to break something down, I remember somebody like LeBron has no bag whatsoever. He's got no moves.
He's just bigger and stronger than everybody else. Gino, happy birthday, bro.
Oh yeah, hey,
Yes,
hey,
sir.
Hey,
Happy birthday.
Gino.
Air horns for
My
Gino.
dog.
Air horns for the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels.
H.
Doing the Lord's work over
He
there in
really
NXT.
is, man. Me and HBK, we got the same taste, it seems like.
Well.
And talent is what I'm talking about. I don't know what HBK got going on. I think I remembered that. I saw that somewhere. There's I always tried to find like the most famous person to have this birthday, and there's not a lot of people in July 22nd.
I think mine's like Alfred Hitchcock or something.
Oh.
Yeah. Or DeMarcus.
Oh, yeah. Well, worldwide maybe he's not, but in Sacramento he's more famous. Maybe. Oh, Andrew Dice. What, Leezy? What? I didn't know that.
Damn, Leezy. Yeah, we had no idea. Happy birthday, Leezy.
BBL Manny. BBL Manny. Yo, that Zabel edit was kind of crazy, bro.
Which one?
He took some audio when I was talking about a player, but I was like role playing or something like that. And I was like, I've probably made $200, $300 million in my career with another 200 million coming up. Instead, as if I said that.
Well, I mean, it's not that far off. Got all sorts of birthdays jumping off today. Leezy celebrated a birthday yesterday. Leezy was the MVP of Friday night. Leezy was out there. He was out there working at Cesar Chavez Park.
Leezy be getting after it. After it and putting the edits together real quick. Yeah, shout out to Leezy.
Can't lie though, we had a little day. We had a little day on Friday.
We did.
I'd argue that's probably. I'd argue up there with T-Pain and Flo Rida probably our two biggest days on the 102.5 station.
Two biggest. I'm trying to figure out which one was bigger.
I kind of feel like it was Friday.
I do too.
It felt like things were still really, really new with T-Pain and Flo Rida.
Mm-hmm.
Friday night felt like, oh yeah, we here.
That was.
And shout out to Pilo. Shout out to Pilo for being about 15 minutes late to the stage, doing not late. He was there,
right,
doing meet and greets and all this different stuff, and giving Oasis and D-Lo and KC a little time to cook. And that was good stuff.
Shout out Cool John as well. We talked about it a little bit on Friday.
Shout out Sage the Gemini.
Shout out Sage, yeah, man.
That was a nice little surprise for the crowd there at the Cesar Chavez Park.
We talked about it a little bit on Friday, but Pilo really is like one of the nicest people.
Oh yeah,
like I said it on Friday. He's just hella cool. Like he's a cool dude.
And I know the joke was on Friday, and when we left you, we were waiting for Pilo to show up. He didn't make it. He showed up a few minutes later, and we just. It's the beauty of having two radio shows. We just went live on 102.5. We didn't talk as much sports as we would have liked to because Pilo, all of the sports conversations were off the air. Pilo's a huge sports fan.
Yeah, we were doing the interview and we were like, oh man, what song you want to play? Da 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 da. he'd say Mardi Gras or something like that. All right, Mardi Gras right here, 102.5. He'd be like, all right, man. Hey, man, so DeRozan, y'all getting DeRozan. That was a good look.
Yeah.
Like, he want to talk about sports all
I don't
the
think
time.
Brandon Ayuk's getting traded. I don't think he's getting traded. It was like, oh, that would have been the interview on the other station. But shout out to P-Lo, man, for coming through.
Good dude,
and then
man. Great dude.
Great night at the park. Nate Curry, Bug B, everybody who performed that night. Katie Page, everybody.
Oh man, she ripped it.
She
everybody
sang,
ripped it,
yeah.
man. Everybody did a great job. P-Dub and the Matthews Mattress Chatty House asked, are y'all going to Larry June on the 27th? I'd say yes.
I think so.
I'd say yes. You might see us there. You might see us there.
Plan is to be there until we're told not to. The plan is to be there. So yesterday was certainly a interesting day in the world, and it was made increasingly more interesting for sports fans when Shams Charania tweeted at 10:50 a.m. Joe Budden. Corners of the culture on my mind. Jesse, dump, take two.
Got it.
Yesterday was an interesting day in America, and it was made more interesting for sports fans when at 10:50, Shams Charania tweeted, Joe Biden has withdrawn from the U.S. presidential race. Now you, like me, like a lot of people in the chatty house, like a lot of people listening to this, have Shams on push notification. It's what we do. And so that led a lot of people to believe that Shams Charania, because he just tweeted, Joe Biden has withdrawn from the U.S. presidential race, had just led a lot of people to think he just broke major, like, historic political news. When in fact, 4 minutes earlier, President Joe Biden's account tweeted out a letter stating his withdrawal from the U.S. presidential race. A handful of prominent political reporters quote tweeted that with working to confirm with our White House sources. This is you know, some of the quote tweets where this is an official account. No evidence of a hack, like different things like that. Then there were quote tweets with thoughts working to confirm, but the momentum had been building to this for weeks now. And it wasn't till I think it was about 12 minutes later, 12, because I started watching this. It was about 12 minutes later that the Washington Post, and I was telling you this earlier, almost simultaneously, the Washington Post, LA Times, CNN, all the major news outlets started pushing out that Joe Biden has withdrawn from the U.S. presidential race. You had mentioned you had gone to CNN and it wasn't on yet. My assumption is all of those places were working to confirm that the account wasn't hacked and that this was real. And I could not believe how many people, and I don't blame them, but I couldn't believe how many people thought Shams Charania broke this news, when in fact Joe Biden had tweeted it 4 minutes earlier.
Well, I'm one of those people.
But that's because, and that's not your fault. That's not anyone's fault. It's Shams' fault for not attributing where he got that information from. Per Joe Biden's official account, Joe Biden has withdrawn from the U.S. Presidential race. Shams is notorious for taking a press release and tweeting out the information as if it's his information. Perfect example. Go to Chris Haynes' Twitter account. Anytime a team, we all get these emails, and you guys actually, you see them because guys like Sean, James, other Kings reporters, JA, they'll share with you the email that we got, and then they'll summarize it. Mike Brown's contract made official with a paragraph from the release. When you're on the team's email list, you get those.
Right.
And when you're a national report, you get all 30 some odd teams or 30 teams. And Shams is the only person who will take the Chicago Bulls send out a press release that Lonzo Ball is not playing this year. Shams will tweet, Lonzo Ball is not returning this year. Chris Haynes writes, Lonzo Ball won't return this year per Chicago Bulls, and then we'll share the headline with you. I'm not saying Shams is a fantastic reporter. He obviously has incredible connections in the world of NBA, but a lot of the work that he does is dirty. And that move was ass. That's trash. And I have a problem with it.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. Maybe it's the premise that I look at Shams at, right? Like he's a basketball reporter. And I guess the question is really when you get to the level of Shams, Woj, all these guys, is your social media account ever yours as a person, right? Or are you just always a reporter? Because in that
level,
yeah,
you're always a reporter.
Yeah, and that's the way. That's understandable, like because you have such a big platform or whatever the case may be. But I say that to say, like, Shams, if Mir, well, maybe I'm a better example than you because you've got as many followers as Shams. But if I were to say President Joe Biden is dropping out of the race, I'm just tweeting information that I heard. I'm not breaking news. I'm not masking it as I'm reporting it or breaking the news. I saw it. I'm just tweeting out. Shams doesn't have that luxury at where he's at, is what you're saying, right? Like he's always got to be the reporter with that social media account, correct?
Correct. But with stuff like this, like if you had been on your phone at, I think it's 10:50, so say 10:46, and you happen to see a 2-second-old tweet that Joe Biden has withdrawn from the race, that you had seen Joe Biden's tweet, and you took 30 seconds to read the letter. Oh my God, he's out. At that moment, you are a media personality. You have the same responsibilities that Shams Charania did right there. Just tweeting when the information is that new, Joe Biden has withdrawn from the presidential race, is a little perplexing. You know what I mean? Like in my estimation, you would still have to tweet per, the presidential Twitter account or whatever.
Right. As quickly as he posted that after President Biden posted it, I would not have tweeted. I didn't want to put out that David Patrick was leaving, and it was a press release. It was I was like, I don't even want to say nothing. I don't even know what's going on. I wouldn't. So imagine if the president dropping out of the presidential race, I wouldn't have tweeted.
And that's why those major news organizations that we were talking about couldn't. They had to confirm that this was real, especially after what happened with that. It wasn't a hack, but that outage that happened a couple of days ago. They had to make sure that this was real because momentum, everything leading into the weekend, if you follow politics, it said there's a real possibility this happens. And while I don't think anyone was floored by this, except poor Wolf Blitzer, who was just trying to have brunch somewhere, like, while I don't think anyone was like floored by this, there's still okay, it's out. We have a journalistic responsibility. We need to confirm with our White House sources before we push anything out. We were just having this conversation about TMZ the other day with the Michael Jackson stuff. It was like 30 minutes before CNN or any major outlet had, because they had no one to confirm this with. Right. Meanwhile, TMZ is like, yeah, the King of Pop is dead.
Right. Yeah. I understand what you're saying. I don't have as much of an issue with it. And I didn't.
I'm not mad.
Yeah.
I just thought it was whack.
Yeah.
Like, bro, like you have a responsibility. You're not breaking this news.
Did maybe a quote tweet. You know what I mean? Like if you don't want to
100%
per Joe Biden or something like that, but quote tweet and say President Biden has dropped out of the race.
Everyone still would have found out through Shams Charania. But no one would go, oh my God, Shams broke the news. Bro, what? No, he didn't. What are you talking about? What do you think? Daryl Morey called him and told him that Joe Biden's out of the race. Come on, man.
Tyler Jennings says Shams never gives Sean or Hammer credit when they first report.
Well,
but none of Woj don't do that either.
They're never going to give local guys credit.
Right.
Like there's a difference between James and Sean Cunningham and the president. Like it wasn't like the account that is attributed to the president of the United States tweeted it. Not James Ham. Like there's a difference. And yeah, no, those guys.
That was crazy. That was a crazy I don't know, mid-morning brunch time or whatever, because I had just finished having some breakfast, chilling with the family, and we had like some wind down time before we had to go to this birthday party. And I was about to get on the sticks, about to get a little NCAA or something like that. And actually what I was going to do was I was going to listen to Trista on Cam and Mesa's show. It is what it is. And I see the Shams notification. I was like, what? So I go to Twitter and I'm like, oh, they must be talking about it. I couldn't find anything about it because, like you said, people were trying to make sure. I couldn't find anybody talking about it. I go to I'm
100% assuming, by the way, that's why it wasn't pushed out immediately.
And that makes the most sense
from those organizations.
But I go to the Odyssey app and I turn on the radio version of CNN or MSNBC or something like that, and they, to their defense, they had like it was probably like recorded programming already on or whatever the case may be. So I'm listening, and they're still talking about whatever that show is they had on. Like, this really, it must have been hacked. Because remember, Shams had talked, I forgot, free agency or something. He's like, I've been hacked, or that tweet came out. So maybe he got hacked. And then like 10 minutes later, I see tweets. I'm still listening.
So you hadn't even seen Joe Biden's tweet?
No.
And that's the cold piece of what Shams was doing is like, no one has Joe Biden on push notifications.
Right. I don't know if I follow Joe Biden.
Well, following a presidential account is not the move, because it's also like well, Donald doesn't have one, but like Joe account was tweeting during the debate. It's like Trump would say something and like the Biden account would respond. It's like, well, okay. All right. Look, we know they're not manning this. I don't even think they're allowed to have phones if I'm not like, I don't, or they have like, I think President Obama has told the story. They get like a stripped down iPhone that allows you to call and text, but you can't like access anything through it.
Yeah.
So none of those accounts, be it the official or the unofficial ones, are manned by them.
Right.
And it's never more apparent than when they're on TV tweeting.
It'd be crazy if you really hold on, Donald. Let me get the send.
Well, the funny thing is that'd be the Donald move, or at least the 2016 Donald. That'd be his move.
He'd go on live.
He probably would. He probably would.
Yeah,
he went ham on whatever his platform. I don't even know what his platform is, but he has one. And it was like Donald had a response. I was like, where? I've never seen this before. Where was this from?
He got a platform like Yay, where he releases his music.
Oh, yeah. It's $450 a year to subscribe to it. And you get busted down versions of Donda. You get Donda 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And I guess that's where Vultures 3 is going to drop.
Oh, isn't it? 3, because they ain't even talked about
3.
2.
Yeah, no. We got 2. 2 has been allegedly supposed to be released for months. But Ty told us we got Vultures 4. No one ever mentioned Vultures 3. So we don't know what happened to Vultures 3. We just know that 2 was supposed to come out and it never did. And Ty mentioned Vultures 4. So that leaves us to believe 3 is either on Ye's platform or Donald's platform.
Oh, then Ye said he's retiring.
Okay.
He said that 2 weeks ago. He's retiring.
Well, salute. Good for you.
It was a good run.
You know what?
It was a good run. Klay Thompson with the Mavericks.
You know,
Patrick Ewing with the Sonics now. Hakeem with the Raptors. It was a good run.
You know what Shams' tweet reminded me of? Do you remember the Rock Osama bin Laden tweet?
I don't.
But it was more vague. So The Rock, and I pulled this up, so I got the exact wording. On the day, I remember this. I think I was with Io. I was at his house with his family when this happened.
Mm.
And The Rock tweeted, so President Obama had called a news conference. And The Rock tweeted, just got word that will shock the world.
Well,
Land of the free, home of the brave, all caps, damn proud to be an American. Okay, Rock. He was alluding to the death of Osama bin Laden that President Obama had not yet announced yet.
that's crazy. That's crazy.
So
when
President Obama announced it, everyone was like, wait a minute. How did The Rock know about this? Because this is The Rock 13 years ago. This isn't even The Rock today.
Right. He was borderline still performing. He wasn't that around
he was
Cena and Rock?
2012. He came back. I think he came back in 14. So he wasn't a wrestler. He wasn't. I don't think he was. Maybe he was Fast and the Furious franchise at this point.
Tooth Fairy?
Nah, Tooth Fairy was early.
Okay.
Tooth Fairy was Skinny Rock. I think Rock was
Skinny Rock. He still had hair too. He was still rocking hair in Tooth Fairy.
Then I think John Cena announced it at the end of a pay-per-view.
I'm about to say, I definitely remember that.
John Cena.
The two things I remember is
we killed Osama bin Laden, and the crowd goes crazy. What is this?
The two things I remember is John Cena. It definitely had to be a pay-per-view.
It was, yeah.
That was going on, and it was Mets Phillies on Sunday Night Baseball, and I don't think they announced it, but everybody had it on their phone, and they just collectively started standing and cheering and doing all this other stuff.
I remember the videos from that. Yeah, I remember the videos from that. Have you ever seen the behind the scenes, the off-camera stuff of the John Lennon announcement on Monday Night Football?
They Howard Cosell's kind of confirming, like should I say it? Or
yeah. He's like, should we do, like, because the game was close. So he was like, I don't know. I think he literally says this. I don't know if the game's gonna let us do this.
Yeah. I can't. It happened. They went to commercial before like the game went in field goal, and that's when they had that conversation, right?
Yeah. He's like, do we do it? And I can't remember who was Dan Dierdorf maybe or Frank Gifford. I can't remember who his partners were at the time, but I think it was Frank Gifford. He's like, oh no, you have to announcement. This is going to shake up the world. Like you have to announce this. And credit to Howard. I mean, just one of the best to ever do it. Clearly he wasn't sure that he should do this. And he knew exactly the right words to use and how to get the seismic, to get that seismic announcement across in that moment.
Right.
That's always like, I love seeing how news, like, I love that stuff. Like,
did you see another sad one? Did you see when Dave Fleming announced when Willie Mays passed?
I heard it.
Yeah. Well, he did it on the radio.
Yeah.
And then people matched it up.
I did that video. I think we were tagged in that video by a number of people. Yeah. And I did see it.
That was tough. That gave you some goosebumps hearing him speak about it. And that's because like to be honest, I'm not trying to be disrespectful or nothing like that. I was just like, I've prepared myself for a couple years for Willie's passing, right? Because he's just getting up there, and then you would see him, and it's like, oh man,
yeah,
like he doesn't have much time left. So when he passed, I was definitely sad. I was like, oh man, like
Willie was in his 90s, right?
92, I think he was. Wow. I was like, oh man, it happened. Like that's terrible.
93, yeah.
And then but it didn't really hit me until I heard Dave Fleming's call, and it was like, oh, this is an icon. This is one of like the 5 maybe biggest living legends that we have left. has passed away. And I thought Dave just did a great job with that. He is an underrated, fantastic announcer and understands moments and calls and doing all the. He's really, really good.
I think guys who are best at that or this are the ones who understand like it's not about them. And Howard Cosell is obviously, one of those guys. Dave Fleming, one of those guys who have the ability to understand that sometimes you just have to get the message out there. You just have to get the words out there. I've gone back and listened to, I think it was like a total of 12 hours. I might have listened to like 4, but Howard Stern on 9/11 in New York. Like fascinating to go listen to because it's 2001, it's terrestrial radio, and it is Howard Stern. Like I think they're talking about like Pam Anderson, or they're talking about everything you'd expect Howard Stern to be talking about in 2001. And someone says, "Hey, there's a plane that hit the World Trade Center." What? Yeah, it was like a small flight or what are you talking about? I don't know. Like we don't know, but there's smoke coming out of the World Trade Center, and they think that a plane hit it. Oh, that's weird. Well, back to Pam Anderson's boobs, and then they just go back to doing whatever they're doing, and then obviously the second one hits, and like everything like switches, everything snaps, and Howard's like, I think Howard said immediately, "This is a terrorist attack. We're under attack," and they go into a mode that you probably have never heard them in for the next. Like I could be exaggerating. I honestly think he was on the air for 12 hours. But it's fascinating to listen to because so many things. And there comes a point where they're just watching. Where like they're on the radio, they're trying to convey a message, and then they go silent because a building is falling. Right. And then the amount of like misinformation that was happening for those who were around for that. There were reports that a plane had hit the White House. There were reports that Air Force One went down. Like there were just so many, and this was before Twitter. There were so many like wrong things that were just out there. And I thought he did an amazing job of trying to navigate all of that. But watching how historic news unfolds is fascinating.
It really is. It really is. And it's just tragic as 9/11 is. Like I said, this is the history buff in me, the nostalgic cancer in me. I watch that stuff. I don't want to say I love like I enjoy it. It's just like you said, it's just fascinating. It's just being, seeing how those things played out in real time, gets reported and things of that nature. It was crazy. I'll never forget. I woke up and one of the towers was already down, and I didn't really pay attention to what was being said. I thought it was an accident, right? Like I thought something crazy had happened and it was an accident. I was like, that's insane. Like I felt bad for whatever reason. I thought maybe they got everybody out and all this other stuff. And then maybe like 30 minutes later, I was like, oh no, it wasn't an accident. It's going crazy right now. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. So Shams just tweeted that. No, we'll come back. We'll dive into. Well, Shams is certainly sports, but it was definitely a historic weekend.
Yeah,
we'll come back. Thanks to Shams Charania.
You want to hear my All-Star game idea?
Let's do that. I really enjoyed the WNBA All-Star game. I thought it was a blast. We'll come back. We're celebrating Casey's birthday all day long. Steelo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Bringing in Casey's first grade teacher later for This Is Your Life.
Yep.
Coach JT, what up, man? Hey, man, I might need to go on that flyer, dog. I might need to go on that flyer.
We connected with a lot of great people. We connected with a lot of great people on Friday. Uncalled for.
Well,
Uncalled for.
Lord have mercy. Man, Aldrin, you guys play a lot more than I do. Well, Reese has been playing actually, but I'm 1-2. I'm Fresno State. I got beat up by Michigan. I beat the fake Sac State. It didn't say Sac State. It just said FCS West. But and then I lost to New Mexico State in overtime. I had a field goal to take the lead with about a minute and a half to go, and I missed it. So I'm 1-2. So far, it's going great, though. Hey, Stephen Brown. Thank you, brother. Brian Cruz. Thank you, my guy.
There really are NBA players all over the Olympics. It felt like there used to be, oh yeah, there's one or two here and one here. Now some of these other countries damn near got NBA teams themselves. I was going to say Germany's not one of them, but they got a few.
Oh, man. Come on, man.
Mr. Extra.
Oh, Rachel.
Mr. Extra.
Rachel, like top 5, one of the richest people I know. Well,
you.
I don't know if she's
Miss
rich
P,
or she's just unbelievably
Rachel.
connected. I mean, they open the doors to Disneyland for her whenever she wants. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Seems like everybody in your orbit is really wealthy. I mean, Miss
I'm
P.
I'm not.
Just how it goes. Wealthy
Rachel.
people hang out with wealthy people, right?
Right. Yeah. There's like a rich guy circle and like network.
We don't get to hang out with Kenny outside of this show.
Right.
Once we leave the doors, we don't even get to walk with him.
I asked Kenny, this
What's
is a
this
shoot.
guy talking about?
This is a true story. I asked Kenny about the shorts that he had on Friday at concerts in the park. And he did the whole, I don't know, the kids are wearing them. Then he sent me the link where he sent me a screenshot where the prices are strategically blocked out. So I had to go search them. They're just mesh shorts, right?
What kids are wearing these expensive shorts, Kenny?
Well, I don't.
If Miss P had kids,
I got you. Yeah.
I'm sure De'Aaron Fox's kids are wearing these.
Yeah, we never went to school with those kids.
No.
This guy talking about, man. Like, look, I bargain shop. That's what I do. I find the best deal.
Bargain shop at Nordstrom, maybe.
Nordstrom Rack. I ain't got no problem going to Nordstrom Rack. Matter of fact, did you guys hear? Shout out to Elk Grove. They're putting a Macy's on Laguna Boulevard.
Okay, I did not know that.
Yeah, I guess Macy's is.
I feel like there's only 2, right? Arden and
but Macy's is going to.
Well, no, there's one downtown.
Yes, there's one downtown. Macy's is going to a little bit of a different strategy now, where they're trying to put like stores in neighborhoods, and it's not going to be the same like a big 2-story Macy's. It's not that, but since nobody goes to malls no more, they're trying to put them like in neighborhoods, right? So it's going to be in the same complexes as Target. So they're trying to get more people to like go to stores and buy stuff. We'll see if it works. I don't know, but it makes sense. Like nobody going to the mall no more. I'm gonna order it online or whatever.
I went to the mall Friday and it was a disaster. That's why I was almost
you
late.
Want to tell that story?
No, I don't.
I mean,
but
what's up? We talk. I mean, 1025 know it.
Roseville, do they?
When
No,
I
they
was at the
don't.
mall.
They don't know
No,
the
they
name.
don't. No, they don't.
They don't
No,
know.
they don't. Roseville's the most confusing mall. Like it is so hard to navigate that mall. I would prefer, the reason that I went to this particular place is because I prefer, I want to, especially with something like glasses, I want to put them on. Like I want to see what they look like. Like I want to touch the fabric. I want to hold the shoe. Like I don't want to do that all of the time, but yeah, there's, once I trust the brand, I can trust the brand. I don't need to see the honor the gift stuff anymore.
Right.
I know what I like. I know what style of their clothes works for me. I know what style of their clothes doesn't work for me. But there are things that, I would just prefer to try it on. And it feels like that is impossible to do anymore.
I know. I feel the same way. I know 100%. I wish that, I wish that a lot of the stuff was available. Like we talked about though, it is a little bit of a Sacramento thing. You go down to some of the malls in SoCal and they got all that stuff right there. I remember not too long ago, it was just tripping me out. Like all the stuff was there, like all the brands and in what was it, Nordstrom's or Macy's?
It's probably Nordstrom's. I don't think Macy's sells that stuff. Nordstrom's does.
At all that stuff.
Yeah, it is different.
Yeah.
It's but that's less the store and more the city.
Yeah, for sure.
They feel like,
I mean, you go to New York City, you could probably
get
all that stuff.
Well,
right
in
there.
LA, I mean, you have Rodeo Drive. You know what I mean? You have like actual, like if you look for like a Gucci store or a Louis Vuitton, they're gonna send you to like LA or Paris. Like those are the two places that they'll send you.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's one every 5 feet in Las Vegas, but they don't really acknowledge those.
Right.
Which is weird.
Yeah, and the Caesars. I remember when I was going through the Caesars Mall and they had all that stuff.
It really is a brilliant strategy. Hey, these dummies are riding high because they just won a bunch of money. Let's put a Louis store in every single casino so they come in here and take the $5,000 they just won and buy a $6,000 bag.
Put it right back. Put it right back in there. That's how it usually goes. There was something I was about to say. Oh man, I forgot. Oh no, we were talking about malls. In the chat, they're talking about Sunrise Mall.
Yeah.
Did you ever go to?
It's on the way a flip side, hasn't it?
Well, I think so.
At least in my world, it has. I don't know.
Did you ever go to Country Club?
Yeah,
I was in there yesterday.
I was really.
Yeah, because well, it's not what you guys think no more. At least from what I can tell, it's still. I don't even know if they call it the mall. It's Country Club.
The plaza,
but they have
Country Club Plaza.
They have the movie theaters in there. And I didn't even walk through there. I didn't even walk through there to know what it looked like. But the birthday party I went to was at one of those jump house, like it's called Rebounders.
Okay.
One of those things. And it was in the quote unquote mall. And I walked in there. It's like, the hell is it? Look, I don't know what goes on in there.
Is Orange Julia still there?
I don't think I don't know if anything is in there outside of
crazy.
The Rebounders in the movie theaters.
I haven't driven in that Watt El Camino area since like Tower's been gone. Like I haven't been over there in a long time.
Yeah, I that wasn't one of my spots. I've been to Country Club Mall probably less than 5 times in my life. Like when it was an actual like authentic mall. I went to Country Club Lanes maybe like 10 to 15 times.
I bugged out. Someone brought Country Club Lanes up the other day, and I was like, "Wait, word? Like it's still there?
Yeah, it's still cooking.
I had no
I ain't
idea.
been in there in a while, but yeah, it's still cooking. That's right, Ramsey. It is it does have a Winco attached to it now too. At
the Country Club Plaza has a Winco?
Yeah. Winco, Rebounders in the movies.
Okay.
That's about it. But they're doing what they can.
So, okay, also, is Sunrise Mall still open?
I've heard conflicting reports. I don't think it is.
What you know about Birdcage Walk?
I've heard about it. Never
Across
been there.
the street.
Never been there. Heard about it. I heard they got these guys. Oh man, I need to pull them up because I got to show them some love. But they always talk about developments around Sacramento. I think they're like proposing like a super development. The Mascalenko. I hope I'm saying it right. The Mascalenko brothers. They always talk about like developments within the city, and I think they're like proposing like a super like development with Sunrise Mall and all that. Apparently the acreage is crazy. That mall sits on crazy amount.
Yeah,
of
it's
so there's a bunch of stuff to.
That's a pretty busy corner that is still.
Yeah,
on.
they got a lot of stuff across the street like that. That strip still kind of stays buzzing. One time when we left field day, I had to come back to the office and they took me down that street. I don't know why. It took forever, but they took me down Sunrise Boulevard to get here.
Oh yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, I'd never been.
Well, there's no easy way to get back here from Folsom.
No. So instead of getting me on the freeway, I guess
it doesn't make sense to go to the freeway because it's in the complete opposite direction.
Right.
You have to take streets to get to Folsom from Roseville.
But there's a lot of stuff there. There's still a lot of stuff. I hadn't been down that way in a while. There's a lot of stuff out there. Real quick before we get to the WNBA, I came across a really good series, a TV show.
Okay.
Over the week. Shout out to Jazzy 510 for the suggestion. Well, she didn't really suggest it. She said, "This is what I'm watching."
Well, that's the way to go.
And that was about it. It wasn't like, "Do you want to watch with me?" or anything. It was just
no sense in asking.
This is what I'm watching.
Mm-hmm.
And she's not going to say you have to leave the room if I sat down and watched, but it's really what it was. The mayor of Kingstown.
That's the name of the
mayor
show.
Of Kingstown, yeah.
Okay.
With Jeremy Renner. Very, very good.
Okay.
Very good. I saw the last 3 episodes. Very, very good. The season 1, last 3 episodes of season 1, it culminated in a prison being taken over by prisoners.
Okay.
This is a really good show, though. Good job.
On
good job by them. It's on Paramount. We saw it on the cable. I think Paramount Plus is what it is.
3 seasons it looks like. Jeremy Renner.
But it's a that final, the way season 1 ended was kind of crazy. It was crazy. It's a good show though.
Okay. I'll peep it out.
I would say I'm gonna finish it, but she's probably 4 episodes into season 2 right now. Like I said, this was not a show for us to watch together. She literally
she's got to do something
I'm
while
watching
you're away.
This. Yeah, she's like, I'm watching this. That was the end of it. No invitation, nothing. Just I'm watching this.
Well, what's she supposed to do when you're at work for 9 hours a day, 10 hours a day? Then you got little concerts you got to host and all of this different stuff. I thought we was going to be out all night again tomorrow, but I guess not.
Yeah, right.
I guess we just got a regular day tomorrow. Salute. WNBA All-Star game was a blast this weekend. So many different things to watch. I actually never went back and watched the 3-point contest.
I didn't either.
I never.
Yeah, I didn't either.
We were obviously out at the park on Friday. We were kind of following it a little bit. I never got back to it because the game was a little bit early, and I stepped into the game and never went back to it. But I thoroughly enjoyed the All-Star game, the competition of the All-Star game. So many incredible performances. Stewie was amazing, but that was in a losing effort, which is why Arike Egumbawale is getting all the love, as she should.
That was a crazy performance.
That's insane. She is a ridiculous scorer.
That was a crazy. So, like, the funny thing about that is, it just shows the level of talent that is throughout that league right now, where the player that's not on Team USA can dominate a game like that, has the ability to dominate a game like that. And that was a hell of a performance.
Angel had a double-double in the All-Star game.
Angel ran as fast as I've ever seen her run on that one play where it was Jonquez. I think she gave her the outlet.
Yeah.
And Angel was gone. I said, what? And a great catch and finish all in one motion. I'd never seen her run that fast before in my life. So you
Yeah,
got
she
that
was
in you.
showing out.
Caitlin was dropping dimes.
Yeah, Caitlin had she couldn't make it. I think she had 4 points, but she had 13 assists.
Mhm.
And then I mean USA, like we mentioned, Stewie had like 31. I mean, they had some
I think Asia had
performances
20
out there.
plus
She
or
had
something
21, I
like that.
think. But the WNBA team beat the USA squad. And this is the second time Arike Agumbawale has won the All-Star Game MVP against USA basketball.
That's true.
She won it again in 2021, which, of course, was the 2020 Olympics.
I mean, she's a certified bucket.
Mm-hmm.
Just a bucket. Like her ability to score is just it's elite. It's elite. I enjoy when I enjoy watching her play just in general, but when she gets on those heaters like she did in the All-Star game, it's a joy to watch. It's a joy to watch.
She hit 2 of the biggest baskets in the history of college basketball in the same tournament, in the same Final Four.
How long has she been in the league?
She's like 27, so 5 or 6 years probably.
5 or 6 years. We got to get her out of Dallas.
Yeah.
Dallas.
Yeah. I know that sounds weird, but that's a shoot. Dallas, we just did this the other day. Dallas is essentially Tulsa, right? Yeah, got to get her out of Tulsa. Got to get Arike out of Tulsa.
Yeah, man. I was watching the game, though. Just a great game that they were playing. Both sides were playing, for real. Great crowd.
Really good. Phoenix low key a really, really good WNBA city.
It is.
I've been to WNBA games in Phoenix, and they're about their basketball team. Yeah, they're about their team. The X Factor, I think, is what their fan base is called.
I give Phoenix a tough time for just now showing up for the Suns when they got good, but it does check out that the Suns and basketball in general that's what they love in Phoenix. That was first. The basketball team was first in Phoenix. They were sometime in the 70s or whatever the case may be, and they were first. They're way before both of the other 2 teams.
Before the Coyotes?
Well, yeah, before and after the Coyotes.
Hockey in Arizona and Florida will never not be weird.
Yeah, I was going for Edmonton just because of that.
Just because, guys.
But they were well before the Diamondbacks, well before the Cardinals.
Yeah.
So I completely get their support of basketball in that city because that was it's
for a while that Suns team just hated their owner. That Suns fan base, I should say, just hated their owner.
It's the equivalent of if if Sacramento got baseball, or if Sacramento went to the MLS or something like that. We love those teams for sure, but it's never going to be the Kings.
Yeah,
because the Kings are here for generations.
Mm-hmm.
Then that's how they feel about the Suns and basketball in general, I think, out there. So good stuff. But watching that game had me thinking, I thought the format, it's not something that you necessarily can always do or should do. I thought the format was great. And I was like, I wonder what it would look like if the NBA did that. And I came up with a team of 12 of Team USA, men's Team USA against NBA All-Stars.
You want to hold that thought for a second?
Yeah, for sure.
Because today was the deadline for TNT to exercise its matching options to retain NBA rights. And they have done so.
Gosh, go away.
TNT Sports, we're proud of how we have delivered for basketball fans by providing best-in-class coverage throughout our 4-decade partnership with the NBA in an effort to continue our long-standing partnership. During both exclusive and non-exclusive negotiation periods, we acted in good faith to present strong bids that were fair to both parties. Regrettably, this is off to a great start. Regrettably, the league notified us of its intention to accept other offers for the games in our current rights package, leaving us to proceed under the matching rights provision, which is an integral part of our current agreement and the rights we have paid for under it. We have reviewed the offers and matched one of them. This will allow fans to keep enjoying our unparalleled coverage, including the best live game production in the industry and our iconic studio shows and talent, one of which just retired, while building on our proven 40-year commitment for many more years. Our matching paperwork was submitted to the league today. We look forward to the NBA executing our new contract. Boy, that press release is riddled with fire. Oh, this is not good.
Adam Silver, do
this
something.
Is not good. When the second paragraph starts with, regrettably, oh, it's bad. They don't love you no more.
No,
that's tough.
They don't. And I see a lot of people cheering about this. Number one, like you said, Chuck already said he's retiring.
Said he's out.
He said he's retiring.
Inside the NBA is not inside the NBA if Charles Barkley is gone.
Is he really retired though? Because hasn't he said I'm gonna retire like 3 different times over his career?
Well, that is true.
Did he?
Yeah, he said
he's throwing that around. Yeah.
Has he ever?
This felt
but
like the
he
most
like
serious.
announced it though.
Charles also said he hadn't been to Minnesota in like 20, 30 years. And somebody was like, you were just here 4 years ago.
Oh. Again.
So you never know with Chuck. But I'm ready to move on. Or I'll put it to you like this. TNT can stay. I don't want any of these other ones to go.
I was really I want to use past tense. I'm looking forward to seeing what Amazon can produce in terms of its NBA coverage. And I'm anxious to see what NBA can do in terms of growing into the space of live television.
Yeah.
Like first run programming live television, not what HBO Max does, where they air TNT, or not HBO Max does airing TNT and CNN and all of that stuff, but creating first run live programming.
All right.
I'm anxious to see how they can build their network, because of all of these different networks, Prime is the one that's just not, they haven't found their foothold yet. Like, yeah, you can rent movies, you can buy movies. Sure, there's some free stuff. There's some original series there, but I feel like Prime is the one that really hasn't found its footing yet. And I think Thursday Night Football is a part of them doing that. And I honestly thought them acquiring the NBA was going to be a big part of that. So what happens next will be really, really fascinating, because again, this press release is not what you want. If you're the NBA, if you're anyone involved in this process, this is clearly, the NBA has clearly told TNT, we want out of the TNT business.
Right.
And TNT has responded with, sorry, pal, doesn't matter what you wrote into these new contracts. You wrote into our contract, we have the right to match, and we're doing that.
TNT, I love TNT. I really do. But the reality is they don't really bring much to the table in 2024. Like they don't. They got Inside the NBA, which is fantastic. I guess you can say they bring that to the table. But they don't have shoulder programming. They barely stream. Like they don't, compared to NBC and ESPN, who have broadcasts. I know people are like, get ESPN out of here. I'm sorry. As long as ESPN is affiliated with ABC, they go nowhere.
Right.
Simple as that. They
right.
Nor should they.
Yeah.
They shouldn't go anywhere. NBC has broadcast network as well. And I just think their product is about to go up. And Amazon, I like what I see from Thursday Night Football. It sucks that they always have to have like the sorry game and stuff like that, because the way football is orchestrated, it's just hard playing on a Thursday or whatever the case may be. But I like the pre and post game dynamic of Thursday Night Football. I like the shoulder programming that they have. They have the stat cast. They have the shop, on during games and stuff like that. TNT's not providing any of that. So if they're coming back to give the same product that they had before, and they're not elevating and growing with the times, then this is not okay.
So I think we talked about this Friday, because that's where it was either Thursday or Friday. We had learned of the 5-day window. Once TNT received the contracts, they had 5 days to do what they did today. We knew today was the deadline, but I have no clue what it is or what it could possibly be. But if Adam Silver in the NBA and its 30 very powerful owners wanted this, there's language in the contract that's going to negate whatever TNT wants. Again, I can't imagine what it is.
Right.
But from so it's The Athletic, but it's the New York Times. TNT has the contractual right to match an offer per its current contract. The NBA is expected to decline the network's right to take the agreed upon Amazon package. Sources briefed on the NBA plan said. The league's preference is to honor the $1.8 billion per year contract it agreed to with Amazon.
Wait, did I hear that right?
Yep.
The league is like, no, we decline your opportunity to match. That was already in the.
That's right.
People just do whatever. They just do whatever they want. We had a contract that says we legally can match any offer.
NBA hit him with a psych.
No.
NBA hit him with in fact, no, you can't.
And people in the chat are saying TNT is much better than ESPN. I'm not going to argue on that. I'm going to just tell you they don't have broadcast TV.
But it doesn't matter who's better. Like they're not getting the TNT is not getting the NBA off of ESPN/ABC.
No. And on top of that, like when you talk, like
there's a reason they're going for Amazon. It's the only non-network that they can go after because they can't. This is why I can't figure out what the wording could possibly be.
It's no,
but apparently, I guess that's all it is. The way you rich people act, just like no, I'm not going to honor that.
Door. Yeah, we have a letter for the NBA. Yeah, they're not here.
Yeah. The wording for Disney is very easy. Well, we might move games to ABC. You can't match that. NBC, that's as clear as day.
Right.
But Amazon, that's different. And that's why they're going after Amazon.
Yeah. TNT doesn't even have a First Take and NBA Today to offer. Like TNT only is offering you the games and Inside the NBA. And I'm not trying to crap on Inside the NBA because it's the greatest sports show maybe of all time. But that's not going to get it done in 2024. You have nothing else for me. You can't give me a daily show. You can't give me streaming options that people care about. No, they got to step their game up, or NBA will just say no, which they have, and we'll see how that works. I don't know how the NBA is going to get away with that, but that's what they'll say.
What is that meaning? Like, oh yeah, TNT says they're going to match. All right, just tell them we don't want their money then.
You know what
Adam said. Hit him with the Ramsey. So
what I do think, and like I said, I'm not a negotiator. I don't know what the wording is or whatever. I feel like it could look like what I talked about on Friday. You take one of Amazon's game away, you give it to TNT, you get another 1.5 billion, and you keep it moving. Because I don't think, however this ends, Amazon's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Amazon is not leaving. So
they're definitely not.
So you take one of their games away, maybe that Friday slot.
There is something interesting in this article that I didn't realize before. And I could be reading this wrong. Please, anyone can tell me. Because we've talked about the WNBA's deal and how the NBA was doing all of this at once. And I believe the number that we've heard with the NBA is $76 billion. So this line here has my attention. It's breaking down the deals that ESPN had. Hold that thought.
Okay.
We'll talk more about this. I'll leave it in front of me so I don't forget. Will Z's going to join us.
Oh, big
Will
time.
Z of SI.
But to say big time
is going to join us at 2:15, and James Ham will be back with us for the first time in a week in the 3:00 hour. So that's all ahead. It's D'Lo and KC celebrating Casey's birthday all day long here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Cheryl in Baltimore, what up? She says she don't like watching games on Prime.
I understand that. I
do
like
too,
Tyler's
actually.
idea of Amazon Prime having a station on YouTube. Now, I don't see that as that kind of defeats the purpose of what Amazon wants, but man, I got you. Basketball in 4K, man, Leezy, that's a great question. 4K right now feels like a waste. That's why 4K don't even cost anything.
We'll get it in
extra anymore.
4K once they hit my 3D TV.
Oh yeah, they gave up on that. They gave up on that a long time
What about the
ago.
curved TV? Remember that was next.
No, curved TV is dope though.
Oh, it is. But remember
Yeah.
that was next.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything. I have one upstairs. It's cool. It's a regular TV.
No,
It's
you
a
can't-
regular
no,
TV.
you can't just say it's regular because you have it.
Yeah,
like-
it's not. It's
yeah.
It's a regular TV. You guys are ridiculous. And I'm sick and tired of you flip-flopping.
What do you mean?
The chat, no.
What are you
The chat,
doing
no.
with
That's
him?
crazy.
Well, Leezy says, well, time to retire. Man, we see this.
What are you doing
Do
with
this one
him?
got to go? Well, this only alludes to it.
What is he doing? Oh my God! Is he the third man? He's the third man. What the hell is going on
I mean,
here?
do we
that's-
have to
that's what we-
retire it?
That's
No,
what
we
we
don't
felt
have
a
to. We
couple.
don't-
We
that's
knew
what
who
we
the
felt-
guy was before.
Well, that's a shoot.
We don't have to. That's
Dude
regular.
literally said the N-word on video.
No, for real.
Was anyone shocked last week?
For real. Oh man. No, see, chat's talking facts. That is not regular. Oh, this guy's talking about. Yeah. Yeah. Sounds about right. Yeah. What's the other one that I agree with? Oh yeah, Brian. Yeah, come on, man.
It's facts. They even called it like a regular TV. We just call it a TV over here. We just call it TV. It's not regular or whatever. It's just
Crazy.
TV.
It's crazy what's regular to these rich people.
Big baller barling. Wow.
Mm-mm. One of these days, or sometimes I dream that he is me.
That's why he's my agent. I'm trying to get like him.
I into it. Dome screen is crazy.
Oh man,
That
I watched the video last
crazy.
night. The wall looks crazy. The wall looks crazy, bro.
Oh, I don't even think I saw that.
Yeah, it was like a YouTube video. This guy, I guess they opened it to the public, or maybe you had to have tickets or something. But the public was around there, I think, over the weekend, and the guy went in there. First of all, the wall from his from where he was, it looks like you're looking straight down. It makes it makes Golden One Center's upper deck look like just the flat land.
Oh,
like it
my.
looks crazy.
You see,
Oh my
But
god!
seeing it from the floor, looking at the wall, it's something to see.
you see even the big screen or whatever's got t-shirt cannon too. So the people sitting in the 200s are way up front.
Yeah, they did that too. That wall is crazy. I want to see it in person.
Clipper Kenny here.
Yeah, Michigan was like, oh, maybe they'll do something this week and got swept.
Oh, no thanks. No thanks to the Red Sox.
Giants aren't helping much, losing 2 out of 3 to the Rockies.
Oh, jeez. Don't remind me.
This doesn't even look like a basketball arena.
That is crazy. I'm trying to see. Yeah, I saw some rando do not, it wasn't a live stream, but he just kind of vlogged his trip to the Intuit Dome, and that place looks amazing.
I love the. I'm looking at one now, and this appears to be like the video that they showed, in the arena. It's pretty crazy. That's dope.
Yeah,
That's fire.
I wish I could find. I pull it up here if I could find the wall, because you got to see the wall.
Hey, shout out to the homie Trista Crick, by the way.
Oh
who,
man,
once again, guest hosted with Cam and Mace on It Is What It Is.
that is fire.
And stay locked in. If you're not a subscriber to that YouTube channel yet, become one, because you're going to see Trista again as the week progresses. I think she told us today she's flying back out.
Yep. Do something I think think she said on Wednesday or something.
Yeah, don't miss Wednesday's show. We got tipped off to what's going on Wednesday. Don't miss Wednesday's show. On Wednesday, I'll share with you what she told us about that, how that came to be. But it's pretty dope. I'm excited for our homie. Let me close this tab about the rock breaking Osama bin Laden news so I can focus here.
Oh, it's not gonna. I found it, but it's not. I don't know if you can really see it, but look at the wall. Just nothing but seats all the way to the top. That's crazy. That don't even do it justice.
Yeah, when they have the simulated picture with the seats filled in and the like everyone wearing the same t-shirt, which if they're able to pull that off, where you put t-shirts on the chair in the wall every game, and it's like to sit here, you have to wear the shirt.
Man.
That's gonna look so cold.
That's
gonna look so cold.
I sat there thinking about, like, no disrespect to the Clippers, but if there was like look at this is actually a little better. If this was like from a team that people really cared about, it'd be amazing. Look at the.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say, hold on. Let's be real about it. Do the Clippers have a fan base to make this work? Like the stadium is dope and all that stuff. Like, can they make it work? Like, are they gonna be there?
Anthony Anderson will be there. Kenya Barris will be there. They'll be there.
Look at this. It's more of it. Look all the way to the top. All the way to the top. Nothing but see.
That's pretty dope.
That is
that's a little terrifying too, but it's pretty dope.
It is steep as hell. But I
have one of those safety harnesses attached to your belt when you walk down to your seat.
That's what I'm gonna need.
Like Kawhi's out a week in February. They got this, or a month in February, whatever.
I will say this about the Clippers,
because that's how you're gonna make that stuff work too.
They do have a history of, like, not like a streak or something like that, but they got this sold out shows at the Staples Center. Like, they get 19,000 at the Staples Center.
Here's the thing too that makes Ballmer a truly unique owner in the way that Ballmer's a fantastic businessman, but he also has a different level of money than other NBA owners have. So I think one of the things about that wall is NBA season ticket purposes, it's relatively inexpensive. So he's going to open up this brand new state-of-the-art arena, and he's not going to have to charge crazy ticket prices because he's good.
Yeah.
Like, he's good. Like, if y'all come, cool. He wants you to be there because he wants that environment for his basketball team. He'd rather lower the prices and, quote, take a loss than charge these absurd rates for a new arena. And he already know. Again, Steve Ballmer is very wealthy, but he's a very smart businessman. Like, he knows what battles he faces in Los Angeles, particularly in Los Angeles basketball. He's not going to do anything to harm that. So I don't think they're going to have any trouble filling up that arena.
He's obviously as rich as he is because he's not in the business of losing money, right? Like, he's not just like, oh, I don't care. Like, but in this particular situation, probably not tripping that much. Like, he's got so much money at this point.
He overpaid for the Clippers just because he didn't want the hassle.
He told James Dolan, here's $80 million. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
Threw it in his face and said, get away from me. And
that wasn't for the Clippers. That was for something else. That was for the Forum.
Yeah, for the Forum. Not even for the Forum. To be able to build the Intuit Dome.
Yeah.
He wasn't even doing that with the Forum. He's like, look, man, how much is it going to take to get you to leave me alone? Probably about $80 million. Here, go.
R.I.P. Sasha's Canada career. He was already waived by Toronto.
Bro, he said you guys can keep all that $6 million too.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I read they can take the buyout or whatever, like all the $6 million.
Oh, he's just out of here.
Yeah, he's
wants
done.
To go
he's
home.
done.
Oh, sorry, Sasha.
Well,
so the next time someone talks about EuroLeague,
he's going back to where the real champions are. Is that what's going on here?
Set it up.
Set it up. Champions.
You can take the best player from every team in EuroLeague, put him on one team, and maybe you get the score within 30.
The MVP couldn't get on the court in the NBA, but I don't want to take shots at Sasha. Sasha's headed home.
Oh man. Well,
And as Mrs. Smackton says, that is some kind of homesick right there.
You have to pay me.
Mm.
You have to pay me.
Yeah,
Come
I'll live in Canada for a year for $6 million. Toronto? Oh, come on, Sasha don't even know about
You don't
Toronto.
know.
That's probably the problem.
You don't know.
Sasha don't know about Toronto.
But yeah, before the break, we were talking about the TNT matching the NBA rights.
So this
media
New York
rights.
Times / The Athletic article breaks down, the year-by-year deals for NBC and ESPN and Amazon. And one little interesting sentence here that that by the way this reads has not been factored into the $76 billion, because we weren't really sure what the process was, and I think this might be the clearest we've gotten. The three entities, ESPN, NBC, and Amazon, or TNT, will pay an additional $2.2 billion in total over the 11 years for the WNBA. So the numbers that have been released weren't, the WNBA numbers weren't worked into that. There were people wondering, like, and judging by some letters that came from the WNBA as well, maybe they weren't clear on how this process worked either. But there was some speculation as to how did the NBA get to $2.2 billion. Well, it turns out they didn't. The networks did, because some people thought that money, all of the money was coming from the same $76 billion pot. And it's clear, at least to me, for the first time with this sentence, an additional $2.2 billion, that the contract for both leagues is a shade under $79 billion.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Now, the like you've mentioned a number of different times, and you're 100% correct. I don't know if it's as simple as, no, we're not going to allow this to happen, but the NBA would not have announced this deal and gone through and finalized.
They didn't.
Deal. Well,
the NBA has not announced
the
this
NBA
deal.
hasn't, but even acknowledging it, Adam Silver acknowledged it at the press conference he did the other day, right?
Sort of. He acknowledged we're close.
Right. Here's the other thing about that too.
And the contracts, I think the contracts went out the next day. If the timeline in my head is working right, the final contracts went to TNT the day after Adam Silver's media scrum or whatever it was at Summer League.
And here's, as I think about this right now, though, maybe they did finalize it because that's what would trigger the opportunity to match. There's not, even before that, there was nothing TNT really could do.
Right. Yeah.
Until it was
right.
a done deal.
Right.
And then that's when
they can't match until they have the contract.
Right. So maybe that's part of the reason. But I just don't think the NBA would go through with all this that's going on without knowing they could get it.
There wouldn't be so many reports that the NBA wants to work with Amazon. Like those aren't accidental. Right. Like those are being told to, like that's being told to people. Right. More from this article, the NBA's agreement with Prime Video calls for the streamer to have 6 conference finals, a full playoff slate, including the play-in games and a regular season package, highlighted by the in-season tournament and Thursday night basketball after Amazon concludes its Thursday night football responsibilities. The big question is this paragraph right here. How TNT versus the NBA all plays out has countless unanswered questions. TNT, which it's vaunted inside the NBA studio show, will try to enforce a reluctant partner to stay in business with it. TNT Sports parent company CEO, this is a lot of words, has raised the possibility for months as a way to compromise. As a way to compromise, the two sides could try to reach an agreement that keeps TNT in the NBA business or gives it some sort of financial settlement to go away, i.e., Kenny Caraway's proposal. That's not what the New York Times said.
I was like, hell yeah, I'm in there.
No, the two sides could try to reach an agreement that keeps TNT in the NBA business.
Yeah.
What you were just talking about and what you've talked about for the last few days. Amazon gets that package that we've discussed in TNT gets something else. There had been rumors of a fourth. There had been rumors of the idea of a fourth television partner that at some point a month ago, the NBA sourced to its people, we could dump that. We're not really interested in that, which leads me further to they want out of the TNT business.
Absolutely want out of the TNT business. TNT don't bring nothing to the table. They don't bring nothing to the table. And
I think the idea
comparatively to these
other
three.
I think the idea too is inside the NBA, it's like, hey, it was fun.
Mm-hmm.
It was fun and it was really important.
Mm-hmm.
We need to create something new now.
At this point, it's not as much as I love. Everybody loves the show. Like it's the greatest show. No, but that's not enough to stay at this point. Like it's just not enough. Like I said, I think they went out of the TNT business for sure, but legally they may be stuck, much like Brandon Ayuk or something like that, right? Like they may want to move on, but legally you just don't really have a lot of options. So figure out a way to just kind of keep them involved for a little bit for the next 11 years, and then you can fully
11 years. It's like the kid is 7 and you're just waiting for him to move out of the house. Like, come on, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, man.
The next 11 years.
Yeah, give
stay
them
here,
a
stay
day.
together for the kids.
Give them. But see, look, and when I say give them a day, it ain't much different than what's going on already.
No,
they end up getting Tuesday. I guess the playoff games might be a little bit of an issue. But what it could do, and I don't know if,
but their argument could be, we don't want a day. We want the in-season tournament. We want the full slate of playoff games, and we want the play-in games.
Excuse me? Just be glad that I'm letting you back into the situation.
You can make all of the stupid faces you want to, Adam, but the fact is we have the right to match in our contract, and that's what we want. You can give Amazon Tuesday. They can make it Prime Day with Amazon and the NBA. I want the Amazon package.
Oh,
no, that was safe. That was safe. It's not what I was originally thinking. But that was safe. I used the Amazon descriptor. I want the Amazon package.
Well, look, I don't care what you want. This is what you're going to get. Or you can take your ass home and go do baseball and hockey and college football. This is what you're getting.
Or
you're getting Friday.
Adam, you're all worked up over nothing. Or
yeah, because you're messing everything up.
Or I could just.
I don't want to be with you anymore.
Or you could just take your ass to court, because that's ultimately where we're going right now.
All right, we can go to court then.
You can't decline my right to match.
No, that strategy is a little wild.
Wow. Hey, Adam, we're going to match. No. Sorry? No. No, you're not. No, Adam, we are. All our attorneys went over this. I don't care. No. Declined.
Now, once again, going back to, like you said, I don't know what the verbiage is or what's going on, but not only is Adam the commissioner, he's an attorney.
Right.
I'm sure he knows something where he can win in court or some type of compromise or something. But
I love that these new TV deals that are spending $79 billion don't have the right to match next time. God knows what streaming Netflix in 11 years could be the hottest thing on the planet.
Yeah.
And no right to match, pal. Sorry.
No right to match. Sorry about that. Speaking of Netflix, I went through I'm not finished with it, but I saw like 3 or 4 episodes of Receiver.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really good show.
Yeah, it's good.
It is a really good show.
I'm enjoying it.
And I came away with like I had to show my son the first like 2 minutes. Justin Jefferson is on TV. I'm like, this guy is a mega star.
He is. Yeah.
He is a superstar.
Yeah, 100%.
He's just got charisma.
Is it
oozing off the TV?
Is it? And I guarantee you, the NBA has Netflix in mind. That's 100% what they're thinking about with this. I think everyone has Netflix in mind. Netflix will be $199 a month by the time the NBA gets there in 11 years.
League pass.
Is think about receiver? Is it too much?
What you mean?
Like, think about how much conversation got started because of the Davante Adams clip. That clip was old. That clip didn't happen yesterday.
Right.
That clip happened, that moment where he said, I got to get out of here before I get killed or whatever, paraphrasing, whatever it was. Is that like, I know we love it, but for the NFL, for the receiver, for Davante Adams, is that one of those things where it's like, oh, I forgot.
Davante had a couple moments.
I forgot I was mic'd.
Well, Davante had a couple moments that came back up.
So
that after that Patriots win, I don't know if I ever remembered what he said after that. And I was like, I like Davante. That wasn't the best thing to say.
Yeah, by all account. So that's the thing, though. You're frustrated. You're getting clobbered by gigantic, athletic, muscular individuals over and over and over again. You're getting led across the middle, which is a Jimmy G staple. Clearly, Davante had never seen Jimmy Garoppolo play football before because that's what he does.
Yeah.
And now, God knows, 7-8 months after all of that happened, it hits Netflix, and Davante at home, like, the phone going off, like, oh, I forgot I said that. Now he's got to do Club Shay Shay.
Yeah.
Now his agent's got to put out, statements, and you got to call Mark Davis, and you got to do all of this stuff. Is like, is it too much? Do football players think like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to have one of those moments.
Well, did you see the other situation that came out was the Lions might get in trouble
from receiver?
Better start disclosing those injuries.
Yeah, they didn't disclose St. Brown's oblique injury. And they talked about it on the show.
Oh, I didn't see
and
that.
Now they might get in trouble.
Well, I saw that and talk about it on the show. I didn't realize they might get in trouble for that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize they didn't disclose it because they showed him missing he missed it.
Yeah.
He was missing games.
I don't know what they said to why he didn't miss the game or he missed the games.
Huh.
But yeah, receiver just ruining. This is the only series season a receiver would get.
See, that's what I mean. So they did two quarterbacks?
They did one quarterback.
They did one?
One quarterback. Then they went to receiver.
So if they didn't do two quarterbacks, they did one and tried to do another, and everyone said no. And then that's what. So I guess we're just going to move to linemen and then secondary and then special teams, and then this thing is over.
I don't know who's next. They had they got one for that looks kind of interesting. They got one for track and field that's out now. It's called.
Yeah, I saw that. I've watched some of that.
I want to check that out
because they got the important figures a part of that one.
Yeah, I definitely want to check.
Once we get to kicker, you can just throw that out.
Kicker.
Damn.
You follow Justin Tucker, whoever's kicking for the Bears that season, and some journeyman.
What if kicker winds up being the most interesting?
I'd be surprised.
Oh, did you see they're doing an Untold on Connor Stallions, the sign from Michigan?
Yeah. I did see that. I'm checking that out, man, to disprove all the lies that are in there.
It was crazy. They really threw him in a Central Michigan or Western Michigan outfit.
That was crazy.
Just had him on the opposite sideline.
That was crazy. Hey, my boys was wilding for that one. They was wilding. That people are asking in the chat.
So happened to win a national championship that year. Wow.
What,
as someone we know would say, what a coinky dink.
What are you talking about? We handle business. Stop playing with
no
us.
doubt. With all of the film you stole and
all
of the cheating you did.
You took all the film. We still smack people up.
Your coach ran off to the NFL because he knew I ain't gonna get away with that again.
About to go back.
You realize your coach was suspended for like half of the season for multiple different infractions.
Served his time.
He was getting suspended. Like, look what they're doing to Jim, guys. Look what they're doing to him.
It was a disservice. Like I said,
suspended twice for 2 different infractions.
All them crazy coaches is doing it. They just tried to lock in on Michigan because they knew what time it was. They knew. They knew, but they wasn't gonna stop us.
And then we got that crazy interview, the coach crying after that one game.
Oh yeah. Oh, this your colorblind coach? That's him, right? That's your coach that don't see color? That's him?
Come on, man. Leave him out of this, man. He ain't with us, man. He's not like us. Leave him out of here.
Oh, man.
Well, somebody asked, though, what
that dude was really crying.
That was ridiculous. No, that was embarrassing, to be honest with you.
We laugh about Willie Green. That was 10 times, 100 times
worse. That was absolutely
because that like Willie had like a tear.
Yeah, Willie was trying to hold us together.
Yeah, no, Willie had like a tear.
Yeah,
this man was doing the whole.
I mean, like, why is Dad crying like that on TV?
He lost me a couple weeks later. I understood what he was saying, but a couple weeks later, I was like, all right, you leave this guy out of here.
Who was it?
Who?
It was Herbert
Yeah.
Davis. Yeah, it was Herbert. I was trying to figure out. Some other coach said it was like, oh God, it was Herbert Davis.
I remember Herbert saying that.
All right.
Oh boy.
Shout out to the White Wife Association in college sports because they got a lot of run this last year.
They really did.
Man.
Somebody asked what Devontae said, but after the Patriots game, he was at the podium. I don't know if you saw this episode. I think it's the third episode. And this wasn't receiver. This is what he said. They actually talked about it on Get Up. I don't remember any of this, but he was like, they beat the Patriots, but Devontae wasn't getting, targets and wasn't getting the ball a lot or whatever the case may be. And then he had to deal with Jimmy G, like missing him when he's wide open or just making bad passes. Jimmy actually got hurt that game, right? So Hoyer was doing it too. And he just looked miserable. He's like, man, da-da-da-da. So then he goes to the podium and he goes, I don't judge. This was tough. And I like Devontae. So maybe I'm stalling him out. And I just like him. So maybe I'm giving him a pass. But he goes, I don't judge myself on wins and losses. I judge myself on, my greatness. And if I'm living up to my greatness or whatever. I was like, wait a minute.
I remember that line.
Yeah, I was like, I understand, but I don't. Once again, I always go to this premise nowadays with sports. I would not teach my son to feel that way about his team sport. Because essentially that's saying if you was killing and you lost, you'd be good.
Yeah. It's you're right. You're 100% right. That is such a unique position in sports, though, where like you only have a certain amount of control over what you accomplish on the football field. And you could have you could have 4 touchdowns in a game, but your quarterback those 5 interceptions.
Yeah.
And the game doesn't go your way. Like that's you're right. I'm not going to debate that point, but I am a little sympathetic to wide receivers as a whole over probably any other position in all the sports. Because I mean, is there another position in any sport that is, I don't want to say single-handedly, these guys got a lot of work to do, but based on what the quarterback does,
I can't think of it.
I mean, not like this.
Yeah. They're at the mercy of everybody, really. Like the offensive line got to hold up for the quarterback to give you this, and the running back, maybe a chip block or something like that. So I thought it was, I'm interested to see what happens if they address it in the next couple episodes, if he kind of clarifies, or maybe he did it on Club Shay Shay or whatever. But I didn't remember that when he said
a lot of interesting things on Club Shay Shay. Namely who he'd like to be his quarterback.
Oh boy.
We'll talk about that. We'll have some fun with that. And that quarterback, there's 2 individuals that are just at some point the phrase Father Time is undefeated has to be retired. Because 2 guys have beaten the crap out of Father Time over the last handful of years, and one of them did it again this weekend. We'll talk about it. And based on what's going on right now, he might need to do it again today.
Oh man. Hey, this is gonna be the greatest basketball tournament of all time.
Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
It's 7 p.m. Friday. It's 95 degrees. I ain't got ain't got me.
So I'm calling to wish you happy birthday.
Evie! Yeah, my boy Dom. What up, Dom? What up, boy? Hey, we live on the show, dog. We ain't live on the radio, but on the stream. Look, they saying what's up to you. There go my man D-Lo in the background.
How you calling to wish this dude happy birthday? You don't know what he's doing right now? See? See, that's what we told you. Nobody knows what we do.
Hell no, man. Hey, Dom, what's up, man? What's that jumper looking like, dog? Appreciate you, family. All right. All right, man.
Bro, like, you ain't at the state no more?
Turned up with my... Oh, man. Press play, brother.
I didn't see this. Apparently, Bill Simmons, your boy, said that
Not my boy.
Amazon agreed to pay a large portion of its deal in the first 3 years in an attempt to discourage the cash-poor WBD from pursuing the deal.
I mean, that's a true statement, I guess. But that's just they could don't call me cash poor.
I think we're getting some answers though. If your boy is right,
He probably is. At least he probably is. He's been pretty emphatic with that. Not just the way the TV deal was going to play out.
Okay, I got something.
This thing is fascinating, and we're a year
Okay,
away
Book.
from everything.
Damn.
Shout out D Book. Let's go, boy. Let's go. It starts on Sunday.
D-Lo, do you have Drake calling the show to wish Casey happy? We only have winners call the show.
Don't do that.
You know,
Don't do that. Don't do that. It's disrespectful. It really is disrespectful.
only song in America was jumping at Cesar Chavez Park on Friday.
And look, Drake said still happens. You ain't getting rid of Drake. Drake said still happens. You have to. Even Metro is playing Drake songs in Vegas.
Tickets to see Future and Metro Boomin coming up today on D-Lo and KC. The other D-Lo and KC. Celebrating KC's birthday all day today. We might celebrate all week, man.
Let's
Why
go.
not? Why not?
Let's go.
So digging into this TNT, Amazon, NBA thing, TNT has exercised their right to match. Everyone is presuming Amazon's offer. They didn't specify in their press release, so the belief is that's the only one they could possibly match. And it's been clear, at least if you, as Kenny would say, read the tea leaves, that the NBA wants out of the TNT business. It's not necessarily, hey, F you, irreconcilable difference. It's we've grown apart, and it's time to move on.
Mm-hmm.
But we've wondered what is the language, what ground would the NBA have if TNT attempted to match this deal? And I think we might have a little look here, as Awful Announcing did a write-up on this and said reports suggested that during negotiations between the NBA and its broadcast partners, that Warner Brothers Discovery's lack of a streaming platform to show games was a weakness in its pursuit of a new rights deal. That factor could loom large over any legal dispute between the NBA, WBD, and Prime Video, given that Prime Video's C deal in the new NBA rights package is, of course, exclusive to streaming. This,
that boy Adam is smart.
according to your boy, Bill Simmons.
Once again, he's not my boy.
Jesse, when you listened to Bill Simmons' podcast recently? Oh, Jesse's on the phone. Jesse's like, I don't give a damn what you're saying, stupid. No, it's good. He's probably talking to the Real Brothers of Sacramento right now.
It's almost time.
I know I haven't listened to a Bill Simmons podcast recently. Have you, birthday boy?
No, he got a new one out last night. I didn't listen to it.
Oh man, didn't even ring in your birthday with Bill Simmons. Cold game.
He's on his summer vacation.
Bill Simmons reported that Amazon agreed to pay a large portion of its deal in the first 3 years in an attempt to discourage the cash poor Warner Brothers Discovery from pursuing the deal. There has been question as to whether Warner Brothers Discovery even had the money to keep the NBA. How that's possible, I'm not clear. This is a massive television company.
Yeah.
But
is it more so maybe a thought of like their sports budget? You know what I mean? Like, Warner Discovery has it, but
that would be their biggest. Wouldn't that be the biggest portion of their budget?
I don't know.
Because I don't know what it costs to air Law and Order 97 times a day.
Might not be that. Maybe the franchise is worth a lot, though.
The Law and Order franchise, I'm sure it is, which is why they buy it, so they can charge advertising rates.
Still making new episodes, by the way. I saw what's her name talking about starting shooting season 26.
Well, that's just your favorite Law and Order.
That's true,
right? There's a regular Law and Order that
Stabler got his own. Stabler got his own show now too.
How many Law and Orders are there? Are there more Law and Orders or more CSIs?
I think CSI might have them.
Wasn't LL on a CSI?
Yeah, I think it was LA.
What?
And CSI.
LL was on CSI LA?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Shamar Moore was on NCIS LA, or maybe he was on Cold Case. I can't remember. I don't know.
I just went to Law and Order.
It's 5.
I went to see how many spinoffs Law and Order had, but I don't know.
LL's on NCIS LA. Sorry.
Okay. I was looking to see the spinoffs, and this page is not helping me.
Book it though. I did say 5. But that's some crafty wording. That's some crafty wording there.
Yeah.
And we get stuck on the dollar figure, which understandably so is very important.
You were close. 6.
Ah, damn.
SVU, criminal intent, trial by jury.
I had never seen that one.
Los Angeles, true crime, and organized crime.
I guess they don't count Stabler's as a.
Well, which one is Stabler's?
I forgot what it's called. Maybe it is one of the names.
Because
I don't think it's not called Law and Order Stabler. I don't. Maybe it is one of those names. Maybe it's like True Crime.
Is Stabler the bald dude?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who was on SVU and then he got like banished from.
Bro, that dude's character took like 5 different breaks during that show.
Spinoff is organized crime.
Ah, there we go.
It is not called Stabler. You're correct.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I think Cheryl in Baltimore was the one who put us on the Stabler's new show.
Okay.
Now I think about it. But so
Sacramento's #1 for Law and Order.
and Criminal Minds. That's what Shamar Moore's on. Criminal Minds. I thought it was NCIS, but that's actually where LL is.
Criminal Minds is coming back too, I think.
I didn't know it left. I didn't know.
Or it's like a spin-off of Criminal Minds, something like that, I think.
I say this all the time. Does anybody know the show that was in Sacramento?
Like it was
There
based?
was a Criminal Intent or a Criminal Minds show in Sacramento?
Ish. It was now I'm forgetting the name of the show.
Well, that's a hell of a payoff right
Thanks,
there.
Ken.
I know
Wow.
it
Do
now.
you know what
I know.
show was in Sacramento?
I
No,
remember it
Kenny,
now.
what? I don't remember.
I remember it now. Don't look in the chat.
Already did. So
I have no idea what it is.
It was The Mentalist.
The Mental. I don't even know what that
Mentalist.
is.
It was a really good show. It was like
That sounds like a TNT show.
it was kind of like you got this one like super guy who is super smart, understand, but he's not. He was. I don't know if he was a therapist or what, but obviously he's not on the police force. But he was so good at figuring things out and getting into the mind of a criminal that the police used him as part of their team.
Okay.
But he was never on the police force. He was just, oh man, we gotta ask him what's going on here with this case. And it'd be like, oh, well, it's clear that the killer did this and that and this and that and this and that. It was one of those shows. It was a really good show. It was a really, really good show. But yeah, it was here in Sacramento. I don't think they filmed one moment in Sacramento.
Wait, so the whole show was based in Sacramento?
Yeah. I don't think they filmed not 1 second in Sacramento.
Was it ever explained why the show was taking place in Sacramento?
I want to say California, the capital. That would be my guess. It wasn't like a government show. I don't know why they had to be in Sacramento, but
Interesting.
it was always. They had a couple.
Maybe they just thought, let's do something different.
They had a
Miami
couple of. This is how bad it was. I think they had a couple of scenes where like they're in the office and the outlook is the Tower Bridge or something like that.
Okay.
But they didn't film in Sacramento at all to get the real
It's
Tower
clearly just a picture of the Tower Bridge on the outside of the window. That's fine. It's funny watching old shows that utilize green screens.
Oh, man.
Like, because you just recognize, why is there a green halo around? Oh, they're using a green screen because the show
Spider-Man.
is 50 years old.
Spider-Man, only 20 years old or something too.
Yeah,
That was bad.
that's crazy.
I think that Spider-Man, that's when Hollywood was like, we got to do better. This is awful.
Will Z of SI is going to join us. You heard that right. Will Z of SI is going to join us coming up here in about 15 minutes or so.
I remember though what the media rights do. What I was going to say though was we always look at the dollar amount as saying match the dollar amount.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's being provided, the service that's being provided, that also has to be matched.
Yeah.
And when they talk about the
That's what
ability
we're
to
talking
stream,
about with NBC and ABC
exactly.
/ Disney.
They can't
can't
get
do
to
that. Yeah.
So when you talk about the ability to stream, maybe Amazon showed them projections and showed them numbers of what they can do streaming, and TNT, whatever, has to say, not only can we match dollar amount, but we can do this as well in streaming. They may not be able to. You know what I'm saying? So if it goes to a judge,
I mean,
it's one thing that you have the money to do it, but they're providing numbers with what they're able to do with viewership and ad revenue and all this other stuff. You may not be able to match that. And that's where the NBA is like, no, you actually can't match. Just because you match the dollar amount doesn't mean you match the exact offer that's on the table from Amazon.
Yeah, and we don't want. You could also use the line. It's a crazy line to use, but we don't need another television partner.
Yeah.
We need a streaming partner.
Yeah.
We need a streaming partner who will house these games somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
You can stream on
point.
Max.
Yeah.
That's great. Then you compare
Nobody
prime
watches
numbers.
Max, bro.
Yeah, you not for that.
Right.
Like I don't go to Max going, I'm gonna go watch CNN. I don't even pay for that part of Max. I go for Sanford and Son and the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. That's what I'm going to Max for, or whatever movie's out. But it feels like I think it'll really boil down to how literal the judge is willing to take some of this verbiage.
I think that's where they got him.
Or arbitrator or whatever, like whatever this might look like.
I think that's where they got him though. I think that's the ace in the hole for the NBA and Amazon is the streaming.
The streaming,
numbers. I think that's like I said, and Warner might know this. Warner might know they can't match up with that, but to save face, yeah, we're matching. So Charles and everybody can't say we just stupidly let the NBA go. No, we tried, we matched, but it wasn't held up because of this and that.
Their argument can be max though. Like that could be their argument.
Yeah,
like
but they know they can't match. Like if that's what I'm saying. The ace in the hole is,
but
your
what I'm saying
subscriber
is,
base ain't even the same.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and if I'm them and I'm just trying to weasel my way through this, which is what feels like might be happening with TNT, given the tone of that letter they put out, is, well, we signed the deal with Max, like, but we're going to ramp up our promotion of it now. Like we were waiting to get all of these things in place, so now we can ramp up. Hey, get TNT on Max. Probably cost you $40 a month, but go on and get it.
As my co-host would say sometimes, oh, sweetheart. Your little Max thing is not.
That's a shoot, though.
It's not going to get it done.
Yeah, that's they're not going to get it done compared to Prime. Yeah, you would have been better off signing a deal with Disney.
But look, the TNT, look, they might be trying to save face. Like, we'll match. No, and it won't hold up. Don't worry. Told his bosses, don't worry. We won't have to really pay $1.8 billion. We're just trying to save face. Then if the NBA was like, all right, guys, we had a change of heart. Give us. You're with us. Wait, what? We're on the hook for what? That boy Bron, 40 years old, still the best in the world.
As he's showing right now, is USA's. Come on, man.
Wow.
Come on, man.
Flex on him. Flex on him. Get him off your shoulders.
Come on, man. America. That boy right there. Look at those two. My goodness, LeBron James and Anthony Edwards. LeBron James winning another basketball game right now for USA. Is there in a tight one all the way to get our daily airtime quote in. 92-86 with 45 seconds left. LeBron James again dominating in the final. And this is after he hits the go-ahead shot against South Sudan over the weekend to give the USA a 1-point win in that game. And as I said before the commercial break, at some point, the term Father Time is undefeated has to be retired because undefeated means you never lost. And I think there's a very, very good argument that Tom Brady beat Father Time, made it through his entire career. Devontae Adams wants him to come out of retirement and play quarterback for him.
Kyle Shanahan.
Well, that too. And then, you have what LeBron James is doing here at the age of 39. Absolutely phenomenal.
I mean, the thing we always talk about with LeBron that's so unbelievably impressive is it's not just that he is playing at the age of 39, 40 years old. His numbers are still some of the best in the league at that age. That's crazy. Like, we haven't even got to the point where he's just kind of out there, like, no disrespect to this guy, but like Dirk in his final year, Kobe in his final year, where they're not like, they're having their swan song. They're just kind of out there. This guy's, the Lakers are like, please lead us to a championship. Man's almost 40. It's crazy, man. Team USA is like, lead us to the goal.
Apparently.
Beat the world, please.
Apparently, this doesn't seem to be, if anyone has any suggestions, this doesn't seem to be the easiest game to find a box score for.
ESPN ain't got it. That's crazy.
I don't. USA versus Germany box score.
You got to go to the Olympic tab.
I think I got it.
Other stuff.
Okay, I think I got one here. LeBron James. This is a very odd box score.
That's crazy.
I just seen LeBron James with 20 points in this game.
Talk to him about the field goals, though.
LeBron James, 8 of 11.
Come on, man. Come on.
LeBron James is 8 of 11 from 3. He started alongside Book, Joel, Drew Holiday, and Steph Curry. Drew Holiday playing very well. Joel playing. No threat of benching Joel Embiid in this one. It looks like. Oh, LeBron turns it over just as we're praising him.
He said
He's dribbling the ball between
got
his
no
legs.
bag. That's the one knock. You don't have a bag.
He was dribbling a.
They gonna show the replay.
Yeah.
LeBron ain't got no bag.
LeBron thought he was Kyrie Irving for a second. Started dribbling the ball crazy. Hey, watch out. And there it goes. Oh, King. Man. Come on, King.
Oh, man. You know, one of the issues that I think might be the thing to watch for in the tournament, I still think they're going to win the gold medal. They're the favorites. I expect them to win. I don't see anything different with that, but I don't know how good their defense is on the perimeter. And I've had the game on both screens here in the studio. And Dennis Schroeder, I mean, he gets in the paint when he wants to, draw and kick, draw and finish, whatever the case may be.
Mm-hmm.
And just because of the nature of the players that are on the team, these are superstars, right? Like they don't have to be lockdown defenders. They don't have to be any type of defenders, really, a lot of the times. And that's why you have a Drew Holiday or Derek White, but that's only two guys. Asking Devin Booker to be like, yo, we need you to lock up on the perimeter now. That's not in his game right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So when they play Canada, or when they play, maybe Germany again, or maybe Jose Alvarado in Puerto Rico,
mm-hmm.
like maybe that's an issue. And I think that's always kind of been the issue when they do get in trouble, is their perimeter defense is shaky because these guys, these guys on the perimeter, they're just not used to playing that high level of defense consistently, I don't think. So that might be an issue.
That was one of LeBron's funniest turnovers of his career. Game's not over yet. It's 92-86. Okay, now we're trying to pass the ball. Okay, now it's over.
Having a three-man lead
for
here.
goodness sakes, Germany, God bless it. Well, they got a basket. Now they're within 4 with 1 second left because they had to get the perfect shot. My goodness. An angry Steve Kerr walks off the floor. Steve looks disheveled. Like, oh, this is going to be hell. This is going to be absolute hell. Steve's calling Mike Krzyzewski right now. Dude, you can have this job back.
Man,
that's funny.
amazing.
Tatum got that haircut and he can't stop touching his hair.
Yeah, he got rid of
every time I see him.
He
keeps pulling it forward.
Yeah, went back.
I haven't lived that life once. I can
Bron
relate.
hasn't gone to the barber with Beijing yet. He'll have that by Friday.
Well, they'll have it at the hotel. Well, yeah, because he's the flag bearer.
I saw that. Yeah,
he's the flag
and that's
bearer.
the flag bearer for all of USA,
the country.
Right?
Yeah,
that's really cool.
There's one man and there's one woman. I don't know who the woman is. I was actually hoping it would be Diana, but
my guess is Simone.
I feel like I would have seen that. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they didn't announce that. But LeBron's definitely doing it. Carried by 2 at the female. Oh, be announced tomorrow.
Oh,
be announced tomorrow. But your girl did it in 2004. Dawn.
Oh, I didn't know Dawn did it.
And then Birdie did it, which I have zero recollection of in 2021.
Well,
again, yeah, right, right. So LeBron will be the third USA basketball player to carry the flag.
And they play on Sunday. And good news for us here on the West Coast, it's going to be 8 a.m. Sunday morning. So we'll be able to watch. I think it's 8 a.m. Sunday against Serbia. And then I had it right up here. Somebody they play on Wednesday is like during our show, and it starts at noon. And then the next game is the following Sunday at 8 a.m. So we'll all be able to watch. We don't have to worry about a 2 a.m. start or nothing like that. So we'll be good. We'll be good. South Sudan, who they almost lost to, on Wednesday at noon our time.
LeBron's first Olympic appearance was 20 years ago in Athens.
Wow.
when his team won the bronze.
I remember that.
Oh.
My boy AI was on that team. Stephon Marbury was on there. I thought my boys were gonna do some work, and
so bad.
They didn't do work at all.
It's it's so sad to go back and watch that video.
Mm.
Just sitting on the baseline, just stunned.
Damn. Well, I don't think they'll have that problem this year. They gonna win this year. They gonna win. It ain't no thing. Ain't no thing.
See, Michael Phelps was a previous flag bearer. Simone Biles has already carried the flag.
So yeah, probably. I don't think it would be her. It should be Asian.
I don't think it's going to be another basketball player.
True.
That's why I mean, maybe Katie Ledecky.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. I guess that'll get announced tomorrow. But that's a huge. That is I know it doesn't carry the same cachet, but when you talk about MVPs and all NBA appearances and all of that stuff, he was the flag bearer for the Paris Olympics.
Yeah.
That's special. That's tremendous.
Yeah, that
is a tremendous honor for LeBron James.
Somebody, I think it was our guy Eddie Gonzalez had a tweet the other day when he was like, "Man, Bron out here really acting like he's big bro to everybody out here on this team." He said, "What's crazy is they do too." Because LeBron, he was like getting everybody together, and he told KD, he's like, "Hey, KD, go get a shot up real quick." And KD was like, "Oh, okay."
KD, by the way, who's not playing.
Yeah, still not playing.
Kawhi was sent home, but KD just kicking it.
But I mean, this is.
Doesn't look like Ty played today. Is Ty hurt?
I don't think so.
It looks like Ty and KD were the only ones who didn't play today.
Well, with all due respect, this isn't his Olympics. I don't think this.
No,
is
that's the
time.
shoot. Yeah. He'll get the 2 minute.
Yeah, he'll be on the 28 team, and I expect him to play a lot on the 28 team. But this one isn't his Olympics.
Yeah, that's the shoot.
But yeah. I mean, I heard James and Kyle talking about it on the Insiders, but yeah, man, this is LeBron's team, man.
I didn't realize that shot we saw Devin Booker hit was the only shot he made.
Oh,
it was a brutal shot too. It was the only shot he hit.
D Book a starter too.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, he hit a tough and one. Kind of in the corner, regrouped a little bit, just got a decent look off after being fouled.
Like a minute and a half left in the game.
It's the only shot he hit. He was 1 of 6.
But LeBron, they were talking about this is LeBron's squad. This is his team. He's and it shows in his leadership. It shows in his production. The other day, I think they asked Ant-Man. They were like, "Yo, the game was close and you guys were able to pull it out. Like, what happened?" And they said, "We got LeBron James." That's the end. He said, LeBron James. That's the reason why. Everybody look up to, and rightfully so. He might be the greatest basketball player ever play. Like this is turned in, and this is turning into the LeBron Olympics. I don't feel like there was another one I remember like this. Because 08 wasn't his.
No, 08 was, what 08 was, truly. Kobe for sure. It was like the Coach K Olympics. So much was made about the contract and agreeing to do this and to be together and to play together and to be a real team. And
was that the same one where they gave Doug Collins they went over him like
put the medals around his neck? Yeah. We'll come back. SI's newest writer.
Wow.
Covering the Sacramento Kings.
Look at him.
Joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Charlie, oh.
Because you're not family. Family gives family drinks.
Oh,
on their
let's
birthday.
go. Let's go.
This is my favorite Irish whiskey.
My man.
So this is not St. Patrick's Day get drunk Irish whiskey.
Oh yeah,
okay?
you know you
This is-
gotta drink this like an adult.
Yes. Okay.
No doubt, man. Appreciate you, brother. My man.
Happy birthday, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you. There you go. There you go.
Comes back,
Green spot.
I got a little Law and Order trivia.
Oh, let's go.
You're missing a Law and Order.
Oh, see, I don't even waste it. We'll wait. We'll have it for the show. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's some good stuff. This looks good.
They actually have.
I want
4
to see
levels.
what the bottle.
This is the only level I've ever been able to afford. They have a yellow spot, a blue spot, and a red spot. And it all came about because they painted the barrels, and that's how they.
Oh, that's how they knew which one it was. That's a good idea.
The yellow spot
to name it.
The yellow spot gets up into the hundreds per bottle. The blue spot's like $3.29 a bottle.
That's that D-Lo money at that
And
point.
then the red spot, if you can get it, it's usually like $1,200.
Oh my goodness.
And I suppose if we went to Ireland, we'd probably find it at Bevmo for $9.95.
A family friend of mine was telling a story about how he was at he went to a bar with his wife or whatever the case may be, or like a restaurant or something like that. Saw some guys that he knew or whatever, and it was like 3 or 4 of them, and they were drinking or whatever the case may be. And he goes, oh man, that's so and so over there. I'm gonna send them. I'm gonna go to the bartender and say, hey man, round the shots on me or something like that. And he goes to the bartender. He says, yeah, round the shots on me, man, to that table over there or whatever. And the bartender, being the nice bartender he was, he said, you don't want to do that. And he goes, why not? Those are my boys over there. He goes, you see what they drinking over there? It's $200 a shot. And he said, you're right. Well, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, $200 a shot. And they'd been drinking for a little bit. So yeah.
So, David, quickly, you're missing a Law and Order. There's Law and Order UK that ran for 9 seasons on the BBC. It's the same format, but it's Law and Order UK, but it's a little hard to follow because when it gets to the defense time, the defense attorney can't argue the case. They have to hire a solicitor to go into court to argue the case. But then they all put on those powdered wigs, and you can't remember who the hell's what underneath those powdered wigs.
Oh man.
So we're just gonna skip the question of why you know this.
Because I watched all 9 seasons.
Of course you did.
I watch at least one Law and Order every day.
Okay.
There you go.
So it's just like my favorite show, favorite format. I just enjoy that show immensely.
That's
It's a great
tremendous.
show. I mean,
So we're up to 7.
There you go.
7 Law and Orders.
Now you know more than you ever wanted to know.
And here he is.
Hey.
Rosie.
What's up, you guys? Happy
my
birthday,
favorite.
Kenny.
This is how I know TMZ's on TV. It just
Oh,
comes
yeah.
on the end of a game. Oh,
Yeah. And look at that
Yeah.
blue.
Legit did not know they had a TV show or whatever until like the last few weeks.
yeah. That's how. Yeah, you have it on the game, and when it's over, that happens. Will Z, appreciate you, big
What's up,
dog.
Will?
Thank you, my guy. Appreciate
Of course.
Well, we are coming back in just about half a minute or so.
Sweet.
So now that you're all you got to move the podcast equipment
you.
around.
Look,
And
you see
I
what-
finally switched things around. Feels so much better.
yeah, you probably want to put a carpet or something in the room, like an area rug, because it's a little echoey in there.
Little
So
echoey?
you
All right.
put like a rug or something down.
We have one down, but there's not much else in this room. I'll keep working on it.
Oh, we're coming back, Will. All right, we are back here celebrating Casey's birthday all day long.
Yeah, man.
And celebrating the newest Sacramento Kings writer for SI.com, our very own Will Z. Will,
Thank you.
Will Z. Moving on up.
Little old Will Z and his stats writing for Sports Illustrated.
It's just continuing to be a little dream come true with, again, thanks to you guys, Damien. You got me started with all this. So just happy to be continuing the journey and trying to stay humble and just appreciate the little things. But this is a fun one.
Bro, you're a writer for SI.com, Will. That's awesome.
Yeah, man. It is amazing, man. It is amazing. And just however you can, however you want to, just tell us how it went down, man. Like that's major. SI just hitting your DMs like, hey, you want to work with us? Like, how'd that all go down?
Yeah, so actually I heard from Al and Cal on Twitter. He writes for them as well, and he reached out, let me know that they were looking for more writers. They're trying to push for more specific team page coverage. So they wanted someone who's a fan and kind of knows the team. So he got me in touch with the editor, talked to him. He already kind of knew who I was. So, and it just it went pretty quick, and I'm on board now and talked with the publisher. He gave me the go ahead, and we're off and running.
There we go.
And Will Z out here with Kenny Caraway money now. Boy, what a moment. What a moment.
Maybe one of these days I'll get to that point. It's a high bar.
It is for all of us.
Look, Charlie dropped off the Green Spot whiskey for us.
Well, be careful. Charlie will drop off a bottle of liquor that will.
I'm definitely going to be careful with this. Definitely going to be careful with this. But only Will Z and Damien can get the red version. Red version. It's the red.
I don't even know.
It's the red spot. Don't you know what it is. Don't even worry about it. Those who are on the stream, they know what time it is, man. And they agree that you would get the red version.
No one even knows what you're talking about. Like,
look in the chat, they'll agree. They know what time.
Though it does look like Will has some bottles stashed behind him. I can't quite. That is top shelf. Oh yeah.
There's not much. The Angels Envy, that one on the far side is actually from Kentucky. Hannah went to the Derby a few years ago and brought that one back. So that's probably my best bottle up there, but pretty simple stuff. And then the two on the champagne is empty. That was our engagement champagne. Hannah's parents have a winery, and her dad threw a special label on that one. It's a picture of us, but I keep it simple here.
I did the show with a lot of empty bottles behind me for a very, very long time.
Yeah, I should have just kept it a secret.
Yeah, no, well, eventually we break kayfabe on everything. We're telling all of the stories on the 1,000th episode.
Coming up.
1,000th episode of D'Lo and Casey, just about a month away, August 21st. We'll let you know how you can be a part of that as the days roll along.
That's another. I mean, it's not the exact day, but that's another celebration. I'm just saying.
Yeah, for 4 years of D'Lo and Casey and 1 year of D'Lo and Casey on KSFM.
Hey, what I'm talking about.
It's awesome.
It's close enough.
Will Z with us, and of course, Will couldn't wait to start writing as he announced he joined SI and immediately cranked out 2 articles.
I had one ready to go.
Let's get them page views up, man.
Yeah.
Let's make sure everyone sees Will's content. Let's start with the article that I believed you talked with our friend Matt George about, and that is the pairing of Domantas Sabonis and DeMar DeRozan. You called it a perfect match. Obviously, that's not a take on your part. Your game is numbers. What did you dive into that sparked this thought?
Yeah, I wanted to look into it. I felt like everyone was talking about DeRozan and Fox when the trade happened because they are like the dynamic pair on the team now. But when you look at Sabonis and DeRozan, I think the two of them have games that will complement each other just so well. And one of the things that I wanted to do was look at the big men that DeRozan has played with. He's played for 15 seasons, and he's been on some really good teams. So Fox, I think Sabonis is pretty clearly the best big, the center that he's ever played with. When Sabonis got traded to the Kings, that was pretty clear. But I don't know if that's the case for DeRozan. So looking at who he's played with in terms of centers, we've got Chris Bosh, Serge Ibaka, Jonas Valanciunas, LaMarcus Aldridge, and Nikola Vucevic. So a lot of very talented big men, but no one that plays like Sabonis. Sabonis last year, 8.2 assists per game. The most assists that a big that DeRozan has played with was last year Vucevic with 3.3. So he's never played with someone with the style of Sabonis. So I'm really intrigued to see how those two pair together. And I think that it's going to be great. Some numbers that kind of stood out to me: DeRozan ranked in the 87.3rd percentile for the cut play type, 92.2nd percentile for the handoff play type, both plays that the Kings like to run a lot. And then Sabonis led the league with 6.0 screen assists and 14.1 screen assist points created per game. So Sabonis has all of the like peripheral stats to back up what DeRozan does well. And I think seeing them operate out of that like high post is just going to be super electric and just something that I don't think has gotten enough coverage.
I'm sitting there thinking about, is Sabonis, is he better than Aldridge? I don't think so. I don't think so.
I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't know though. Like it's the games are different, like you talked about.
Mm-hmm.
But Aldridge at one point was like he was so good. He was like the prize free agent in the NBA, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody was trying to bring him in for meetings and all this other stuff. I wonder if Sabonis would ever be the apple of the league's eye that way if he was a free agent. I don't know. Luckily, we probably won't ever know because the Kings are going to have him through most of his prime, so it won't be an issue. But that's a good way to look at it. I remember I watched an interview that Mike Brown had done during one of the Summer League games, and he talked about how he didn't realize how much DHO action DeRozan was used to, and now being able to do that with somebody like Domantas Sabonis, he's like, you're going to fit right in. Like this is going to be great for you. Did some of your numbers kind of show the same things about like he did a lot more DHO than people realize? Maybe.
Yeah, I think so. And in terms of, I think he worked so well with Vucevic, where the other number that kind of backs that up, DeRozan, 95 of his assists went to Vucevic. That was the most on the team. For the Bulls, second 71 to Kobe White, and then 49 to Ayo Dosunmu. And so you see that kind of connection with the big is already established, I think, both in the pick and roll. DeRozan has a ton of pick and roll play types per game, too. I don't have the number right in front of me, but that one stood out a lot. And then I was surprised at how effective he was in the DHO, at least by the numbers, because I don't remember Chicago running that play type a lot, but I didn't watch a ton of their games. I really just when they played the Kings. So I think more than we realized. And he just comes in with that comfortability.
Nailed it.
Got there. And Vucevic is good. I just think Sabonis is a little bit better in that role. It feels like three similar types of players: Jokic, Sabonis, and Vucevic, where you have one tier, like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. And so to kind of have him be able to upgrade that a little different of a game, but similar styles, to upgrade from Vucevic to Sabonis, I'm really intrigued to see how that elevates his game and maybe gets him some easier shots and looks. I know Mike Brown's talked about getting him his efficiency going up in the Kings offense.
Given all of that, it feels like the way you laid all of that out, Willsey, that maybe the acclamation of DeMar DeRozan into this Sacramento Kings offense and the Kings offense and their acclamation into DeMar DeRozan, it doesn't sound like it's going to be that difficult.
I don't think so. He's such a high IQ player where like he's been playing for so long and in so many different offenses with multiple teams that he's just probably going to go out there and ball. Like, he'll fit in. It might take a little bit of adjusting, but
some of the
he's
concepts
so-
are the same. Like you talk about the DHOs and different things like that. That's something that obviously Domas did here a lot with a player we're going to talk about here in a second.
Yeah. And I think leaning into the pick and roll a little bit more with DeRozan being so good in that aspect, I think we saw more pick and rolls last year than the year before for the Kings, especially with Monk and Sabonis. They were so good in that aspect that I think maybe we'll see the Kings shift a little bit more to play into DeRozan's strengths. But it's one of the things I'm really excited to see what their offense looks like with adding a player of his caliber.
I'm just stuck on like, well, you kind of started this off with like, has DeRozan playing with other great players, right? And I'm like, now I'm like, has he played with somebody as good as De'Aaron Fox? Obviously, we got Kyle Lowry. Fox is better than Lowry kind of ever was, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So then you talk about LaMarcus Aldridge. That's another one. But I mean, man, is Fox better now than LaMarcus Aldridge heights? It's hard to say because LaMarcus Aldridge is this multiple-time All-Star and All-NBA guy and stuff like that. But I don't know. I mean, there's an argument to be made that Zach LaVine is on that list as well. But there's an argument to be made that this is the best teammate DeMar DeRozan has ever played with when you talk about De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with the way their games complement each other. I think they're like, this whole conversation started with Sabonis and DeRozan, but like, let's not forget DeRozan and Fox are like, I love the combination of their games too, especially with Fox kind of taking more threes last year to even out DeRozan not taking as many threes. Like, I like that a lot.
Well, you talk about taking threes. Let's transition to your debut article over there on SI, as this is Will Z, writer for SI. We have to pay Will now to come on. I can't even text Will anymore. Like, hey, you want to come on the show? I have to text Will's assistant. Then Will's assistant will let us know. All right, I guess. Cute little radio show. We'll see if we could do something.
Or we got. No, I was going to say something else. I'll just go ahead and ask a question.
Oh, they've already asked. I know what you're looking for. No, they already asked. Will, no, they already asked. Will with us. They've already asked. And we've told Will he can do whatever makes him happy.
Whatever you got to do.
Will was the one who was like, nah, that'd be weird.
Yeah, I love you guys. I can't.
It's crazy, boy. It's crazy.
Kevin Huerter. Kevin Huerter he's an interesting subject of conversation right now because he's still a member of the Sacramento Kings. A lot of people didn't think he would be. I didn't think that he would be. And by the way, it doesn't mean he can't be traded. It doesn't mean, there couldn't be more deals ahead. But your inaugural article was about Kevin Huerter and how you expect the bounce back this season. Two things. I expect a bounce back as well. I think we might find something in between the last two seasons. But what makes you so confident that Kevin Huerter is probably closer to the guy we saw his first year in Sacramento rather than the second?
Yeah, just really looking at the numbers shows how odd last season was. So Kenny, hit it with your favorite, the wide open threes. If you look at his career wide open 3-point percentage, starting in 2018-19, 39.9%, then 43.5, a down year, 35.5, and then 42.4, 42.4, and then last year, 34.2. So that's a really low number for wide open threes, especially for someone from his caliber of a shooter. Like I'd be shocked if that number stays about the same, and he's going to get those wide open looks just because the Kings offense is so stacked that if he can go up to his career average in that even like high 30s, low 40s, then that's a huge improvement on its own. And what I liked too from last year is his 2-point percentage was still pretty high. It skyrocketed when he got traded to the Kings, 60.4% in his first year in Sacramento. Before that, his career high had been 53%. Last year, it dropped to 57, so still higher than all of his time in Atlanta. but not quite as high as the first season. But he showed he can still score in that kind of variety of ways. I think everyone labels him as just a three-point shooter, but I see him as more than that, especially him and Sabonis in their little two-man game. He can get going inside. He doesn't do it a ton, but he's pretty effective inside the arc as well. So combining that increased or like maintained efficiency from 2 with a return to average, even if it's just on the wide open looks, would be huge for him and the Kings offense.
And you got to think that even if it is a reduced role, that I would think he's going to have more opportunities than he had, more of an ability to go up against maybe second team defenses and be able to have an opportunity to put up better numbers than he did. And like you said, that's before we even talk about wide open looks that he maybe get because he's playing with so many scores that draw so much attention pretty much at all times. You know what I mean? No disrespect, but there's not a Harrison Barnes to, sag off of or anything else like that. These are guys that demand a lot of attention offensively, and he can reap the benefits from that.
Yeah. The Kings need him to do is just, James always talks about how everyone slides back a role. Like if he's just a shooter, that's great. Like, I think, again, he's more than just that, but the Kings don't need him to do as much going forward, which when you have a player of his caliber in that type of role, it's similar. I think Aaron Gordon he's better than his role on the Nuggets. And I think that's what elevates teams to championship teams. We see it with the Celtics. They have players who are probably better than their role on the team. Like their talent is over the role. And if the Kings can have these types of players who their talent is more than they're being asked to do, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that him and Sabonis, I always think that, I told you guys before, I was going to be so sad if Huerter was traded because I think him and Sabonis are perfect for each other. So having someone be able to come in off the bench, I assume, we'll see, I don't know, but having someone who can come in off the bench and light it up on any given night. And he's the type of player who, and when Huerter gets on a streak, he gets on a streak. Like he can carry a team on his own for like 10 games at a time.
Not no numbers, just asking for a writer's opinion. Who do you think starts at 2?
I still like Keon. I just like it because it balances everything out. The pairing, I like the pairing of Fox and Keon and the pairing of McLaughlin and Monk, because you have one defensive guy in each pair and one offensive guy in each pair. I think you can make it work with Monk if he wants to start. It's hard to say no at this point, where you just work more on the rotations. And I think that Mike Brown and the coaching staff could probably do that, where they even things out. But I just like it because you have a more balanced lineup kind of at all times that way. But again, it's hard to say no if Monk really wants it.
The scenario with the starting 2 guard is almost to the point, I think, where it's what would you do and what do you think is going to happen? Because there may be 2 different answers.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people who would start Keon, that's what they would do. I'm starting to feel like I think that might be 3rd, like Keon starting
Keon. I was wondering that too.
I think Monk
stepped in and played some nice minutes for us while everyone was out. It's just lives rent free in my head. Just a nice little line from Monty McNair about Keon Ellis just lives in my head. Like, that does not sound like he's describing his starting 2 guard.
I couldn't stop thinking about it after you said it last week.
And then he's playing all week long in summer league.
Yeah, I don't think it meant nothing, but it probably doesn't mean as much as I'm putting on it. But I just wish I had done the old Cheryl and Elk Grove and recorded the TV screen so you could hear it, because he wasn't like passive. It wasn't dismissive. It was
He
just
meant it as a completely positive thing to say.
he did, but it was also it just had a tone like and you know we all know how Monty is, but it just felt like I don't think he would describe De'Aaron Fox that way. I don't think he would describe Malik Monk that way. I don't even think he would describe Harrison Barnes that way.
Right.
I don't know. It's gonna live rent free in my head. Shout out Bonte Hill until that first game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand anybody who says Keon, they would start Keon. I get it. When I think about it, in some ways, I definitely might start Keon myself. I just don't think he's going to.
Game 1, there's probably not a wrong answer. There won't be. Well, because there won't be a wrong answer until something goes wrong.
True.
So if game 1 gets here and Keon is 0 for 3, if Keon's putting up KZ Okpala numbers, and maybe the Kings lose, then it's like why are we doing this again? and I'm with you. I'm starting to feel like he might be third in line because I just can't believe I don't know. I just can't believe you're going to be completely dismissive of Kevin Huerter.
But I just don't think he would start. I don't think
Huerter
would start. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with you and leaning towards Malik. I'm just not writing off Kevin Huerter.
Yeah,
yep.
Understand completely.
William, congratulations, man. We're really proud of you. We can't wait to see what happens next year. I mean, you're going to be on Casey's boy Chris Mannix's podcast any minute talking about
that's gonna be Will Z's boy.
Well, that will be Will Z's boy moving forward. We'll stop bad mouthing your coworkers.
Is there like a day we should look out for Will Z articles, or is it just kind of right now in the offseason?
At this point, it's every damn day.
Yeah, I think my goal is like 4 a week or so. It's super free. Like I can write at whatever cadence I want, which is nice, and about whatever topics. So super great in that aspect. As long as I've got ideas, I'll write it. It's one of the things where I want to write good articles. I don't want to write articles just to write articles. So I don't know if I'll try and force it. But as long as I keep thinking of things that interest me, I'll find some numbers and throw some ideas.
Between us, just us, chat, I'd repurpose some of those articles you've written in the past.
Well,
I was wondering.
That could work too.
It's a bigger platform, buddy. You're in the pros now. Just I mean, you don't have to send them the same sheet. Just the premise. Add a little bit to it, and off it goes.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I was thinking about that too, and I mean, there's a little bit different audience between willzstats.com and si.com.
100%. So check out Willzy over at si.com, man. Super happy for you. Can't wait to watch this continue to grow. Will, we appreciate you as always, my friend.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Congrats, Will.
Will Z of SI.com right there. The Sacramento Kings on SI. Really good stuff. Just another resource for Kings fans to dive in and read some great content from people who actually watch the basketball.
That's it. And that's a good job by SI and other, Locked On and people who do that. It's like, let's get some people who are actually there and locked in to get some more accurate information and content on our site. So they couldn't find many people better than that guy right there. We'll see.
Yes, indeed. Speaking of people who watched the game, we haven't gotten the chance to talk to him for a little bit, but our man James Ham is back from Cabo.
Hey.
And he'll join us when D-Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
I'm watching this Little League World Series softball edition right now. And these poor young ladies from New Hampshire, Massachusetts is just beating the crap out of them. And they can't throw any strikes. Stop the fight.
Oh. Will somebody stop the damn match? Oh, them juices. Man. Oh, your audio wasn't that bad, Will. Just sounded like you were in a room with hardwood floors. Tom L. Let's see. Do you believe Jake Fisher's comment of the Kings being very close on a marketing deal? D'Lo has said Ainge left Kings on red on two different perspectives. I didn't see Jake Fisher's comment on the Kings being very close on a marketing deal. Are you talking about like now or were close? I don't know that the Kings were close. I know that they tried, and I know they put together a motherfucker of a proposal. And yeah, Danny didn't respond. Multiple people have said the same thing. The Jazz just didn't respond. So Kings moved on. They gave the Jazz a de facto deadline, and when they didn't respond, they cut. They were like, all right, we can't let this thing with DeMar out there linger. We want DeMar DeRozan here. And so they went and did it. But that's what happened. Yeah, I don't believe at all that the Sacramento Kings were close on a marketing deal. I know that they were in talks. I know that they put together an offer, and I know that Utah didn't respond to it. My belief has always been, and this was our very, very first thing that we got on marketing was someone hit us up and said, hey, check around, but there's a little bit of buzz regarding marketing in the Kings and marketing in the Warriors. And I think that was the first day of free agency, if I remember correctly. And knowing the way that the story played out, I think Danny was just pitting the Kings against the Warriors to ultimately get what he wanted from the Golden State Warriors. And we had that written into the show today. We didn't really get to it, but I guess we could, because James is pretty up on some of the stuff. I don't want to put him in any weird spots because we haven't, collaborated in a while, but I think the Warriors are bidding against themselves right now. Like whatever Danny wants at this point, I just say no. Like force Danny Ainge and the Utah Jazz to make a decision on force them to keep him or lower their price. John Poles, what's good, baby? Yeah, that's right. That was it was because we knew that they were we knew it was the Warriors or the Kings, and they were in talks with both of them. And I don't want to go so far as to say advanced talks, but talks with offers. Our man James Hamshed to join us here at the top of the hour. It'll be great to connect with James for the first time in a little while. You can connect with us on the phone lines if you'd like to, 916-909-1320. Of course, a lot of you are already jumping in on the conversation in the Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress. Head over to MatthewsMattress.com. Find one of the 10 locations nearest you. Again, that's MatthewsMattress.com. Sale or not, they have free same-day delivery. You could be sleeping in a brand-new mattress today, and make sure when you head into whatever of those 10 locations you go to, make sure you tell them you're part of the Chatty House. Make sure you tell them you heard about them on D'Lo and KC. A couple of things we didn't get to today. Excited to talk to James Ham coming up here in just a few minutes.
Did you see this? Bob Melvin got ejected when handing in the lineup cards.
How does that happen? What day was this?
Yesterday. He got
what did he do?
Because there was a play, I think on Friday that he didn't. Friday, mind you, Saturday happened. There was a play on Friday he didn't like. And I guess when he went to go get the lineup cards on Sunday.
All right, Bob.
Got thrown out.
And why is Michael? I love Mike Wilbon.
That's not his best outfit.
Mike's got a polo, was clearly a short sleeve polo shirt with his blazer over the top, but he has a pocket square in and it just looks like a mess. And shout out to Tony Kornheiser, who I guarantee has shorts on with his
absolutely
with his.
Mike know how to dress. He know better than that.
Yeah,
Mike's outfit makes no sense.
Yeah, absolutely no sense whatsoever.
It screams he's on vacation and maybe like didn't have all his luggage. His luggage got lost or something.
You know, it wouldn't be good, but it'd be better if he just took the pocket square out. The pocket square is supposed to accentuate a meticulously put together outfit. He looks like he just grabbed everything that was near the camera.
He's got a golfing shirt under his blazer.
He probably either just got back from golfing or is about to leave for golfing.
He grabbed everything that was by the camera.
Come on, Mike.
Oh man.
Come on.
Still looks better than Richard Jefferson, though.
Well, that's a fact.
That's easy work.
Yeah,
that is easy work.
That is a fact. It's now 18-0 Massachusetts over New Hampshire.
Sorry, New Hampshire, you got this.
This is the regionals for the Little League Softball World Series.
Okay. You want to put your keys down or whatever? What is that?
I was about to put them in my festival bag.
It's like when Kenny tries to quietly open a bag of chips and it's just
put them in my festival bag. My wife calls it a purse. I said it's not a purse. It's a festival bag.
Your festival bags are like the final boss Stacy.
No, don't. This is a Jordan festival bag. What are we talking
Vontae
about?
calls her Sacramento Stacy.
That was funny.
Sacramento Stacy was like, "Hey, let's do that one. Let's do the picture." Like, what picture are you talking about? She got a kick out of the defensive player of the year like pictures and how Kenny,
DPLG,
defensive player of the game, and so she was like, "Let's do the picture where we cover our faces." And so Stacy has this bad habit of, instead of like doing, what De'Aaron does or Malik does, she makes it look like she's shielding the sun from her eyes. So we had to have a little tutorial out there at Cesar Chavez Park about how to do the picture. She was very excited to post that, and it wasn't lost on our buddy
Sacramento Stacy
Bonte Hill, who happened to who caught that, and think he got a little in his feelings that the final boss was hanging out with D'Lo and KC. Though he did show some love.
Always shows love, man. Bonte, that's my guy, man.
Well, we were cooking on social media on Friday night. Shout out Leezy. That boy Leezy was working.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was.
You know, a photographer takes a good picture when they look at it and they go, "Oh," and they turn it directly to you. It was like, "Oh yeah, Leezy, give me that."
He caught a couple of them.
Yeah,
he caught a couple of them. Man. Shout out Leezy.
He got a couple. Man,
nice crowded concerts in the park too.
Great crowd, man. That was one of them nights where, and man, I can't. We Katie Page and Nate Curry, Bug B, and of course Pilo and Cool
95
John.
Mil too. He was up there with Bug
Sage,
B,
the Gemini, everybody who came through. Man, I cannot stress enough how big Oasis was for that party.
Oasis was going crazy.
DJ Oasis stepped into that DJ booth and had a plan.
Yeah, man.
And man, he executed that game plan. He had you put Oasis on that Wilt Chamberlain stat line.
Yeah.
That was Oasis on Friday night.
I always just thought Oasis was a good DJ, just in general. It's what he a good DJ. But when we was at the Juneteenth celebration and he brought out the barbecue mix, I said, "Oh, this dude, now this dude's a student of the game.
Mm-hmm.
He's a student of music." Oasis had the barbecue mix going. I said, "Oh man!"
He had everybody walking out of the park to the Gap.
He's a student of music, man. That's what a good DJ is, man.
Oasis and those, because there was supposed to be about a little less than 15 minutes between the end of Nate Curry and the start of Pilo and Cool John.
Mm-hmm.
And because Pilo was so gracious, we're doing these meet and greets, photo things, all of this different stuff. We got a heads up at about 8. It was just after 8. It was about 8:05. Like, hey, we're going to go till 8:15. They'll be ready at 8:15. They're cutting everything off, but he needs a few minutes. I was like, no problem. We got the benefit of being on stage and having fun with the crowd. Oasis was doing all the work.
Yeah.
That boy is
I was
nasty.
vibing to the party. That's all I was doing. I was just vibing to the party.
And we was just singing along with the crowd.
Yeah, man. Good times, man.
He had that West Coast mix playing right before P-Lo came on stage.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That culminated in the only song in America, according to Steph Curry.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Be mad about it.
No, look. You saw me out there. I had a good time with the song. It's a solid song. It's a solid song, but it's kind of worn off.
But I'm sorry. Go look at that crowd again. It hasn't worn off. It's worn off on us because we play it every hour and 15 minutes. It ain't worn off on them.
It's kind of worn off, though.
Go look at them again. It ain't worn off.
I've seen them. I was there. I seen them. They
ain't worn off.
They,
no one rolled their eyes.
No, it's not necessarily that. But what was what was the song? They had a couple other that got it popping more than that.
It didn't get it popping more than that. Like Drake got a good response.
No, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about like some West Coast classics and stuff like that. They got it popping more than not like us.
Okay.
Because it's not if that would have happened the last concerts in the park, yeah, it would have been jumping like going crazy.
Yeah, well, we couldn't play it at last concerts in the park. Don't want to do that.
It would have been jumping crazy. Now,
literally told the DJ, "Hey, you play Not Like Us." Never mind. I ain't even gonna do that. Never mind. Forget it. It's just really hard being right. It's really hard doing people's jobs better than them. Didn't have to do that. Oasis knew what to do.
He knew what time it was, man.
Wow, Zeke is only 29.
Not even 30 yet.
Wow.
Crazy. I say this a lot when we talk about,
feels like Ezekiel Elliott's at least 40.
When we talk about Ezekiel Elliott, I say this a lot, but as a 49ers fan, I was like, oh
wow,
no.
He's 29.
I was like, they got the next great one. When the Cowboys had him,
yeah,
I was like, oh no. He looked like he was going to be unstoppable.
That is bananas. I cannot believe he's only 29 years old.
What would you say his dominance was? It was like super short. It was like 2 years. His rookie year,
like a year and a half. Yeah.
Did he get suspended after his rookie year? Or was that after his second year? I can't remember.
So I would think it's his. So the suspension was 6 games.
I think so.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I
feel like it was the second.
Like I said, as a Niners fan, I saw that rookie. I was like, oh man, they didn't got the next damn Barry Sanders, Emmitt Smith combined.
Yeah, he looked like he was the one. He looked like he was the one
He got suspended his second season. I believe he only played 10 games that year. And then he ran for 1,300 yards in 2019. And after that, fell off.
1,600 yards his rookie year. 1631.
Oh, man.
983 in the 10 games Jesse was just referring to.
Jeez.
1,400 yards the third year. 1,300 yards the year after that, and it gets a little.
Well, that 1,300 yards, that last like 1,300, didn't that combine with like he started fumbling a lot?
That year,
that was like the first year of the decline. I felt like the numbers were good, but he started fumbling.
Fumbled a career high 6 times. Yeah, 6. Matched a career high. I'm sorry, 6 times.
No, it was the next time. The career high the next year.
Well, no, it was actually 2 years prior, but he was running for 1,400 yards that year, so no one cared.
That boy Ezekiel Elliott was a problem, man. Jeez. Happy birthday to him, man.
He was
Kansas City. All right, Zeke.
He was first team All-Pro his rookie season.
He had the perfect combination of power and speed. Like he would run through you, but then if he got on the open field, you weren't gonna catch him. It was crazy to see him that rookie year. I was scared to death. I was like, damn, this guy's the truth.
Trying to figure out. Yeah, God, did he, man? He obviously stunk in New England. Like that was.
He had injuries too, though, didn't he? Didn't he have like a
in New England or just in general?
Just in general, he kind of got hurt a little bit.
I mean, he played 16 games in a 16-game season. He played 15 games, 17 games, and 14 games.
I felt like he had a knee.
His yards per carry the last 4 years have been pretty weak too.
Yeah, that's the tough part. Like that's where the fall off. Shout out J. Cole is.
Yeah. If he had better quarterback play, maybe it wouldn't be all on him. So.
It's facts. Not that overrated guy wearing number 4 in Dallas.
I don't even mean that. I'm just throwing.
Yeah, you did. That's what we've been meaning.
Your hate for
he's no
Dak
Tony
Prescott
Romo.
is crazy.
Oh,
that was a shot.
I said he's no Tony Romo.
No, that was a shot. That's like the second shot you've taken at me today. That was my quarterback. Leave my quarterback alone.
Oh man, now Dak is okay. He's just overrated. That's all it is.
Dak is good. He's just not the highest paid quarterback in the league.
Yeah. He's a good quarterback. He's just overrated. Like he's not a top 10 guy.
James Harden. It's fine.
Yeah, it's a great call.
Man, he might be.
Man, it's a great call.
36 touchdowns, and is that math don't work? What year are we in? 22. Oh, that's right. Yeah. 36 touchdowns, 9 interceptions last year.
Good numbers.
4,500 yards.
Good numbers.
17 games played 12 the year prior, 16 the year prior, 5 the year prior, and then didn't miss a game his first 4 seasons.
And remember when remember when they beat the Eagles on Sunday Night Football? There's like, that's the performance Dak needed to show us. He's official now. Yeah, all right.
He's the MVP candidate for like 20 minutes.
He was an MVP candidate.
And then he goes to Miami the next week and does nothing.
Bro, those Miami's like only December win too.
Was that last year? Weren't they like 12-5 last year?
Miami?
No,
Cowboys.
They won the East.
Yeah.
What were wasn't that the Dolphins record too? What was the Dolphins record?
They were like 9-3 going into December and they just completely folded. I think they finished like 10-7 or something. Shout out to my Finns.
Shout out James Ham. What's up, Hammer?
Hi, friends.
Cabo Ham, we missed you. Back
man.
in standard definition here in America.
Go back to Cabo for these.
Go back to your Cabo mansion so we could see you better.
Oh, I'm on the wrong Wi-Fi.
Well, see, that's all right. Look, John Bull's got the freeze time about 70 seconds from now at 3:03. As we welcome back in our insider, our Kings insider from the Insiders, James Ham here with us. Hammer, what's happening, man?
Oh, not a whole lot. We're in the dog days of summer at this point. So we did see, I don't know if you guys, while you were on the air, Sasha Vezenkov decided to go back to Europe officially.
Yeah.
And literally paid $6 million to do it, which is wild.
Yeah,
or gave up $6 million to do it. That's pretty crazy.
I'm gonna need my money, man.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. That was crazy. I'm surprised he didn't have to pay any of his money back. I'm that he was able to, that he didn't get any money for leaving at all. That to me was very surprising. But it is what it is. I hope he's happy over there. Certainly that's where, like he's a star there, and it makes more sense for him to be there than for him to be here in the NBA as a role player, whether it's in Sacramento or Toronto or somewhere else.
And it's also interesting too. I thought Sasha was a fine NBA player, before he even really got a chance to get a grasp of the league and everything else like that. He was fine. Like he's a guy, like, I don't believe Sasha got played out of the league. Like he came here and is like, this is just too much. Like he can't compete here. I don't think that was the case. He got hurt. I don't know if he always got the best playing time opportunity from Mike Brown, and then it just kind of snowballed, man. So it's interesting that he's just gone after a year, because I didn't look at him and think like, oh, he's not cut out to be in the league.
Yeah, I thought he was an NBA player as well. Like whether he deserved 15 minutes or 12 minutes or 22 minutes, I don't know what. You'd have to, it would, definitely help him to be in a different situation where he had longer, more athletic players around him. as opposed to just like as a catch and shoot player. But yeah, I wish him the best. I hope it works out in Olympiacos in Greece for him. Again, sometimes you just pull the plug on something that you know isn't going to work for you. And to me, it does make sense for him to go back and just be a star where you're comfortable and have a good time, live the good life there as opposed to struggling here and all the travel and everything else. It's something I think that people miss that like European, like let's say you play in the EPL, right? The English Premier League. Like you might travel like an hour on a bus ride, 2 hours on a bus ride. Even if you went to go play in a different country, it takes 45 minutes to get from England to France or to Spain. Even going all the way to Rome, it might be like an hour and 20-minute flight from England. When you get here and all of a sudden you're doing an 82 game trip around the world, basically in the United States, it's so much more traveled, so much more wear and tear on you. And so even that, like, I know he was lonely here, and so it makes sense for me for him to go and go back where he's comfortable.
Do you remember what he was making over there?
Yeah,
Like,
I think he $2 million. Yeah, he just got a raise.
Yeah, I would have gutted it out for a year. hey, it's Toronto. I'm good for a year.
Yeah, I'm gonna just have to, I just gotta do what I gotta do for this bag.
Yeah, that's $6 million and some change, man. That's tough. That's tough. I remember Mike Bibby left. Was it the Knicks? Or maybe he went to Mike Bibby or maybe it was Atlanta. He had a buyout in which he didn't take anything. He just wanted to leave and left like $8 million.
See, both of those situations are more egregious than Jalen Brunson.
Oh,
no. Yeah. Give me the $6 million.
Yeah, because there's no hope those guys are getting that money back.
Yeah.
Oh, in the Euro League, Sasha could probably play for like 10 more years.
True.
He could be the LeBron of his league and play till he's 40.
Well, he certainly could string together a couple of years of MVP caliber play, and again, he'll be a star. Like when we watched him play, like building up to when he came over, like they go to the European Championships. He's playing in like Spain or something, and again, consider the travel differences. That's huge, but also like you're living a good life there. Everything is much like more compact and it's something that I think people who travel a lot, they realize that the US is gigantic. It's just huge. And so to go from one coast to the next, just remember the Kings had that one trip where it was like they went to Atlanta. Well, I think they went to like Orlando and then Atlanta and then like Charlotte and then stopped in the middle of the country on the way home and then came back and over like a 6-day stretch, they traveled like, I don't know, like 7,000 miles. Like it is just the rigors of it are much more difficult. And so, hey, I don't begrudge the guy for wanting to go home where, again, he instantly walks in the door and everybody is going to be so excited, over the moon that he's back. And as opposed to here, it would have been like, oh, okay, Sasha's still on the roster. And, so I think being embraced and all that stuff is probably a big deal for him and good for him.
Speaking of guys who didn't have the best year last year, what's your thoughts on Kevin Huerter right now? We were talking about him earlier with Will Z as he wrote something up on SI.com about Kevin, and just with it seeming like free agency moves, things like that are kind of settling down right now, and a true off season may begin a little bit where things just kind of go quiet. What is your opinion on Kevin Huerter heading into his third season, at least for now, with Sacramento?
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how they handle him. Where does he play? What position do they think he is? Is he your starting shooting guard? I mean, there's always that potential for him to walk right back into a starting shooting guard role with Malik Monk coming off the bench and even, Keon Ellis coming in and playing some backup one. Like we don't know what his role is going to be, but I'll tell you that like when I had conversations at the end of the season, there was a quiet like, hey, he had a bad season, and it wasn't even that bad. It was just bad compared to what he did the year before. And so we think he can get back on the right path, and we think he can find himself, and we also think that he's like a big part of what we do. I was getting a lot of that from inside the walls. And so maybe they do just like feel like, if you had to lose one of them between him and Harrison Barnes, you would choose to lose the guy who's in his 30s and not the guy who's, 25, 26 years old. And so that makes sense from like an age standpoint. But also, I think there is value to a guy who can play the 2 and the 3, who's, 6'7" and doesn't have a huge like height disparity when he moves over to the 3. And, if you're going to bring in a guy like DeMar DeRozan, and you do need more shooting, DeRozan isn't a natural 3-point shooter. So you would, want to pair him with as many elite shooters as you can. And so it could make a lot of sense here. But I also think, the Kings are leaving a door open for a trade down the road too, because, he's got 2 years left on his deal. It's 17 and 18 million ish over the next 2 years. And you basically, if it doesn't work out, if he doesn't come back and have just a knockdown, 3-point shooting season to start the year, maybe he is a player that you look to move off of midway through the year, and you always have that contract sort of as a placeholder.
And that's what I'm starting to think as well with this team. Like I kind of feel like what you reported, I believe was 100% accurate. A couple weeks ago that they were still looking to make moves, and I kind of feel like they looked, they saw what was out there, and there wasn't anything maybe that they felt like they needed to pull the trigger on right now. And I think maybe the game plan might be, let's just start the season like this, and we have, Kevin Herter or maybe future picks to use if we feel like we need to make a move in season. But as the roster is, let's see what we can do with this roster, and then move accordingly. There's no rush to do anything right now.
Yeah, I mean, I get that there is no like major rush to go do something as of right now. But then again, I mean, you do still have the same problems that you had last year, and you can't avoid the fact that the Kings still don't have the length and athleticism that they need at the 3 and the 4. And you can say, well, you got some of that covered with DeRozan, but again, 6'6", and you can say, well, Jalen McDaniels, like he could have a bounce back season and be better than he was last year, where he couldn't get off the bench in Toronto. But there's nothing that's guaranteed that he's going to step in and be a rotational piece for you. And so you need more of that, of those types of players, and you need higher end versions of that type of player than McDaniels for sure. So I'm intrigued to see how it all plays out in the end. But again, I don't think having good players on your team isn't a bad thing. And I still think like Kevin Herter is a good player, and you added another piece into DeMar DeRozan, like a really good player, but you're always gonna be like wondering like, how are you going to match up against New Orleans again? How are you going to match up against Minnesota? Like these teams with these super long athletic 3s and 4s and even 5s that can go out and stretch the floor. And the answer is, as of right now, you don't match up perfectly with them, and you might need to have some of those pieces, whether it's like a smaller move right now to add in somebody else, or it's a bigger move down the road.
Do you think that they're maybe looking at it like we're going to top teams with like our style? Like we're not going to try to match length for length with everybody or strength for strength with everybody. Like we're going to have a style that is unique to us, kind of similar to the first year of this Beam team, but hopefully on a grander scale now. That just like, no, we're not going to be forced to play your way. You're going to be forced to play ours.
Yeah, it's good in theory, and that works against a lot of teams. It does, but in a 7-game series, that doesn't always work. and that's the problem. I mean, you got to figure out how to manage it all. Like, you know, it's still a glaring weakness. The Kings don't have. I mean, you can say Alex Lynn is your rim protector, but I mean, as of today, Alex Lynn has to play minutes for this team. You know, last year, Alex Lynn didn't have to play minutes. Like, you know, Alex has had a long history of injury, but he's been pretty solid since he joined the Kings. But they had other options there. They had JaVale McGee, and at this point, you don't have that other piece that might be able to help you. And even if you look at the power forward position, like Keegan Murray truly isn't like a standard, you know, run of the mill power forward. He's a 3-4 or maybe a 4-3. I'm not sure which. So the really only true power forward you have on this roster is Trey Lyles. And so again, Trey isn't a long super athlete, and you keep running into this issue that you don't have your rim protection. And even if you do, you might not have that rim protection that's going to play in a standard rotation where he's playing more than 10 or 12 minutes a game.
But I would say this though too, Ham, isn't the league kind of moving away from that traditional power forward that we think of? A lot of these teams that are playing that four is out on the perimeter now. You know what I mean? That's the stretch four. You go down the list of the teams that were successful this past year. You know, Boston has, I don't know, sometimes Tatum would probably be at the four if Holiday and Derek White are on the floor at the same time. Dallas, who knows what they were doing at the four? You know, PJ Washington, you know, maybe would be there four. OKC, they've added Hartenstein, but that's also probably going to move Holmgren, who's a little bit of a, I'm not, understand what I'm saying, like a softer big man. Like he's not this big bruising four. He's more of a finesse type of four. So that's kind of where they're going. You know what I mean? And you've got a Keegan Murray. It kind of fits in. Even the guy that everybody really wants, Lauri Markkanen, is more of a finesse perimeter type power forward. So doesn't it seem like they're well equipped for kind of the way basketball's being played right now in the NBA?
Well, I would say yes, if you just look at the fact that some of those guys are finesse guys versus traditional power forwards. But I would also point out that, you know, there's a big difference between Chet Holmgren at 7 foot tall and you know, Evan Mobley at almost 7 foot tall, and just keep going down the list of players that are long and super athletic that are playing that traditional four at this point. So while they might not be, you know, like guys who are bruisers, they're still legitimate, you know, 7-footers or close to it with 7'2", 7'3" wingspans, and you don't have one of those guys. And your center is not one of those guys either. You know, like Domantas I wouldn't call him an undersized center so much as he's just not like a long, super athletic shot blocking center. And I think Domas is a much better defender than people give him credit for. I mean, like the advanced stats say he's a much better defender. But that still doesn't mean that you don't need that other guy who can block shots or that can either block shots or space the floor at like a really, really high level.
Casey brought him up. You think Markkanen gets traded?
No. I think Danny Ainge does this mess all the time. I think we're gonna get, what is it, August 6th? We'll find out if that's the one day where he can sign a contract extension and still get traded by the trade deadline. So as soon as he's eligible for an extension, if they sign him that day, it's 6 months from that he can be traded. If he doesn't sign on that day, then like things are going to get dicey for Utah.
And that's because it's post-trade deadline, right? Like if he doesn't sign August 6th, then the trade deadline has passed on the set and he can't be moved.
Yeah, exactly. So his value plummets. His value goes to an expiring contract that you're renting, who you would at least have Larry Bird rights to if you traded for. But again, it's a tough thing. You're going to have to wait until the end of the season to try to retain him if you're a team that goes out and trades for him. I'm going to guess that Markkanen doesn't get traded. That's just my own personal thing. You know, Danny Ainge loves him, and for a good reason. Like he's a very good player. But again, when we're talking about like traditional power forwards versus non-traditional power forwards, Lauri Markkanen's like 7 foot tall at least, and super athletic and can play off the bounce and do all kinds of things. Again, like if I'm the Kings, you're okay with Keegan Murray matching up against him, but then you're going to run out of players that can match up against athletic small forwards and everything else. That's just a tough defensive assignment for anybody, let alone somebody who's giving up like 4 inches in height at a minimum, and maybe a couple inches in wingspan as well.
The whole thing with Lauri Markkanen in Utah, in my opinion, was more of Danny Ainge saying, I don't really have any plans of trading him. Like, I'll re-sign him and we'll figure it out later. But if somebody gives me, he's not untradeable. Like, if somebody gives me something that I just can't refuse, then yeah, we can make that happen. But mind you, I'm only doing that for offers that I can't refuse. It's not just a good offer. It's got to be one that blows me away. And if I don't get that, I'm perfectly fine re-signing him, and he'll be under club control, and he can either stay here and be part of the rebuild, or, if we feel we need to move him, we could always move him later. But I never felt like, while there was discussions had, I don't know if he seriously was ever ready to move him with just a good offer. It needed to be the offer.
Well, there's a couple more issues with Markkanen in general. First of all, on the Kings Beat podcast, my buddy Sean Cunningham is like, he's talked to a ton of people on this exact subject, and he's under the impression that him and his group, his people, they want a true free agency for Lauri. That they're wanting to go out and test the free agent market next summer. And that goes for Utah too. So Danny Ainge might be playing a big game of cat and mouse here, but you could trade for him and then lose him for nothing in this offseason. And that's a big, big risk because, again, we can like kind of like fish around and figure out what it is that New Orleans has been looking for Brandon Ingram, or, you can, we kind of have an idea of if you were going to get Kyle Kuzma, that they probably at this point they want 2 first-round picks, but you got to try to work around that and maybe not get him for that much. But what Utah's asking for is, 3 first-round picks, a really good young player, and multiple pick swaps. And you could do all of that, and then next summer he could leave. And not only could he leave, he could go back to Utah and sign a long-term contract there if they have cap space, which I'm sure they do. And so you're kind of in like a really odd situation with him. And it's kind of the same with Brandon Ingram because he's on a 1-year expiring deal. But I think Brandon is more willing to listen if the money is right for an extension, where I think Lauri is someone who really does want to go out and at least experience free agency again.
The Kings' interest in Markkanen was very genuine. Do you think the interest in Brandon Ingram was genuine? Do you think like they really wanted Brandon Ingram on this team?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's split. There are some people within the walls that love Brandon Ingram and some that don't. And I think everybody fears what Ingram wants in an extension. And it's kind of the same thing.
Pretty clear. It's public. Like, it's out there. I don't think that 205 number sways. Like, that's the number that he wants.
Well, that's the number he wants, but is he going to get that number anywhere? And that's the problem. I mean, you can say, hey, I didn't think OG Anunoby was going to get that number. And sure enough, there he went and he got, 230, something like that. And that's got to scare you, because if you make that move, you're instantly over the second apron, and your draft pick in 2000, it'll be probably 2032 or 2033 or at whatever point when you have to pay him, that's locked up. And, if you're a repeat offender, you might lose that pick eventually. Like, it's just a mess. And so you have to be super cautious with how you handle this, because what you don't want to do is not like no one wants to trade Keegan Murray in order to get one of these players. But what you don't want to do is trade for one of those players, have to pay that player, and then have to lose Keegan Murray down the road because you can't pay him. And these are, that's the problem. If you've got DeRozan under contract at 24, 25, 26 million over the next 3 years, and you've got De'Aaron Fox on an escalating contract, like last time I checked, De'Aaron Fox hasn't gone out publicly and said he would take a huge extension, but for way less money, what's his name with the Knicks did.
Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, what Jalen Brunson did. And I'm not saying that he should. I'm just saying that the Kings aren't in that situation. Sabonis is going to make 40 plus million the next 4 years. So eventually you run out of cap space. It doesn't matter how much the salary cap rises. It's only going up 10% a year. And just in your annual raises with most players is 8%, you're going to lose that money. So it's not like a big balloon is coming where all of a sudden the salary cap goes up 30 million in a year and you would be okay. You're going to have to manage your money very closely, especially again with a guy like Malik Monk under contract for 18 million, and then 19 and 20 and 21 million. I mean, you already have your money kind of set out.
Well, it also becomes one of those things though, where you may be willing to spend whatever you need to spend if it's worth the check, right? And what I mean by that is if the Kings are, losing the Western Conference Finals in 6 games, and then De'Aaron Fox's contract is up and Keegan Murray's contract, yeah, you pay it because you're on the doorstep. You know what I mean? But if they lose in the first round, then you think twice about paying that bill, that second April bill or anything else like that. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that, and I mean, even if you are good and you find a way to be, great like the Warriors were, right? You're still not making the money that the Warriors are making in the Bay Area. You can't charge that same dollar amount in Sacramento. You can come close to it, but I mean, that right there is multi-billionaire money that the Warriors have done, where they've basically, what was their cap figure? Their luxury tax figure was like 174 million this year or something. Just between salary and luxury tax, they paid almost 400 million out the door. And the Kings paid like 144 million. It's that much of a disparity. And so I get it. There's even, as of right now, the Kings are under the luxury tax. They're under the luxury tax because in order to go over the luxury tax, you don't just give up the money and then have to pay a little bit of luxury money. You also give up the ability to get the luxury check on the back end. And so for right now, I don't blame them. If there's a move that puts them over the top and they can either trade to make it like a net neutral trade where they have 17 or 18 million going out and some money coming back. I mean, that's one way, but if you're going to make a move where you're taking on a huge amount of salary, you got to make sure that it's worth it. If you're going to go with the luxury tax by 10 million bucks and you're going to end up paying, I don't know, 13 million bucks in luxury tax or 14 million bucks in luxury tax on top of a higher salary that you're paying because you brought that player in. So now you're out 24, 25 million. And then on top of that, you don't get any of the revenue sharing for the luxury tax. You're out another 12 million. So, going again, 12 million over the cap is going to cost you basically 36 million versus being at the cap. And that's a lot of money.
James Ham of the Insiders with us. We'll come back. We'll talk more about your Sacramento Kings here with Dealing with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
This is a very simplistic way of thinking about it, but and it's probably not exact, but this is what helps me when I think about second apron. Second apron is probably what, $400 million players?
You're saying 4 $100 million players?
Because I think about Boston, you think about Porzingis, Tatum, Brown,
I mean Porzingis. Yeah, they're
Holiday. They might. Well,
they have. I think the Celtics, Jesse. I think they have the highest payroll in the. Yeah.
Derek White is going to be another one. But the Warriors, when they said enough is enough, they had Draymond, Clay, Steph, Wiggins, and Chris Paul / Jordan Poole. That was $500 million players, and they were like, that's not to get to the bottom of the second atrium. They were like way up there in the second atrium. So I would assume it's probably $400 million players, $150 million players, or something like that.
Yeah, see, Tom L brings up the repeater tax is what most owners are afraid of. Like the repeater tax is when it gets crazy. Year one, it's astronomical. Being like $5 million over the cap, it's like dollar for dollar, and then it goes up to like I think it's $1.25 for every dollar for the next $5 million, and then it goes up to like $1.75 for every $5 million, and then once you get above that, if you go like up to $20 million over the cap, that next $5 million is like $3 or more. And then if you get the repeater tax, then you do something like add $2 to all of those dollar totals. So yeah, it becomes astronomical how much you have to pay. So
this I gotta dive into this a little bit. This Jordan Love thing is actually potentially kind of fascinating. I wonder what he's asking for. If he's asking for I don't even know where to put it.
Top 5 quarterback money?
That would be kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Like you had 10 good games and you want to be paid that way. Now timing is everything. He's going to tell the Packers like what you going to do? What you going to do, not pay me or whatever the case may be?
Yeah, it's wild.
That'd be I wonder how that is. Isn't that what who got money like that? Not like that, but Cap. I think that was Cap's situation, right? Or was it Jimmy? No, it was Jimmy. Jimmy played 5 games with the Niners, and they paid the hell out of him after that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Biggity Blake, you ask where does the tax money go? The tax money gets sent back out to non-tax paying teams. Redistributed.
Like fines and technicals, isn't that to like NBA cares or something like that?
Yeah, fines and technicals. Yeah. Funny thing is, you don't pay that. They just take it from you. You're just $5,000. You're just $15,000 lighter in the check.
You never have it. Be feeling like I got fined here at Odyssey sometimes. Wait a minute.
I have questions about our last page.
Oh, God. I said, wait a minute. Wait just a damn
I was
minute.
like, this math is not checking out.
Where is Pat at? I need to see the breakdown. Isn't that who it is?
Yeah, that email has not come yet either. I got a lot of fucking questions.
I said, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh, is this the week that we didn't have days? Yeah.
Yeah, we got it. I looked right at that. I was like, wait.
No, because look, it's up on the website on like Wednesday night. I go to the pay stub. I go up there to see what time we talking about, and I said, I didn't expect that. What the hell is this? Can't wait to see Pat's breakdown of this. Hasn't come yet.
Yeah, I noticed she's awfully slow in sending that little breakdown this time. Yeah, something is off. There needs to be a second.
Look here. I am not Sasha. All right, you gonna give me every cent.
You know what I think happens? This is a shoot. I don't think they know we work for 2 radio stations. We're coming back, James. Yeah, we're about to blow it all up here at Odyssey, Sacramento. It's all bad over here, James. We're starting fights with everybody. We're picking a fight with the one lady you don't pick a fight with because she's mean and she'll end you.
I just don't know what happened. That's all I'm saying.
I think it might be we took the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th off. The 4th
does not apply to us, James.
Yeah. Okay.
I could take as many days as I want to off. You better have my money.
Yeah.
None of that applies to us.
That's funny.
Yeah, we are not Sasha in this thing to nobody. Give me our money. James Ham here back with us. We're talking Kings basketball. We talked a little bit about Kevin Huerter. So let me ask you this. Summer League's wrapped up. Do you put any stock, or let me rephrase that question. Why do you think Keon Ellis played like all the way till Wednesday?
I think part of it is a player wants to play. Part of it is you're still trying to maybe make the tournament, like to get to play a little bit more, and maybe play for something. Which really realistically, the first game they lost, that pretty much ended everything you're doing there. But there's also, it always comes to a point where you need to allow the guys that aren't on the roster to kind of show you what they have, and let them put their stamp on whatever it is. Plus, you want a guy like Colby Jones to take on more. You want a guy like Mason Jones to take on more. And so those guys are they're part of a group in the beginning, but as you get deeper and deeper in the summer league, you're like, all right, can you separate yourself in this setting when it's you and like one other guy that are sort of our guys? Where Keon Ellis is, sort of the main focal point early on. I think it's great for Keon to be there. Again, we're talking about it. He started games last year and everyone got all excited about him, but we're also talking about a guy that midway through the season was on a 2-way contract. And so you guys got people coming in or something.
No, we do. It's like this is very much a live radio show. We're on for just come in. For God's sakes, just open the door. It's far more distracting with you standing outside the window. God damn. What up, baby?
Nice.
Black Label Ben here. Oh, see.
Come on, dog. Oh, come on, man. Let's do it, boy. I appreciate you, family.
We
yes,
celebrate
sir.
our
Yes,
boy
sir.
Ben here. What up,
Liquor.
What
Liquor
up,
is here.
Yeah, man. Shout out.
Ben
Right.
coming here looking like
I'm about to
Lou
say,
Ferrigno.
yeah,
My God.
in here looking like Randy
My-
Orton.
Stacy almost walked in here too. Boy, are you here to see? What are you here?
I was meeting with them, man.
Oh,
I know. I heard some on Friday. I heard some, yeah. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, my man. Black Label. Hey, you got to be here for the 1,000th show. I'll send you all the information. August 21st. You got to be here for the 1,000th show. Yeah.
Smooth. Look at him, man.
Yeah,
Like
boy,
showing all the guns, man. The gun show's crazy right now.
Creatine for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. God damn, I need to work harder. Jesus Christ, Ben is a monster. This is great. They walk by and Alyssa's like, "Hey, can we come in for a second?" And I'm like, "No, like we're." And then Ben walks over, and so what they do is they stand. So I'm gonna hit this for the people watching. They stand right there at the window, which is 10 times more distracting than just letting them walk in. Like,
you guys are like a couple of puppies at a pet store. They're just in there looking at you, like trying to make you.
This is legitimately the most ridiculous show in the history of radio. Like, no, hey, can we come in? Is it cool? Like now? Okay. That's fine. It's fine. I don't even know what James was talking about at this point because I'm trying to subtly like, like, no. And it's not working because Ben comes over and now James is distracted.
At least they didn't put a meeting at 12:30.
I apologize for our lack of professionalism.
There you go.
That was family, though. That was
family.
That is
family. That is family.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Yeah.
Ben is Jesus.
Yeah, this dude is.
He's been working out.
He looked like he's about to like do a UFC or boxing fight, like the weight cut and
absolutely
being shredded, like it's crazy.
Hey, and ain't no dad weight with him.
No,
they just had
number 2. Yeah, he got me feeling crazy.
That's
you.
My game.
I don't have any, and I'm like, all right. You getting up at 4 a.m. I'm getting up at 3:30 then.
Dude, this was gonna have to be done. Wow.
What now? what were we talking?
No,
about?
he was talking about Keon still playing.
Keon still. James tried to answer. So just dump all of that. Just hit the green. Just hit the red button. So Keon Ellis there was a. You might not have caught this in your world travels. I don't remember what game it was, but Monty spoke at some. Monty went to the
Jazz game.
He went to the broadcast table. It was the Jazz. That's right. Yeah. And he sat in with the announce team. And he just had this line about Keon stepped in, while other guys went out and played well for us. And I've harped on that line for 2 weeks now because it just sounded like, Monty didn't sound like he was describing a guy who's his starting two moving forward. It sounded like he described a guy who maybe did some things they didn't expect and they were very happy with. And he probably has a spot on the team, a spot in the rotation, but we've got some things to figure out. And I've admitted I'm probably overreacting to that one little line. But, man, that combined with the fact that it feels like he played a lot more summer league than we thought he would has brought into, the conversation. Well, I think a lot of us expect Malik Monk to start. I don't think it's inconceivable that Kevin Huerter starts.
Yeah, I mean, I think that position is wide open. Honestly, I do. I think it's wide open. And, we can pontificate on who we think is the best person to start at that position. But at the end of the day, it's going to really come down to what Mike feels, what his combination of players are, how comfortable he feels with Keon, as a starter, whether he thinks he can hold up and hit the three at a 40% clip like he did last year. Like, look, if Keon Ellis goes out and plays like he did last year, it will all take care of itself because he was really good. He was very, very good for the Kings last year. And you basically can, if he can average 10, 11, 12 points per game, he can knock down 40 to 42% from three, and he can play outstanding defense. He's probably going to be your starting shooting guard, and he's going to play, 24 to 30 minutes a night, and then you're going to figure out everything else. But there's also the possibility that, he's just not ready for that. The fact that he was able to show it last year, that's fine, but no one in the NBA game planned for him even one game. They didn't. And so what happens when they do? What happens when attention is on him? What happens when, again, you have two starters in your rotation in Domantas Sabonis and DeMar DeRozan who don't shoot the three ball? Like, they can hit it, but they don't shoot enough, and they don't shoot at the highest clip all the time. And it's not consistent where you're getting 4 or 5 a game from those guys. You're going to need people like Keon that sit there and knock down threes. You're also going to need people like Kevin Huerter who hit the three at a high clip. And so I don't know how it's all going to work out at the end of the day. But for me, if you're adding a 24-point scorer to your starting lineup, and you also hope that a guy like Keegan Murray is going to take a step up and actually average more than he did last year and start to develop into the players that you want, you can't have 5 guys averaging 20 points per game in your starting lineup. And so somebody's got to be out there that's playing defense and doing all the dirty work and hitting spot threes. And that guy sure does look like it's Keon Ellis to me, as opposed to 5 guys fighting over a ball in the starting lineup. So I'm intrigued, but Keon playing in Summer League, hey, he was on a 2-way contract midway through the season. This is a guy who's just come on and you like what he's doing, but that doesn't mean he doesn't need more maturing and more time on the court with whoever it is. I think it's good that when you go to Summer League and you're a player like Keon, you got to be more than you are with a regular team. And some of your weaknesses get exposed and you got to really fight to get through those weaknesses. That's a good thing for a young player. And, it's the same reason the Kings brought Keegan Murray to Summer League last year, to get him out there, have him stretch his legs, and to play a different role than what he's comfortable playing, and force him to now get done in mid-July. And now you got 2 months to really work on what it is that you weren't good at and to get better before we start training camp. And you start, now you have a new perspective on what it means to go out there and play major minutes at the NBA level.
See what James said at the beginning of that, which was spot on, but it's the thinking that I think Monty McNair and the coaching staff may have too. Keon did really good in that time. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I'm not sure he'll be able to do that when people are game planning. I'm not sure he'd be able to do that, on a night by night basis or whatever the case may be. So it may be a situation where if he wants to be in that starting role, he's got to show something and maybe prove himself again, whenever that is, whether that's in training camp whether that's 20 games into the season, whether that's, after the trade deadline or whatever. But I think the reason why it stuck out and why that was a very sound observation by you, and because it kind of flies in the face of what the general public is thinking, like, no, there is nothing left to prove. Keon should be the starter.
Mhm.
And everybody's like, well, we liked what he did last night, but there's still some things we want to see from him before he gets to that point. And like I said, I don't know when that could be 2 weeks of training camp, and they'll see what they want to see. And maybe he's the starter on opening night.
We don't even know if Mike would have made that move.
Right.
Like Kevin Huerter's injury made the move for Mike.
Mhm.
And so had Kevin Huerter stayed healthy and things kind of just being the way that they were,
Mhm.
and Mike makes the move, that might tell us a different story going into this offseason.
Right.
Mike never had to make it.
Well, that, and you got to remember too that early in the season when Keon got his first opportunity, it was because Chris Duarte either got hurt or wasn't playing well then. And you had moments where, but you had the moment where De'Aaron Fox got hurt early in the season and he stepped aside, and they needed Keon for those minutes. Like, look, I think we always talk about this. The basketball, the NBA world is about opportunity and taking advantage of it when you get it. And I would love to think that Keon Ellis did enough to earn at least an opportunity to battle for the starting job. And I think he did. But we're going to have to see it. And like, look, if you want to be a great team, you can't just say, okay, like no competition. We're just going to give something to a young player and see how it goes. Like, you're fighting for minutes from the opening, not even like the opening of training camp. This team is going to they're going to assemble in like the second week or third week of September. They're going to be playing 1-on-1 and 5-on-5s. They're going to have games against each other nonstop, where the coaching staff is looking at players and seeing, what have they worked on, how much stronger have they gotten, and all that stuff. And then you're gonna have a much better idea of who you have in camp and how guys might work together. But at the end of the day, this is about finding the right combination of 8 or 9 guys to play together and find success. And I would hope that Keon has done enough to get into that conversation, but you never know.
Yeah.
Monty, sorry,
Yeah,
there was one thing. Monty, because Chris Duarte's name came up, and I just feel like Monty has had a lot of misses. They're just really low risk misses, so they don't matter.
Yeah.
But man, he's had a couple misses.
Yeah, but the number 9 pick in the NBA draft isn't a miss. I mean, that's not a low risk. Like, you missed. I mean, not to like that was a miss.
Well, wait a minute,
Davion.
Well, wait a minute. I don't really feel like Davion was a miss. I thought Davion played well last year.
Well, I don't think he was horrible, but
it was a miss. Sasha was a miss. Those
but
you flew all. How much money did you spend flying everybody but
crazy.
James Ham out to wherever Sasha was?
Oh, Olympiacos, yeah.
And yeah, well, okay. Mike comes back. Yeah, I don't even know if he's gonna play. He said that like the second day of training camp. Like Mike saw Sasha for one day. It was like, oh.
Either way, man, you got a player going into his 4th NBA season who's no longer on your roster and is not getting an extension. That, to me, for a number 9 pick in the draft, that's a miss. So, like, and that's not to be. I think that Davion is a much better position for himself right now. I'm happy for Davion. I think he's in the right spot for him to go and flourish and find his NBA game. But I'm not gonna. Doesn't mean that Monty McNair didn't miss on that pick. Whoever's pick that was.
Monty's still an all-star though. Like, GM stuff and especially drafting is like baseball. What would you say, Monty's 2 for 3, batting 600?
Well, wait a minute.
You got Keegan. You got 3.
Oh, you're talking about draft.
Tyrese.
Oh, you're talking about draft. Okay.
Or did Devati get Tyrese?
No. Monty got Tyrese. That was
Monty.
his first.
Yeah,
That was first pick.
I'm just making sure.
No, that was his first.
He's leading the league in batting average.
All right.
Well, he has had 4 draft picks, and
I'm thinking first rounders. I'm just thinking first rounders.
Well, no, he just drafted another one. He's going to miss 6 to 8 months.
Well, he hasn't come up to the plate yet.
That's true.
And apparently his attitude sucks.
He's just in the batting order. He hadn't come up to the plate yet. We don't know if it's what it is.
Apparently he's a bit of a diva too. So
we're hearing more.
I can't remember. Was the part that Trista said, "Hey, give me a drink"? Was that real or was she?
No, I think it was real.
Yeah. We heard some unflattering things about Devin Carter at a party.
It was just a bad
summer league. Maybe his pain meds had wore off and he was just a little fired up.
Was he in a sling? Did he already have a?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh
The
yeah.
sling was definitely.
He's out here looking like just in case after field day.
The one thing I wanted to mention though, while we were on the air, is on Friday, I think it was, I made a comparison to Bronny James and how he was playing to Boogie Ellis. And I was like, Boogie Ellis hadn't been hooping like that. And people were talking about that before the draft or whatever the case may be. Maybe he was listening. Because Boogie Ellis was hooping over the weekend, man. Salute to him. I'm glad to see it because I like the dude. I liked him at USC. And when I brought up the comparison, it wasn't ever to disparage him.
That's what it felt like.
It wasn't to disparage my guy Boogie Ellis. Yeah, it was more so like really kind of give these guys a little time.
Well, that's why you want
got the same trajectory. Like they started off slow and they got more time to get comfortable and they played well to close up summer league.
Well, and that's why you want to pull Keon Ellis in the last couple of games because you need to know some of these young guys. Like, do you want to draft them in the G League draft? Do you want to, maybe one of your two-way players that you already signed, you're not comfortable with them being a two-way. Maybe Mason Jones did enough to earn a roster spot, and you'll open up another two-way, and you can go give it to one of these young players.
Poor Mace. That turnover at the end of that close game where he just sat there face first on the floor. He thought his whole NBA career just got thrown out of bounds. I felt so bad.
We still believe in you, Mace. Come on, dog. I believe in you, bro.
He just knew
it ain't over.
I felt so bad for Mason Jones in those moments because was it a turnover or a missed shot that ultimately led?
He had a missed shot and then the turnover. But he did have the game tying shot before that. Mace, I'm gonna still vouch for you, dog.
Nah, Mace, we ride with Mace, but get up, bro. The game's not over. They had to pull that poor kid off the ground. I felt so bad for him. At the Kings, who they did sign two-way guys. Did they sign two-way guys or summer league guys in after the draft?
No, they signed two-ways. Isaiah Crawford and Isaac Jones.
Okay.
Isaac Crawford and Isaiah Jones.
That's good.
I don't know. They had too many Joneses. That's all I know. Too many Joneses, too many Ellises. Yeah, a little chaotic.
Do they have two-way spots left?
No.
It doesn't sound like
as of right now, but you can waive two-way guys and pick up other two-way guys.
I like what I saw from Boogie Ellis these last 2 years. I mean, once again, I liked him at USC. I was intrigued by him. He had a slow start to the summer, but the last two games, he defended with a level of ferocity. I don't know if he's like the tall enough to be the wing that everybody's thinking about, but he was trying to lock up.
I think he played really hard, and that's what you have to do when you're at summer league. You gotta show that you got the dog. That you're willing to go out there and do all the dirty work and dive for the loose balls and really just put it all out there and leave it on the court. And I think he did that as well as you can ask for.
Mm-hmm.
Well, things will probably quiet down now here for a few weeks. The all summer league team has been named, and
summer league playoffs are tonight. Not for the Kings, but
that's great. Tell me
you
all
see
about
they getting
it.
a ring. I think they got a ring last year too, but they can.
Yeah, the ring started.
That ring's a little too much.
Why? Why do you hate everything?
That one's a little too much. Have you seen the ring? It almost looks like the Celtics ring. It's a little too much, man.
Well, then the Celtics need to do better in putting together their rings.
They are not finished yet. They still got to win the World Championship.
Well, when's that game being scheduled?
They still got a championship to win.
Okay, yeah. What a joke.
NBA world champions of what? All right, man. Whatever you say.
Amazing.
It is. But we'll always find Kings conversations to have. That's what we do here. Happy birthday, bro.
Thank you,
Yeah, dude.
For your birthday, you could stick around here for about 3 more hours to do another radio show. You can spend more
gift
time.
that keeps on giving.
You can spend more time with me.
It's a gift that keeps on giving the whole year long, Clark.
Is that King of the Hill?
No, that's I only know you said Clark. That's
Oh
gotta be
no,
National
yeah, no,
Anthem.
that's Christmas.
Cousin
Vacation.
Eddie.
Yeah, that's cousin.
Yeah,
Eddie.
the jelly of the month club.
That's right. That's right. No, that was his bonus.
That's his bonus. See, look at that. Look at that. You guys got a reference. Hallelujah! It's happened. It's a birthday miracle.
He thought he was going to build a pool, and they gave him the jelly of the month.
Pretty sure you laugh now. I'm pretty sure that's how Odyssey's going to pay us.
Wait a minute! Don't that hit a little too close to home when I thought about it.
I just realized Stacy hasn't moved. She's literally been sitting right outside the studio since Ben left. She's coming for us. I got to go to the bathroom, and I'm scared to walk out the door.
Oh Lord!
Good luck with that.
She's going to peek over that computer, and it's going to be curtains. It's going to be a jelly of the month in lieu of payment. James, welcome back from Cabo, man. We're happy to have you back here. We're happy to have all of you back here with us. Make sure you stick around. What do we got coming up next? Are we running it back? Hey, we're running it back, just like old times. You want some more dealing with Casey, talking sports? Stick around here. You want to head over to 102.5. We got Future and Metro Boomin tickets to give away.
That's right.
And I'm missing one. The show we're doing. Khalid. He's going to be at the venue, and we've got tickets for that as well. So head over to 102.5. You want to cop those? We'll run it back next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, me.
Oh, man. Excellent.
Stephen Brown, settle down.
That's 6'5", Stephen Brown.
What?
Oh.
No, we are not telling Stacy anything you said,
Nope.
Stephen.
Nope. Nope.
We are not. Stephen's going to be on the watch list for the 100th party.
That's right.
Or the 1000th.
That's funny. All right, I'm out.
All right, Hammer. We'll see you, man.
Tomorrow.
Okay. We're out too because we got to go to work, guys.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate y'all, man. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you tomorrow.